Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'm a word.
Today is day one of our epic 3-day weekend here. And of course, that means it's also day one of all of our Snapdragon Pro Series action. Everything is on the line today for our players. And we'll be kicking things off with Brawl Stars today. You know, we had to bring in the best of the best to help us do just that. So I've got Trav, Reddy, and Kenny on the desk with me all weekend to help break down all of the action. Are you excited for finals?
I mean, I'm absolutely thrilled to be here in San Diego. I wouldn't prefer to be anywhere else.
It's what I always say. It's the best region in the world. It's all coming here for this.
My favorite region, biggest tournament of the year so far. I can't wait.
I can't wait either. I'm ready to get into all of the stories because we've been following quite a few throughout the entire challenge season. One in particular we need to talk about because that last week was kind of crazy. It's West Coast.
Crazy sketchy for West Coast, put it that way. They started things off not so strong. You know, they needed a win to be able to get themselves towards this kind of phase, and they didn't get it. Wash Team did manage to take them down and kind of took the power out of their hands.
Serious competition, but of course they're both here because West Coast, they got bailed out by former teammates stmn. Because of course, if anybody got Alec26, it's stmn. They got Alec26.
And they more than had him. The reigning champions, stmn, get a very clutch victory to kick off and end week number 4 over Dogwalkers, who unfortunately got sent home. But as a result, stmn and West Coast are now competing here today.
I mean, lots of teams that we need to talk about. We're going to hear about the top 4 in particular as we take a look at the standings and show you exactly what we're talking about. stmn and Tribe tied at the top.
I mean, rightly so as well with their performances this season, finishing off 6-1, both of them. They really are looking incredibly good coming in today. After that, obviously, Wash Team and West Coast up after that as well, qualifying to today. Taking a quick look at the bracket, seeing who's seeded up against who. By the looks of things, it's quite good. We start things off with stmn Esports versus West Coast. Shortly after that, Tribe Gaming versus Wash Team.
Well, before we get into all that action, we keep talking about them, so we might as well talk directly to them. We have the final member of our broadcast team, F. standing by with Alec from West Coast.
Thanks so much, Glitter. That's right. I'm standing by next to Alec. And right off the top, I want to talk about history, man. You've been playing Brawl since the jump, and this is a little bit of a glow-up. What's it like coming to DreamHack and seeing all this?
It's a lot of fun. All we're doing is just having some fun here. We're just 3 guys versus stmn, but it didn't stop Patchy Pirate. It's not going to stop us. Well,
I mean, you guys, you say it's stmn, but we've seen you perform really, really well. I got to be that guy and say we've also kind of seen the other side of the coin. Which team is taking the field today?
I think we're going to play pretty good today. We've been preparing a lot, and yeah, we should do good.
Well, there's 50 grand on the line here today. That's a lot of Brawl bucks for sure, but jokes aside, when you win, what are you buying?
Probably just saving it all, buying some stocks maybe.
What are you buying?
It's a little boring, but I don't know.
You know what? Fine. I tried to bait you, but I respect the responsibility. I hope you're as responsible on the field as you are with your answer. Any shout-outs you want to give before we start the party?
Just shout out my friends all watching and also my family. I think they're watching too.
Heck yeah, man. Listen, I wish you all the luck in the world. Go ahead and take your part. That's going to do it for us on the stage right now. I'll catch you guys later. Back to you at the desk.
Thank you very much, F. It's nice to hear from Alec. Couldn't bait him into a response, but it's not just money that we have on the line here today. Of course, we have those coveted master spots in Japan, and you know every single one of these teams is going to be fighting for that.
It's fame, it's glory, it's money in the case of Fearless Investor 26, but most importantly, Japan at the end of the road.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight for any of these guys. Obviously, stmn at the top of this leaderboard right now. Best odds to go forward. One match gets them in, but West Coast, Wash Team, that 3-4, still an outside chance if they take it all home here today.
All right, well, we've been talking about them at the entire top of the show. We might as well continue to do so. It's time to start talking about our first matchup of the day because it is West Coast versus stmn.
I mean, to start things off, West Coast, they really are looking quite strong coming in today. And, you know, F. mentioned it, they've had their ups, they've had their downs, but against some of these good teams, they usually prove their worth. Speaking of them, Alec26, as we just saw on stage, Jack Chepo, and Shine.
It's not the first time we've seen these guys at LAN. We saw them in Season 1 take the stage, but notably, without Jack Chepo, they were playing with their 4th, but they still managed to take 3rd place, I think surpassing a lot of people's expectations. Now, with the core roster on stage, they're ready to make some magic happen, with Shine, especially Alec26, being known LAN demons.
Yeah, and of course having some real notable moments in Season 1, reverse sweeping defending champions stmn. And look, they were definitely an underdog story, but at this point, this is who they are. This is part of their identity. 2 LAN appearances back-to-back. They're a fantastic team and definitely have a shot at it here today.
I mean, we spoke about the team as a whole, but really knuckling down on Alec26 once again. He's the global leader of scoring goals in Brawl Ball. A really, really solid performance from him, and such an aggressive game mode. It kind of pairs with his playstyle really, really nicely. Take a little bit of a look at that leaderboard now, and although you guys are saying NA, the best region, they are sitting at the top afterwards. I'd like to give a bit of a shout out to the 3 EU players just narrowly sitting below, and obviously Luffy down in 5th as well.
I will say, note that NA is on top in this situation, #1 here, and I expect to see some champion competition from these guys today.
And now for their opponents as well, like we've said before, need no introduction, the defending champions. A star-studded roster, Bobby, Cute Sans, OG, and Czar. When it comes to ESL, they're at the top of their game all the time.
Yeah, and being defending champions as well, they've got the most points. We already saw that on the leaderboard. Just need to take this one game home, and they're going to lock themselves in for Masters.
Just got to take down West Coast. It's no simple feat because we know these two teams have history. We already mentioned there was a reverse sweep in the history books. Now, could it be in the future? That's up for today to decide.
Yeah, and of course, Stamina beating all 3 of the teams here today in the regular season. They're certainly confident. They've done it before. Wouldn't surprise me if they did it again.
I mean, we're going to be talking about them a lot. Obviously, one of the favorites here this weekend, but we actually got a chance to catch up with stmn and see how they're feeling. And honestly, they're ready to defend their title, and they're confident it's going to happen.
I think West Coast is our biggest competition. Shine, Slays, Chepo, and Alec. They're trying to make Japan. They're really good players, and they got a lot to prove.
Our biggest strength's got to be skill-wise as the team. We always keep our focus on the matches. We come like really well. We always try to keep like all out of the talk for the team. Never like be like quiet and always focused on the game.
I think our biggest weakness as a team is I don't think we really have the best method to prepare sometimes. Sometimes I feel like we're underprepared almost, but we can pull it off. I feel like other teams are definitely like ahead of us in that sense.
When we are down, we're going to focus on communication and try to work through the losses and make sure that we get through it.
I think we're the strongest LAN team for sure, but like I said, West Coast is really good, Washington's really good, Tribe has been insane for years now, so it's going to be tough, but I think at a LAN setting, we're definitely the best team.
It'd be really great winning 2 LANs in a row, so it'll feel pretty good.
We've already locked in Japan, but I'm ready to show the world what we could do at the international stage.
I mean, the jury's still out if we'll end up seeing some push-ups on stage or not, but I did notice they said West Coast was their biggest competition.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think that's rubbing it in Tribe's face a little bit, isn't it, really? Because they have both them and Tribe been the titans of the region, and obviously we had the split with BSC, so they haven't faced each other as much. I'm intrigued to see if they're going to be able to go forward, beat West Coast, and face them today.
Well, looking at these guys head-to-head, we have the stats here, and it's clear if we take a look at the supers from West Coast compared to stmn, they love those low-ping brawlers, the stuff that you see pop off at LAN, but especially West Coast. See the Stu picks coming out from these guys, high expectations, but no, stmn, higher kills, lower deaths, always a good look.
Yeah, and of course, all of those supers make them a really aggressive and fun team to watch. I think this is going to be some fan favorites. Of course, that underdog element as well. And, you know, they have beaten stmn before, so I respect that stmn are taking them extremely seriously.
Listen, we had to start today off with a banger of a match. Like we've mentioned, so many storylines tying into this potential locking in Japan for stmn if they're able to close it out. Chat, we want to hear from you, though. Let us know what you think is going to happen. If you are in Twitch chat, let us know in that poll down below if you think it's going to be West Coast that comes in with potentially another reverse sweep, or will it be stmn who closes the whole thing out and gets that first spot secured. We're going to be getting into the first match of the day. It's time to kick things off. We're starting with Trav. Ready? Let's get into it.
Well, ready. stmn versus West Coast. It's going to be a big game. West Coast have got to make a miracle run through today, and winning this first game would really put them on the road to do just that. We'll be starting things off in Ring of Fire on Hot Zone. Who have you got? Who are you backing today in this first game?
Oh, it's kind of tough. Well, we do have the P's and B's coming through, too, between stmn and West Coast. I got to say, this is a hot take, I think, for most. I think West Coast got a real horse in this race. I think it's a lot closer than a lot of people think it is. And even stmn says the exact same thing. West Coast is our #1 opponent. In a lot of ways, stmn has exactly what it takes to take down Tribe, but West Coast, more of an unknown enemy.
Yeah, we're taking a little bit of a closer look at these bands. Then we've got the Stu, the Amber, the Bell. A little bit of a missing band there. We'll have that filled in for a second for you guys. Meg and Poco are on the side of West Coast. We can see Penny as a first pick. And, you know, we were discussing before we even started the show. You said Penny is really, really strong, especially in North America at the moment.
Oh, she's just such a strong brawler, especially as we look at Ring of Fire, where you have some walls where you can throw that turret behind and make sure that it's safe for basically the entire game. Get some fourth brawler action on the field. Always have that area control. Here comes the B in the sweep from West Coast, and it's all about control here, especially for B. She's such a powerful mid here. It's going to be tough, I think, for Stamina to locate something to effectively deal with this.
Yeah, it really is. But I will say, you know, West Coast, we've got the sweep. The residue can be thrown down in that mid. And, you know, regardless of Penny being able to tank quite a lot of those things with the turret, with that salty barrel as well for the B, Squeak should be able to clean quite a lot of those up very quickly. So I do kind of like the picks followed up by West Coast here. As strong as Penny is, I'm liking the road they're taking.
Well, here comes a gust selection from Stamina. Obviously going to be good for enabling a tank to get up close and personal, get inside some of those back lines. If they so desire, it's going to be a tough task with B on the opposing side, but it will be able to deal with Squeak effectively. Note, Squeak probably going to block up that mid area for a good long time, and Lou's not banned, so that's another option on the table.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds of the entire mode can pretty much be taken up by this residue or near enough at that. So definitely a really, really solid pick from them. But I will say, you know, with Amber banned out of the way, it's going to be quite hard to find some piercing damage. We're going to see Leon. And it's been a while since I've seen Leon pretty much at all in Brawl Stars. I mean, I do kind of like it in this map. It used to be very good, especially with that lollipop drop. But I'm not sure how I feel about it. Especially with the Squeak, it's going to be a lot easier to take those down behind the walls.
Well, to be fair, he is invisible most of the time, so that might be able to count for some of the lack of seeing him. Jokes aside, yeah, this is really, really out there. We almost never see Leon, but you gotta pull out this kind of stuff. We saw stmn had a little bit of trouble of drafting lately. Now, with their coach out of the picture, they gotta do this stuff themselves, but with whatever has been propelling stmn to the forefront of this meta, it's been the really out-of-the-box thinking on the pick phase.
Well, I mean, I do like this Crow pick. It's going to be phenomenal at scouting out the Leon when he's invisible, and also, you know, when he's not as well. He's just going to be able to scan that side, scan it, scan it, scan it. The slow's available as well, slow in Toxin. It's pretty much all kit that you want in a game mode like this, and especially when you compare it up, the slow with the residue, which slows down as well, the B slow and all of it. It kind of just all comes together really, really nicely for this map of Hot Zone.
I think it'll also be fairly effective for dealing with Leon since you have that poison active. You'll be able to see him while he's invisible. No need for a vision gear here. Keep your gears preserved for something else in the pick phase. Here we go. Already motion up the right side as Zar looks to dominate these backlines. He is such a dominant lane player, and if he can get up that right side, he's bound to be super effective. Has that salty barrel in his back pocket as well to block off some of the shots from B. Alec 26 on the Crow, of course, going for the pinch. But Zar is safe and sound on the right side already. Takedown for Bobby, and stmn look to bring back control.
Yeah, it was a wonderful start, I will say, from West Coast. Great stuff from Alec, but it's kind of all fallen apart so fast. Bobby now claiming the mid and claiming the lead along with it as well. Chepo got this honeycomb activated, but not able to throw out too many of these shots. Super comes down from Shine. Great pinch in from Alec off spawn as well. They're going to clean him up, but there's still a lot of work to do.
OG having to make some plays on the left side. Alec 26, Chepo now rotating over to get him out. OG avoiding that 3KB, but here's a jump in from Alec 26. Takedown with Gadget in the combo, the knockback by Bobby. And as stmn scores to bring back control.
Well, OG going to be flying down this mid. Great shots to pinch across, keeping Shine low. Really nice stuff from him. Zar slowed down by the residue on the right-hand side, and the turret being made pretty quick work of, because obviously Sweet's going to be able to shoot straight through these walls. A little bit of pushback from the West Coast as well. Really nice stuff. Putting the lasts over the left-hand side. Nice pinch in from Zar as well. Going to get the takedown in mid, and although they had some good control, it's all falling apart once again for stmn.
Bit of a miss super there for Shine as he gets taken down. OG now on the back lines, almost take down into Alec 26, shut down by Chepo. Here comes a kill onto Alec. Chepo now challenging Bobby at mid. There's a slow, but Bobby has a super in his back pocket, only barely survives the takedown of the turret. This is what the Squeak is here for, to deal with Zar's turret, and it goes down so quickly. stmn ceding a lot of room here. West Coast might be able to push in, but Alec 26 falls. stmn retake.
Yeah, well, nice stuff. Shots coming in. Keeping this control now. Only 7% left to claim. Alec's going to go for the jump in, but it's just not going to be enough. The shield of Bobby's going to be able to keep him alive, keep him in the mid, and guarantee this first game for stmn. Great start for them, but we did see some successful pushback from West Coast at certain points. They just couldn't keep the overall control.
And especially we see some of the picks coming into play as well. We see the Squeak doing a good job of shutting down that Penny turret repeatedly, but that's just getting rid of the super. You still have Zar consistently pushing the backlines, and OG being a real thorn in their side. His main job is to get in the backlines. He's being a little sneaky about which lane he's going to take. Still, once again, going for that left side, looking to penetrate that area and then stay back there for as long as he can.
Well, big thanks to our partners as well over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming for allowing us to put these kind of events on, allowing us to be here in San Diego and watch these phenomenal games. Talking about phenomenal games, what a phenomenal start from West Coast here. Quite a lot of the teams falling. Chepo needs to find this killing blow and does just that on OG. Nice little bit of help from that Alec. Takedown damage coming off spawn once again and ready to fight. Shine's got some phenomenal position over the right.
stmn now sneaking around the left side. It's Bobby's responsibility now as he goes in the back line, still looking for that angle onto B. Bit of a combo here, but the honeycoat is here to keep him alive. Chepo still tagged up. Gotta be the vision gear in play as Bobby starts taking up some of these backlines. Shine also taken down, but it's a trade with Zar also falling in turn. West Coast still have the lead, and they might maintain it, but Alec 26 falls to the left side, and OG is the only one to push this in stmn's advantage.
Well, Bobby's going to fall. Chepo's kind of low. A little bit of Long-range peppering damage from OG coming out. Not really seen too much from him so far, but it was enough to secure that first game. Chepo throwing a flurry of shots out once more, and Zar trying to sneak the right side yet again, but he's not got the matchup, and it's not working out for him whatsoever. West Coast are going to be taking the lead in this one, but Bobby is not going to give up so easily.
Here's the residue as well, with Bobby being seriously slowed down, not able to switch lanes easily, still tries to go super aggressive on the left side, baits out a super, not even tagged, but there's a 3K to shut him down a little bit. Only battered and bruised from the back lines as he now pushes forward once again. Zar slowed on the left side, but OG is tearing up the back lines. Chepo might even fall. Bobby looks for the pinch, not quite able to follow up. stmn still are just trying to get this lead back, but West Coast currently with a few percentage ahead.
Yeah, clawing it back little by little, and obviously some of these heals on the floor from Gus as well. Nice and visit heal from OG coming out once more. Gonna get taken down, but 3K's narrowly missed by Chepo. Zar just trying to keep them in the mid. It's so close to being finished and taking the set, but they can't keep the control. Bobby's gonna fall. Nice pinch from Shine once more. They get the takedown yet again, and the super comes in. Follow-up super from Chepo as well. OG slowed. He's gonna fall, and they're clawing it back.
Brilliant pinches from Shine around the left side. They gotta take care of this guy, and that's why they're rotating Zar on the lane. 1-2 shots followed up, but he's facing serious opposition. A tag as well, and Zar falls, but Bobby and OG are still alive. Chepo's gotta clutch this up alongside Shine. It's 90 to 92% and climbing for West Coast. Surely they take this one, and they do, tying up set number 1 at 1-1.
I mean, that was lovely. They didn't really give up hope throughout the entirety of it, and they just kept strong in that mid. stmn definitely going to not be feeling too great about that one. Need to kind of have this fight back once more and show their worth, as they did in that first game, in this third one, to be able to secure this first set. Letting a team like West Coast take a first set and take the momentum along with it is not going to be what they want to do.
We know that stmn can be a bit susceptible to momentum as well, and West Coast have already wrested it back in their favor. It's up to stmn to challenge this once more. They've had some good ideas out here, especially with Zar consistently winning this lane, getting into the back lines. Alec26 also keeping back OG quite effectively. Bobby facing a bit of a matchup difference versus the B, but still Zar pinching in from the right side is doing them major favors. Takedown as well by Bobby with the use of the gadget, and stmn managed to win this first fight.
Wonderful follow-up taps from Zar as well, and a great shield by Bobby to help him out. Not the best turret placement, I will say. Shine can take that out throughout the wall, but Zar's not going to let him get anywhere close to it, not allow him to shoot shots at it whatsoever, and stmn are just extending this lead second by second. Jumping from Alec, but Zar's still holding strong. He's not gone down yet. Alec's looking for the pinch around the back, but another shield from Bobby keeps Zar in the mix.
50% to 0 on the scoreline, and climbing for stmn as they dominate the backlines. It's a spawn trap is what it is, and West Coast look for any opportunity to push out, but they're so effectively stuffed in the backlines. OG refuses to budge. Zar consistently winning this right lane. Shine looks a little bit discouraged on the right side as now stmn are crossing the point of no return. The pins are up in the air.
I mean, Alec was in the back spawn for so long, but even Bobby wasn't allowing him to do anything then. His other two teammates were holding up that top line, and 100 to 0 for stmn to close out this set. And, you know, we came into this one saying West Coast can't take it. stmn are a team who are susceptible to this momentum for them and against them, and now it's with them, so it's a good sign.
Look, let me clarify something. I was skeptical a little bit about the Leon pick, but when you see stmn go with something like this, you gotta know they know exactly what's going on, and OG played it to perfection, consistently winning that really aggressive play on the left side. And this has been one of my main criticisms of stmn, is that sometimes their gameplay can be a little bit disjointed. When you put OG on that aggro position, keep him in control, he plays it so well. It's the coordination from stmn that I think helped him get 100% to 0%.
I mean, it really is. No, if you don't have that coordination, that synergy between players, you can't hold out on a team for the entire duration of the game, and it's just not something we see very often whatsoever. Never mind when the teams are so closely matched like these two. Even if a team is completely dominant, by far the better team, it rarely happens. So to see stmn do it here to West Coast in that third and final game, especially after taking a loss, you usually take a bit of a hit to the mentality. They did the opposite.
Praise aside, we still saw them get a pretty good amount of momentum, some West Coast hits in there, and making stmn bleed, proving to us that, yeah, they are number 1. They got some serious challengers on their heels.
Well, looking at the stats now, stmn had loads more kills, and I imagine the majority of them did come from that last game. The spawn trap was strong. Damage-wise, though, not that much of a difference. Clearly, stmn just using it in better places. Heal-wise, not much of a difference either in stmn. And regardless of how long they were on the hot zone for, didn't actually heal that much more than West Coast. They just played it more strategically, picked their moments that little bit better, and it did pay off.
I think we saw West Coast play a lot of control games, especially if we look at game number 2, where they ended up taking a W for themselves. A lot of that B gameplay, a lot of that squeak, you know, not getting a ton of damage in there, mostly playing for that area control. Game number 3, it was all about kills for stmn. They had them stuffed all the way back in spawn repeatedly, cycling them out, staggering their respawns, making sure they could never actually get a real coordinated push out there. Heading into set number 2, though, I still think we can expect to see some pretty good stuff from West Coast.
Yeah, I mean, you know, West Coast, we're not going to give up on them yet, are we? That's the thing. It's like one set down, it's not really going to make that much of a difference. They might have taken a little bit of a hit. Mentally, I'm sure they're pretty strong. They're not going to be too far behind in terms of not like falling off and going more sets down because of it. And you know, we've seen them. They've reverse swept stmn more than once, and it's something that's going to be really, really dangerous. stmn have got to keep an eye out for it because West Coast are one of those teams. They just won't put their head down. They'll continuously just come back and not give up.
Well, of course, and everyone, of course, we are waiting for stmn to get ready for this. A bit of a delay, but no issue. Things don't always go exactly to plan, as we have learned throughout a lot of history, some bloopers and things as well. We got a video.
We've been building toward this day for months, the second season of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge.
The Brawl Stars players in the world.
The first team that probably comes to mind for most viewers is the undefeated Lois?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon camera not following me.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. All right, I broke it. Help.
Okay, let's go straight to another take. I got this. Once they had finally both... Huh?
That's right, Glitter. The standings are starting to shape up, and I gotta restart that one.
Who will claim the theory?
I'm looking for a happy ending for Taco Esports Night. Can I say that?
Actually hilarious.
Can I say that?
Well, that just...
I felt the laugh coming and I was trying to keep it in and it just was not. It wasn't gonna happen.
I'll help you break it down, and we'll see all the implications a little bit later. Bang! Puts it in!
It could be fun to try something new. You never know.
Man, we are so over the top and obnoxious, and I love it. That's literally my entire job description.
Wait!
Stop touching things. Oh my goodness.
See, this is why they don't let me do this job.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. This war is going to be exciting. I like this matchup quite a bit statistically. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. It's a day.
But that's it for this time, so make sure you just... Son of a... Dude, I don't even know what the I'm saying. I don't know what's happening anymore. I just gotta go. I gotta go.
We're not perfect. I mean, really anything can happen, whether it's you, whether it's me. It's all of us on the struggle bus sometimes.
I mean, you know, those rehearsals, those voiceovers, they never always go to plan. And as you can see, I'd like to mention that I had quite a lot more than that weren't put on camera, so I appreciate that from the production. The amount of times I mess up some of those voiceovers it's uncanny.
It's facts. That's why they gave me more voiceovers now, right? That aside, of course, we got some crazy matches coming up, too. We already got through the first set of stmn versus West Coast and went about how we expected. Sure, we expect stmn to be in the lead, but West Coast are a serious contender for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you know, stmn, we came into this one. You know, you said West Coast are a bit of a dark horse, but I mean, I think we all know that stmn are coming to this one as the favorites, and they are the ones who should take it and secure themselves this spot in Japan for the Masters. So only 2 sets more needed for them to be able to guarantee themselves this huge spot. $250,000 for that prize pool over there as well, and $50,000 here today. So they're going to be racking up the cash.
Oh, no doubt, and we can't blame anyone rooting for stmn. They came in as, yeah, really the dark horse at the last land. They got 6th place in the challenge, and due to some circumstances, they were able to make it up to 4th place due to some teams not being able to show up. And then they win the whole darn thing. Now they've qualified the old-fashioned way, but they still got to get that first win. If they manage to win this one now, they go to Japan.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they came in the old-fashioned way this time, as you said, top of the table as well. So to go from around about 6th and only make it here because some teams had some issues with getting those documents needed to be able to fly out to these live events that are so incredible, to now being on top of the world, top of the leaderboard, top chances to be able to go to Japan. It really is a completely different side of the coin. But at the end of the day, West Coast, they're here. They want to upset them, and although stmn might have helped them get here, they're not going to want to give them anything.
No doubt, and stmn absolutely have the tools in the toolkit to make it happen. West Coast, they really do play by the book. They play mathematically the things that are most likely to win. And stmn, with this knowledge in their back pocket, hey, it's one of the reasons that they can so reliably take down Tribe. It's Tribe. They're very by the books. They play the good stuff. And West Coast, they do the exact same. We see the Leon pick come out. We see it do its thing. It just works. What do they have in store for us in the next set? Well, we'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, it seems like we might have to have that lobby remade once more. So a little bit more downtime. These players, though, they're going to keep their mentality strong. We know they're not going to really let their heads go down because of a little bit of a break. We always know they're going to bring the best they can bring and the best gameplay for you guys as well. But I mean, at the end of the day, stmn definitely come into this one as the favorite, and I don't think anybody can even kind of deny that and favorite the whole competition, I will say as well. You know, as I said in the introduction, we haven't really seen stmn and Tribe face in quite a long amount of time, and I'm looking forward to that matchup, see if we've had any more reparations, because we've only really seen them through this competition. BSC had the split, they're now in different sub-regions, and it kind of adds a little bit more flair to these matchups when they're not facing each other as much. I'm sure they're still going to be scrimming and playing against each other on those spins, but in tournament format gameplay, it gets a lot more serious, and I'm really looking forward to some of these matches we've got today.
Hey, and I think we can agree LAN is objectively the best environment to play this game because you have these low-ping brawlers where you chain, you glide around on the Stu, you do that thing, and West Coast might seek to do that. We saw the Stu ban, actually, and I think this is stmn just wisening up to that fact. A few stats for you guys as well. Gems grabbed, Zar topping the leaderboard. stmn, top of the category in a lot of regards.
And I mean, with Gem Grab being the next game mode as well, it kind of bodes well. With Zar being top, he clearly doesn't like dropping those gems anywhere near as much as some other players will be, and we obviously can see him playing here as well. OG sat behind him just doing a bit of coaching there as well, so definitely going to have all 4 members of stmn knowledge coming down for this draft. Pair that with Zar's ability to clearly carry gems very well with 222 picked up over the season. It does, as I say, bode well.
Zar, hands down, one of my favorite brawlers to watch as a mid on Gym Grab because Zar, he plays the lane, except for that one time where he plays a mid and he owns the max, and he owns this lane. Just staying super slippery, staying just out of reach, popping off the speed when it's absolutely necessary. And if West Coast have wisened up to this, they just might ban out that max, or at least pick something that's really valuable against it. We know that Alec26 is very skilled with the Crow. Of course, these brawlers completely viable to be banned as we now head into Crystal Arcade.
Well, bans are in. We've got the Stu once more. Janet and Penny going to actually be banned out this time. Don't want to be giving that up. Or having it for themselves this time. Clearly it worked so well for them in the previous. I'm surprised they're doing that once more, but the first pick obviously did go the way of West Coast, and they're going to with Sandy. I mean, Sandy's really been catapulted back into that Gem Grab meta quite heavily, and one super can alter the entire outcome of the game. But I'm surprised to see it as that first pick. I definitely like it a little bit later on, but with Carl banned out, which is something that can go so aggressive, Ash as well, I don't hate it. I definitely don't like it, but I don't despise it.
Well, just what you said, we've seen Sandy come back into the forefront of the meta. Of course, being a brawler that can sneak up on you, stun you, put you to sleep, and then get you in an optimal position to be pinched out by other teammates. You especially see it if we're talking home team-wise. Run up that left lane, get a lot of speed from the speed gear, and get some sneaky assaults onto enemy backlines, especially those gem carriers. Of course, that is in store for West Coast. We see the B selection now from stmn, likely going to be their mid brawler. Don't really see them picking their mid as the very last selection, but paired with the Colonel Ruffs, you'll be breaking open a lot of those walls, shaping the map to their will. West Coast now picking up on this, have got to select something wise because Sandy is pretty much going to have to be carried by a lot of this with no bushes to get up close and personal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ruffs, I usually like it, but I feel like, obviously we know Sandbag's going to be pierced through quite a lot. We do have that return pick of the Spike, going to have that life plan, always very, very solid, and Bow is the last pick as well here, I will say. Great, great pick. Crystal Arcade, you know, you can break up quite a lot of those walls, ensure the map's sculpted to your favor instead of your opponent's as well, but against the B, it might be, you know, worthwhile keeping them short.
Precisely, you're helping out B and Colonel Ruffs here, but mostly B because, yeah, she's the one who needs a lack of walls to succeed. But stmn still have that last pick. They could go for something that directly counters out an enemy, or they could accent what they already have. It's a bit of a tough call, but it seems like they do already have a gem carrier, so a lane is probably in store for them. There's the Otis. I think this is a very solid selection for them. You just can't go wrong with the guy.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Otis is always going to be very, very solid, right? It's one of those the most versatile brawlers in the game. Fat splatter, you can deal that damage, add an extra couple of tiles on the end of your shot, which it does pay off heavily when trying to finish off a few of these kills. Find some shots behind walls as well if they're up against the other side of it. It's a really, really useful gadget and great to see them pick it up as well. On top of that as well, I think the biggest thing, the mute, is what is going to make the biggest amount of difference, to be honest. Muting out those brawlers who come so aggressive onto you, and although we don't really see too many from their opposition, aggressive brawlers, it might help out every now and again when a Sandy runs forward.
Well, and of course, yeah, that especially, and you can also get some pretty good action in here with the use of the Fat Splatter. Get some free lane control. You might see Zar pop it off fairly quickly. He's also able to get rid of that life plant when Chepo pops it down. Already action in a pinch from Bobby and Zar on the left side to get an early takedown Shine. Next on the menu, Alec26 for dessert. It looks like 1, 2, 3. And stmn Esports take full control of this map already, breaking down the right side, getting so much room for Bobby and Sands to wreak havoc.
Yeah, I mean, you've taken the words right out of my mouth. Not only have they got all the control, all the gems, and the wall's broken, it really does look incredible for them. 6th gem picked up now by Bobby, and Alex not really having the greatest of times over here either. Sam's going to break up that side. I wouldn't have minded him keeping it short, but obviously with it like this, Bobby's going to be able to soak up a lot of those shots and deal the damage towards the lane. Shine going to be burning down now. Zar looking for that finish off and does actually find it before he gets unmuted. 8 gems in hand, and stmn aren't showing any signs of slowing down.
Ouch, and Alec26 kind of playing the ego game over here, trying to dodge out both Bobby and Sands in the same go, opting not to go for the left side where there's more cover for him. But really, there's just not enough time for them to go for an effective lane switch. stmn already have this countdown, 10 gems in their hands. Bobby could go for the 10th, but he doesn't even really need it. Chepo still fighting for the lifeline, but Zar has them pinched back. Not enough time for West Coast to start pushing things back, and stmn take game number 1.
I mean, that was dominant. We saw a bit of fight back from West Coast in the first set, but that was just unparalleled from Bobby and the boys over on stmn there. Such good control, such good lanes. I mean, not a single person died throughout pretty much the entire game, I'm sure, for stmn. It really is looking very, very good for them. Not only did we see the Roughs holding lanes so well, but we saw such early breaks. Really nice plays, and Bobby pinching down both lanes as well. Really nice stuff overall from stmn. And once more, it kind of just bounces back to that team play.
And also the pick phase, I think. Outer Dafted is really the theme of this match, because stmn so far, this is almost undefeatable for West Coast. It's almost chalked in regards to them first picking the Sandy and having no tools to make it towards the enemy side. Already, wall break on the left side, an early takedown. As Sands falls, so does Bobby, and West Coast actually get the beginning control.
I mean, we saw this happen in the first as well, right? Like, stmn take the first, West Coast bounced back with some incredible gameplay, and they all fell off in the third. But Alec looking for that left-hand side right now, and did overextend just a little bit more. Bobby got that power up now, and these mines laying down in the mid, definitely going to be a bit of a surprise for him when he sees them, but does seem to know that they're there. Gets them taken down nice and quickly. Chepo very low, gets the life plant heals, though. 3K going to be thrown out to that right side, not finding any connections, and this time, it's all West Coast.
9 gems in hand. Shine just needs 1 more, and he gets it for free already on the back lines. But Alec26 punch through. Zar has to circumnavigate some of these mines now, taking the left side. Only 10 seconds to go, and he's fighting a 1v3 into the invisibility. There's just no hope of making it happen. The spin, the protester from Alec26. Chill, my guy. It's your 2nd game victory of the entire match, but they still tie it up in set number 2, 1-1.
I mean, that is West Coast all over. They don't let the heads down. They get back into the game, and they fight back. This is what we want to see. Seems to be all down to that early control. Whether or not those walls are going to be broken or not is a big factor in who's going to be able to take this one down. So really nice stuff from West Coast to be able to win that right-hand side lane so early on. Great stuff from the spike over on West Coast, because that really did make the difference. One lane win is pretty much the whole match.
And now how do stmn respond? Because this was not their last game. It seemed like West Coast took control that one time and then held it for the entire time. stmn start things off with a good bit of an Omen. 2 gems already on their side. Bobby taking serious damage, especially from Chepo, working on 2 lanes at once. Shine now chiming in, trying to get some action at mid. And now at 26 also getting that supercharge from the totem. Already a few shots down, forcing things back. Zar trying to chime in at mid as well, but Shine gets to pick up gem number 4. stmn, they had a strong start, but now they've been so far forced back that West Coast, as long as they utilize the terrain, will be able to maintain this control, especially with the super down.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the Sandy Super and the Bow Mines. Not really much chance for them to push out at the moment. Going to have to wait out just a little bit longer and hope not to feed Alec just as much. Shine is looking brilliant up top here in the mid, picking up the 7th gem of the game now, all spawning down, and stmn, they're locked in spawn once more, just like they had done to West Coast in that last game of Hot Zone. Stun comes through, is going to connect, but he's getting a pitch down, and a bit of an opening is here now for stmn as we see the left side fall, but great connecting shots from Shine. No mine's going to be moved, but that might help them.
Big stuff on the left side. Bobby almost taken down. Sands going to get eliminated by the mines, and Shine safe and sound on the right side. Chepo has to say just out of reach of Bobby. He has that damage gear active no longer as he tries to back up. Dros just goes for anything possible, but another super down cycled out by Alec 26 at mid is enough to keep West Coast in the clear, and they take set number 2.
I mean, as far as West Coast played, that was incredible. The second 2 games were really, really nice. First one, definitely not the same story. But overall, stmn-wise, Bobby was playing that really, really well. It just kind of seemed like his lanes weren't doing as well as they had in that first game. He's hitting shots. At the end there, he's surviving a 1v3 for way longer than he should be doing. But it seemed to work out for West Coast anyway. They're playing the team game now, and it seems like stmn's team play has kind of fallen apart in those second 2 games.
I think this is a prime example of, yes, you can get a better draft, but when it comes down to mechanics, you still have to execute. This is where we saw West Coast prevail. stmn, they have that combo. They got the wall break. They got the B. They owned game number 1. But as soon as West Coast picked up on this, they denied super after super after super, which, well, we didn't see because they denied it to Colonel Ruffs. Not a single wall break in sight. Also leveraging some of the indestructible walls to maintain control. Still enable the short-range brawlers, like Sandy especially, even using the super totem to boost them up, get in that super faster, and maintain the control. Anytime stmn geared up for a decent assault, there's the invisibility.
I mean, it really is incredible from West Coast to see them to be able to take down this set, because it kind of puts stmn on edge. Because they need to take this win to be able to guarantee themselves to Masters. West Coast need to take it because they've got to win the entire competition to go to Masters. It's a long road, but with this set win, it kind of makes it just that little bit more realistic. Stat-wise, a lot of gems picked up for West Coast, and only 1 dropped, because in the first game, let's be real, they didn't pick up any, so they didn't actually have to drop any. The second 2, they picked up all the gems and didn't have any fight back from stmn. 16 drops picked up and 5 dropped. Damage-wise, stmn have got more, but as I said in the first, it doesn't matter what damage you get if it's not in the right circumstance.
Always context to the stat, folks. Strap in, because it's going to be a long ride. 1-1 on the scoreline now, and we're guaranteed to head to set number 4 in this best of 5. New set, new mode. It's time for Layer Cake. P's and B's, pretty please. 3 bans and 3 picks for each team. Who gets that first pick is a large determining factor in who ends up getting the win, especially in the current meta, where we see a lot of some of these close-range brawlers being viable options for the last pick. Layer Cake, largely a long-range map, but even that makes it even more interesting, because the last pick introduces something like Fang or Buzz, and we know these teams kind of be partial to those brawlers.
I mean, look at this. Three throwers being banned out from West Coast. They don't want to see any of those in the mix, and it might be stmn with the first pick because of that. But then again, they could just be wanting to go for this kind of like no-thrower revenge pick, and they want to go all-out aggression. It is stmn with that first pick, and it's plainly down how strong throwers are as a first pick here. There's not really a lot of fight back, especially with 3 bans of your own as well. So Penny, going to be the first pick, and yet again, backing up your statement of Penny being so good in NA right now.
This is true. Keep in mind, 3 throwers banned out, but still 1 remains allowed. We still have Barley, and I don't believe we're allowed to have Willow here, so it's really only 1 brawler that can effectively shut down the Penny. Keep in mind, Squeak, also not a consideration anymore. We do have some indestructible walls here on Layer Cake. I think very prudent first pick for stmn. Certainly some ways to shut it down as long as you have that last pick in your back pocket. Here comes the Gene with a pull available. And look, if worse comes to worse, you can go for the Gene pull, but coming down to Penny, she has a salty barrel, dude. They can all run turrets, and every single one of them counter out the Gene.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bold first pick from West Coast, but I think it's a brawler that they can't let stmn have just because they don't want to run it into a salty barrel. You just attempt to push it towards those other brawlers, you know, towards who stmn are going to be picking as their 2nd and 3rd. Got to get down there. But Janet, I do like that. I really think it's very, very solid. Obviously, going to have that pretty much piercing damage with Penny. Behind that salty barrel, it's going to be very hard to stay behind it. The same with the turret as well, and you're going to get a lot of value out of that. Flying in is another great fact as well. If they take some more squishy brawls, you can always land on the opponents.
And to add on to that, you are also taking another viable turret out of stmn's playbook. But can we talk about the Ash, dude? What's up with this guy? On Layer Cake, I only see like a few bushes on this map. I almost don't see how it's going to work. This I love, though. The Barley pick. There's just nothing that West Coast have to deal with the turret, unless, of course, they're Gene pulling it. But, man, that's such a hard super to get. Just to use it on a turret, they get cycled out so quickly. Still, last pick available for West Coast. What do they possibly go for? It's got to be something that can take down the Ashe, and this could be an Alec 26 specialty. A tank coming in potentially. Maybe the Buzz, maybe something get up close and personal. No, it's the El Primo. The ultimate way to shut down any tank. But how? How are you not going to be feeding penny after penny?
I mean, I guess they're just going to feed penny turret after penny turret, but then just eat all the shots and move forward anyway. Primo sits above 9,000 HP with that shield gear, so definitely can eat a lot of those shots, a lot of the penny shots along the way as well. And obviously Barley not going to have the biggest effect either because that damage isn't so huge. So definitely a matchup that can be won by STMN here, but I mean, West Coast, they've also got a pretty solid comp.
Let's see what they're able to do with it. Of course, we've learned already, if not from general Brawl Stars esports history, that it's all about the execution, but the draft is a large factor. Going in, West Coast already getting a strong start as they look to push this blue star. Sands can throw it on the salty barrel to get a bit of control. Zar especially focusing down, trying to keep Alec 26 at bay. He's sort of fixating himself in this nook on the left side, but Shine manages to swoop in and grab that star. West Coast can afford to play defensive now as they are in the lead. Already turned down the left side. Alec 26 goes really aggressive, shut down by Bobby. What was he thinking?
Yeah, bold move by him there, and now Sands has established this turret as well with some shots to the left and shots to the right. Managed to get that super charge with Zar moving forward, and this might be what's going well for STMN here. Shots galore, and we see both Chepo and Alec fall down once again. 6-1, and the blue star is all they've got to say for it.
And the funny turret position on the left side. Never seen a penny turret there. It's going to be easy for Chepo to take down, but it just makes him an easy target for Bobby to just farm up the super. Once again, Shine has that pull on lock, but Zar is the ideal target. He's still going to have to pull Zar through this wall. It is possible the indestructible walls. Out 26 on very low health. Looks for some pot shots. Easy stuff on the back lines versus Sands and Bobby, but no kills, and Chepo has no method of getting there. Here he comes with the super, but he doesn't have enough health to finish the job.
Yeah, had to go in when all of that commotion was happening, I feel. Pulled there as well and instantly tanked by Sands. Beautiful stuff coming out of STMN here, and it's Bobby. He's got 5 stars. Sands going to grab one as well, and although he did miss a couple of shots up top, Bobby still is going to survive this one out and keep flawless control. Drop the base place once more, but Bobby's not stopping there.
I mean, he doesn't even really need any more stars. 30 seconds left. They can just slowly retreat for the rest of the game, but he's still out for blood. Already 7 stars on Bobby on the right side, and Sands with his own collection over his head of 5. Chepo has a super in, though. Bobby is the largest bounty on this field. Shine can also get a pull in, ideally onto Zar, but Sands is ready. He's the bodyguard. He already has that gadget at the ready. Chepo in close position with Bobby. Bobby falls, but STMN can afford this. Take down the left side. Just a few seconds left for West Coast to bring it back. Another pull going to the wayside, and Sands stays alive for the end. 7 stars above his head, and STMN take game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was just so dominant, but let's not forget what West Coast did in the previous one as well. We've seen dominance like that twice before, and West Coast still have an answer to it. Primo needs to go in, I feel, more aggressively when this big commotion's happening. When we've got 3 people clustered together, and yes, you might get slowed, you might have some robotic rats towards you, but you need to get the damage for your teammates to get the finishes.
Well, West Coast can execute better than they did last time already, though. Alec 26 tries to go for the blue star this time, shut down by Bobby. The big pinch starting to form on the left side. Shine on the right side, going very aggressive, trying to get close to Bobby for the lamp blowout, but Bobby just says, nah, I don't think I will. I'll back away. He'll never pop off that gadget. STMN, they still lead 6-1. West Coast, they did get the blue star at the start, but it's not doing really any favors for them as they're all the way backed up in their spawn. This is giving me flashbacks already.
I mean, Shine's low as well, and it's 10-1, exactly what we saw in the previous game, and doesn't look like West Coast have an answer to this in this certain set. Chepo going to try and get something going, but sticky syrup mix from Zar's going to go a long way. Great pull, though. First sign of that, and he still survives it. West Coast just aren't showing us anything.
Doesn't seem like it. We need to see that kind of coordination. Shine and Chepo combined forces, but it simply wasn't there. You can see the momentum is certainly in play. Shine going solo on the left side, but it's really just a death mission as Bobby sweeps up both of them already. Robotic rats down. Chepo getting dodged out hard, but he cycles out the super. A bit of a green button on the Bobby, but only barely finishes the job. Great takedown on Tazara, the West Coast. They are fighting for their lifeline, but it's 21-13, and not large bounties on the side of West Coast with the exception of Sands. It is going to be a very tough fight, and it's a long way to go with a short time to get there.
Yeah, those 6 stars are going to be so instrumental in them bringing this one back. They just need that and another one as well. Blue stars on their side, but Alex is going to fall down. Pull comes through, jump onto Bobby as well, but it's just not going to be enough. Didn't get much of a cycle there for Shine or Chepo alike. And, I mean, San's still sitting here with 7 gems, and Chepo's just going too early. Needs to wait for this Janet to come and pinch in. He's going to fall, and it's just too little too late for West Coast.
It's an easy defense for Zar around the left side. Sands with such a large bounty as well. Shine can sweep around the right side. 5 seconds left, but mathematically it's just not looking possible or even plausible. Jump in from Chepo, but the prime target's in the back left. Sands stays alive. STMN take their 2nd game in this set and move on to the next one with 2 sets on the board.
Well, now, got to keep on reminding them 1 set stands between them and Tokyo DreamHack for the Mobile Masters of Snapdragon Pro Series. Really, really close to their end goal now, and that's where they want to be heading. West Coast, though, got a long road. They've got a very long road ahead of them. 2 sets in this one, and then they've got to win another couple of games through the upper bracket as well. And if they go to the lower, we might be saying bye to them in the next game.
Of course, we've seen a reverse sweep before from West Coast, but that's maybe a distant memory at this point. Reverse sweep and not in the cards at the moment, as already we've seen 1 set up on the board for West Coast. STMN still have a real horse in this race. Can start to bring this one back. Tough stuff, though, for them. West Coast looking so strong. STMN still got to keep this momentum rolling.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, you know, West Coast aren't out. It's not over till it's over. But at the end of the day, this is looking like it might be over. It's a difficult one for West Coast to come back from. Just straight dominance in this one and hot zone. Obviously, we saw a bit of the flip in gem grab, but West Coast just aren't bringing that same energy. And I didn't hate their draft it. I didn't despise it. They had some legs. I feel like Chepo could have played this primo just that little bit better, made his right calls at the certain moments, and played that just a little bit better.
Good stuff for STMN. What a skill diff on this match. 52-28. It's just not even close with the damage comparison up here too. But of course, we've got Masters in the future. We have FDOT to explain the Hall of Flags.
Welcome to the Hall of Flags. Really proud of what we've got going on here. And so what we have is we have some of the representatives that are playing today, but the entire structure has been built out here. And so on the top side, we have the teams that have already qualified. Our EMA teams, SK Gaming and Reply Totem, will be joining us in Tokyo. We've got Marcos Gaming and Revenant going to be representing the Indian subcontinent. And then we have here, who knows? That's what we're playing for. This flag will be replaced by one of the teams, and this flag will be replaced by one of the teams, and we'll be heading to the Asia Pacific region. So we've got all this fanfare set up. Each of the teams are going to get a chance to plant their flag literally and figuratively in Brawl Stars history. We're really excited for Masters. That's what we're doing here. All right, man, I'm hyped up. You guys better take it back.
Well, thank you very much for that explanation, FDOT. I mean, that's what the teams are here for. That's what they're playing towards. Not only North America, but Asia Pacific still got their members to send towards Tokyo as well. Obviously, we have 2 regions already with their teams going, but today is where we're going to find the 2 for North America. Back into the picks and bans. Got the bans in. Got that Penny, got the Crow, the B banned out from STMN. West Coast-wise, we're looking at the Squeak, we're looking at the Otis, and the Surge as well.
I mean, I know STMN, they said pre-match that they needed to focus on the prep more. That's like their one weakness, but I've seen a lot of prep on their side because they have banned out consistently, or at least pick that Penny first, some favorite brawlers of West Coast. Really thrown a spanner in the works, a wrench in their plans, if you will. But here's the selection already. Max from West Coast and the M's from STMN. They've gotten rid of the Crow, and M's could be the next best thing on this map as long as you're able to plant her inside of those bushes. A loose selection as well from STMN. Gonna be good for shutting down any tanky ideas from West Coast. Obviously, they're planning to do so, even though they don't have the last pick. I think the Max says it all.
Yeah, I can't lie, I absolutely hate Malou, but I think that's my European side coming out rather than being out here in LA. It's just not something that I'm used to seeing. But at the end of the day, you know, it can work. As you said, it can shut down those tanks, and especially now they've gone with Max, it's kind of the route you expect them to be going. Still some pivots they could make, like that. They're going to go for that the Spike, which can still pair well with the Max, go aggressive and get some big damage lined up. But, you know, I think they're only really making that pivot because of the massive overcompensation from STMN towards those tanks.
It's got to be some sort of tank selection from West Coast. Even then, they've taken Max out of the playbook for STMN, which is a great thing to pair up with the M, so it's one less thing they have to worry about. Finally, though, STMN, they didn't ban out the Stu on a map where it is very viable. And we talked about this. We expect to see the Stu from West Coast, just judging by the stat comparison with a whole lot of supers on their side. It is West Coast's last chance. If they lose this set, it's, well, down to the lower bracket for them, but STMN go on to Japan, the Stu selection, and then there's the tank pick from STMN. This is very bold, though. It's very well known that Stu counters out tank so well. So, comes down to a little bit of ego, but a whole lot of mechanics.
Yeah, definitely so. And, you know, I will say, I think they've been quite smart with it. Taking two very good tank counters and then taking the tank as their last pick, I think it's quite smart by them. But at the end of the day, you know, as you say, we've still got a seriously good counter on the other side. Spike's good against it, and also Stu can pretty much just run away from it. The robotic rats are going to be a bit of a difficult task for him to deal with. But at the same time, if you can get that mobility going, you can make wonders happen.
Already getting started here on Pinhole Punt. Out 26, he went for the slick move, the gadget combo up the left side. A little spin there for Zara too. So it was almost a very, very fast goal. West Coast now on the defensive side. Shine trying to back things up, but he's not on the optimal lane. Wants that lane switch over to the right side, but it looks like Chepo has it locked down. Shine falls though, and they have to corner the ball on the right side. Chepo can shut down any ideas of aggression for Bobby. Bit of damage contributed here. In fact, almost a full takedown. Another lane blocked off as Alec 26 falls. West Coast have a tough road ahead of them. They're gradually starting to push out of this spawn trap.
Yeah, Bobby making this aggressive play and actually finds the kill as well. It's just down to Alec to get this finish off. Shine stunned out, they can go for it. Another super thrown in the mix by Sands as well, and the double stun follows up once more. Chepo's gonna grab the ball though, and he says no. Life plant's there for the heals, but he can't quite get it off. SGMN will force the ball in, and although they had a great defense, it was just too overwhelming from Bobby.
It was slow and steady aggression here from STMN, continuously closing that vice grip, but West Coast already start off this pinch with a bang. Bit of a speed up, Shine around the left side, looks for the momentum up the left. Zar is here to stay though, already pushing in with that slowing aura around him. Trying to maintain position in this area. They can play defense for the rest of the game and profit from there, but with the takedown of Bobby, they gotta play ultra defense right around their goal. We also see Luke trying to be the goalie. Shine has a super in hand, so does Chepo. Can block things up with his super, and here it comes. Slow into Bobby, it's an easy takedown, but he's just gonna be staggered out. They gotta move right now. Chepo still tries to close down around the right side. Out 26 has a combo, he has enough health to tank it in, and it's 1-1 on the game score.
It seemed like a little bit of a lengthy respawn there from Bobby. It seemed like it took a little longer than it usually would, but obviously that's just because of how quickly he went down off spawn. Gonna have that nice pinch from Sands and Zar there against Shine, and do get the takedown. A little bit more aggression from Bobby, but the slow's still there from Chepo. He's gonna be so slow in that as well because of that mythical gear. Zar's gonna get the super off as well though. Shine's caught up in it. Bobby with the pinch, the knockback's there, but he doesn't even get the kill. The Gatter heal keeps him in the mix, and Bobby, he's caught up top.
A massive risk taken by Zara, and Bobby left completely alone now means that STMN gotta play defense as overtime rapidly approaches. Keep in mind, those gray walls, the indestructible ones, they stay up in OT, and it might actually be quite favorable for Bobby, but he's at least gotta push up to that sort of line of scrimmage first. 5 seconds before we leave all of these walls behind, except for a select few, but already take down onto Bobby. Chepo, Shine, Alec 26 all in position. No pass up on the right side. Shine cycles out the supers. Holy ping diff, and Chepo walks it in. West Coast take game 1.
I mean, let's be real, it's not a ping diff because they are technically in the same place, same ping, but he just played it well, let's put it that way. Great stuff from him. A little bit of a misplacement, I will say, on that loose super towards the end, but had to kind of throw it out quickly and try get it in the mix. At the end of the day, though, what a performance out of West Coast to come back from that early goal deficit that we saw going on. Gotta see that speed zone early on from Shine once more, and he's trying to go with the same aggression they had towards the end of that game off the start, but Bobby's gonna be trying to match it.
Important thing, you cannot feed these supers to Sands. Shine making an important note of that. Sands still has that supercharge gear equipped, no doubt, but Bobby's taking advantage of a bit of a lack of attention on the right side as everyone is moving away. Bobby making waves on the right side. Out 26 gets taken down. That'd be an easy pass to the right side, but they got 2 more enemies to deal with. Robotic Rat still trying to get the aggression. Chepo has that super down, but it's not enough. A double takedown, and the first goal from STMN.
I'm pretty sure Bobby just found both from beyond the grave there with that last shot. Wonderful stuff from him. Pushing up the right-hand side once more, and they need to close it out. They played the slow, they played the late game in the previous one, and it didn't work. Robotics rats are there. The pass-up should be from Zara as well, but Shine keeping him at bay for so long. Bobby up top, finding the shots, and that should be a walk-in. They're on match point. 1 game away from Tokyo Masters for STMN.
and 1 game away from defeat, and heading into day number 2 with an L on the scoreboard for West Coast. Unfortunate circumstance for them, but STMN have undoubtedly put a lot of preparation into this, knowing that West Coast is a serious opponent for them, but it could all come down to this. Round 3 coming in hot, and STMN already with a vengeance, looking to get this one done and dusted and head over to Japan.
Well, Shine starting things off with a bit of an earlier super than the previous time, but Bobby is still in this aggressive position. They're not able to slow him down too much. You see Alec kind of move over to the left-hand side, and Shine play this mid a little bit more. Sans caught out in that over-aggressive position, and this time it's actually West Coast off to the better start with that early kill. Not Bobby getting these aggressive plays, but now it's flipped. They get the return kill, but Bobby traded out at the same time. Back to a little bit of a stalemate.
Good stuff for Zar, especially as he won that lane, but more action coming in with Alec26 spawning on the left side. He has that speed at the ready, but he's got to get close to the teammates. Here he comes, Shine now dashing to the back, but it's all stymied by that super to the mid from Sans. Alec26, hyper aggression towards the back lines, and Zar gets the slow down onto Shine. Chepo skating around just a little bit at mid, but they do have that controlled. Bobby simply is biding his time, though, until he can get some good aggression, and everyone form-fitting, ready to adapt as Bobby pushes in. Chepo just looking for these easy shots. Shine and Alec26 also putting the work on the left side, going for the pinches versus Zar and Sans. No major action just yet. One speed could change everything for Alec.
Yeah, the speed always does, but Chepo's going to throw this down, and talking about speed, Bobby's going to have absolutely none of it now as well. Mythical gear activated, Shine got the super through. Can he make the aggressive play? He finds the gap, the super shot's not going to make it, and he can't find the goal. Defense from Sans gets the stun, gets the kill, but Shine survives once more, and the control still in the hands of West Coast, but almost finding that early goal.
Alec luckily able to pass that ball backwards for his teammates, but it's really just transportation up the field for STMN as they win one fight after the next, but West Coast, they fire back. Alec26 taken down to left side, double super for Sans as he cycles it twice, but that's going to come back to bite him. He has nothing to defend now. Bobby on the right side left completely alone, and a takedown. West Coast had that mid control, but that's not the objective, friends. It's at that goal, and still STMN holds strong.
I mean, STMN, they surely need a goal in this next 30 seconds, but they're just not in a position to get it. We know how overtime went for them previously. They lost the game, and if they lose the game here, they're going to be going to a set number 5. Sans has got the super, though, and that's going to be massive for them. They're getting the control back bit by bit, and the super's thrown out. Getting some control of this round side. If Bobby can make the push to this wall and avoid some of these fertilized shots, it's going to mean a whole lot for STMN. But Chepo's got the super, and Bobby's going aggressive anyway. Needs to find some rage in the shots through. Supers need to be there for STMN, or as the defense is going to be strong from West Coast.
Big action in, but an appropriate defense from West Coast as they start to push things back. Chepo with the ball in hand and a super to match. Shine has a super too. This could be it, and an ankle breaker is what it's going to take. Bobby still trying to defend. Everyone trying to block that goal with their bodies. Isn't enough. A super down the field from Shine, but he's got another one to match. Zar now pushing up the left side. Sans, Bobby both playing for control around this area. Bobby looking to put this one in the corner. They want to take this to the next game. Gotta have some of those walls, gotta have some of those bushes up to enable a victory for Ash and STMN.
Yeah, Sans find a gorgeous super and a gorgeous gadget along with it as well. Keeps them around about that halfway mark in terms of when they're going to be getting stunned, but Shine going aggressive, and he's making the opening play. 15 seconds less for them to make a move. Robotic Rats are going to be found by Bobby. He's making these beautiful connecting shots. A fall there and a bit of a trade between Bobby and Chepo, and that's going to be a draw. We're back to the drawing board for both teams as STMN need an early goal, but West Coast needs to take advantage of these overtimes.
Who could have seen this coming with all those friendly indestructible walls up on the field? We love the indestructible walls. It enables the tanks to do stuff like this, but it also means that a map like Pinhole Punt can go to OT and roll over into the next game, but this gives West Coast yet another chance. We saw just how close that was on the defense, and now they have yet another lifeline. But for me, that looked more like STMN fighting for their lives to stay in the game than West Coast.
Yeah, well, bit of an early control from STMN, and they did make the lane swap, but also West Coast swapped along with them as well. Shine's going to get taken down. Super Veil from Sans is going to be huge, but the return as well from Chepo on the other side, almost stunned out now. Pinch comes in from Bobby, and this might be the early start that they need. They're getting the shots through, but we might need more follow-up. Bobby's getting obliterated by Shine, but the stun's there on Chepo. He gets the kill anyway, and Zar trying to push forward. Can't find the gap through. Bobby's got to play that defense, and he does get it off, but Zar is going to go down as well as Alec just cleans him up.
Ooh, but Alec gets cleaned up in turn by the guy with the broom. Bobby now on the right side has all that rage meter filled, still trying to play the range game with Shine. Some freezing action in from Sands. The gadget pop too. Bobby's got to get in position. Needs a pass up to him. Bizarre can't quite get close enough. Everyone on West Coast group up on the left side. It's an open goal. Alec frozen. Shine still able to defend. No! Double takedown and a team wipe as Bobby walks this one in real slow. A little spin, a little pin up in the air as STMN find themselves one goal away from going to Japan.
Yeah, usually I'd put it down to they're just time wasting, but the spin, it definitely puts a little bit of BM on his name, but Shine gonna have to get these dashes away. Bobby making the aggressive push. Chepo's there to help him out as well. So definitely not an easy thing to make happen for West Coast here. Robotic Rat's gonna be tanking up and eating down that life plan. Knockback from Zara on the right-hand side, and this might be the opening to close it out.
Bobby receives a pass up the right side and right through the legs of Chepo and Shine. That's it, they're going to Japan.
I mean, that is incredible from STMN. They make the play, they push it in the goal, and they're going to Japan for the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. And not only that, but they're going to be going through the upper bracket of our competition today, trying to win yet another game and moving on to those grand finals. Still a long road ahead of them, but they're making it happen so far.
Precisely that. It's not over just yet. Yes, Japan is now in the future. It's locked in for STMN. And they might have said that in the interview, but it was just a confidence move, but the confidence was warranted. 3-2-1 victory for STMN over West Coast, and a well-earned one at that. Very impressed by the draft from STMN. And now, no coach, but did they ever really need one to begin with?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, a coach can't really bring the same dynamic to it as a fourth player can. You know, if you've got a fourth player behind you, that's more knowledge than what's going to be coming out of the coach, no matter who it really is. They've got that competition experience, and they know what's going to be happening in these drafts. And OG, he's got a mind of someone who's going to know how to draft, and he really did help out a lot. Great save there from Shine, but a wonderful, you know, opportunity for Shine as well. Just couldn't quite seize it. Wonderful stuff as well from STMN, just coming out time and time again. But we did see some great defenses from both teams also.
That is absolutely true. We saw creative drafts, we saw creative plays, and solid mechanics from West Coast, but it seemed like STMN every single time were determined to shut down their most flashy and most reliable brawlers. It was the Penny, it was the Stu, time after time after time, and look at the damage West Coast is pumping out here. That's about the stat comparison you'd expect to see when an Ashe is awaiting you on the other side and you have the counters at the ready.
Yeah, 92,000 damage is just absolutely massive, no matter who you're against. But Ashe was just able to eat it all up. That's all it was. Great stuff from West Coast to get the damage, but even better from STMN to be able to manage that and sort it out and win. Winning 3-1 against West Coast, knocking them down to the lower bracket. Big stuff. But not only that as well, we've got an interview lined up on the stage, so over to FDOT.
That's right. What's good? Fantastic job, man. And listen, usually we get into like the nitty-gritty in post-game, but yo, you're going to Japan. How you feeling, man?
Feeling great. We got the whole team going to Japan now, locked in. We're ready. We'll be there.
Now, I was talking to you a little bit behind the scenes and, you know, about where you're from and everything. When was the last time you left the country?
The last time I left was actually in Seattle for the other ESL. And, well, I've never left the country, but I've been a couple places, but I'm so excited to, like, go to countries and go to Japan with all the boys. It's going to be great.
I mean, that's the cool thing. You guys come out here, you play in the app, you come online, and now you're here at LAN, and now you're going to Japan, like you said, with the guys. Talk to me a little bit about, you guys are living in Vegas together. Talk to me about the camaraderie and how close you guys have become.
Yeah, so this year we decided to get a team house in Vegas, and the team, they live there right now currently. But I still have to finish high school, and once I finish high school, I'll end up moving in as well. So, yeah, it's a great way to connect with the team, and we're all super close.
And now you've got this opportunity not just to travel, but I mean to get all sorts of knowledge and, honestly, experience. And so, like you said, working on high school, but after that, what's the future look like for Sands?
Like Brawl Stars. Look like Brawl Stars with STMN.
Future brought to you by Brawl Stars. Love that, man. Stamina, you guys have been killing it. Congratulations. Last words and shout-outs, bro.
Shout out to Patchy and Chino, my 12-year-old brothers, and shout out to the team.
There it is. Shout out to the team. Shout out to chat. Shout out to all you guys as well. Congratulations, bro. Always love seeing you guys win. Back to y'all.
Talk about a way to start off your weekend here. They just secured the first spot to Japan, and they sounded so excited about it.
I mean, you got to start where you want to finish, right? And that's the win. You know, they've pushed themselves towards Masters now as well, and they sound absolutely thrilled about it.
Okay, there was a lot that went down in that last match. Kenny, you were watching the whole thing on the sidelines. I know there's a lot you want to break down.
Oh yeah, I mean, what an awesome one to kick us off for the day. Kicking things off on Ring of Fire. It's going to be this Game 2 moment for STMN. I think the Leon was such an interesting one, but overall, the teamwork, everybody getting the job done. I feel like everybody had a specific role. There was even a moment in there where it was just STMN with complete control. Of course, it's going to be West Coast getting one here. They still kept it close, though. I was really impressed with West Coast overall. They did not make it here by mistake. Look at this domination. Leon, Czar getting aggressive, staying in those bushes, and that's exactly what you want to see on Ring of Fire, Trav.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was just so good. They just 100% to 0. It's a massive, massive feat for them, and being able to take down West Coast like that is incredible. But West Coast's response was just as strong. And I mean, I will say, you know, STMN came out swinging in the second as well, and I thought, you know, this is got to be sweet. It's got to be. But West Coast, they fought back, they won the 2 games to follow, and they just played well.
Now, you're not a West Coast believer, it looks like, but, I mean, maybe you're just that much more of an STMN believer. And that absolutely rang true as we headed into Bounty. Really a historic mode for STMN, historically their best, and it rang true here, especially as you saw the draft fall majorly in their favor. Played so well. I completely agree, Kenny. I think the Leon was creative, and it just got even more solid from there.
Yeah, I mean, this Bounty one was a real demonstration of when drafts get a little funky, they still come out strong. And of course, Brawl Ball, always a spectacle to watch. So much fun. Obviously, our leading world goal scorer, Alec, on the field. You knew it was going to be a good one. The Ash, always so fun to watch. 2 back-to-back sets with Bobby. Playing this brawler phenomenally. Look at this right here. Shine skating down the map. A brawler he's already good with. Now he's at a land setting. Really putting on fireworks for us here today. But a real back-and-forth affair. I think a great showing from West Coast overall and a near insane bucket right there. So much fun to watch.
Yeah, it really was, and on top of that as well, STMN's fight back. They knew when they could win and they knew when they couldn't. Throwing it in the corner when they couldn't win, I thought it was a pretty smart decision. And then they find their opportunities like this, where Bobby's going to be able to slot it through. They really do pick their moments really well, and it goes to show as they come out on top as well. Let's take a look at the stats, though, and obviously it's going to be pretty much flipped because they've been playing against each other, but at 8.53 kills and 5.83 deaths for STMN, it's just a massive difference against West Coast.
And I'm also looking at these supers. We remarked on it before the game started as just sort of a collection of stats over the course of the challenge. And yeah, this looks just about the same. Better overall for STMN. The brawler picks for West Coast leaning towards more supers. And we can expect basically the same to reign true in the following matches for both of these teams.
I mean, a great way to start off the day, but we have so much more action still in store. We're going to be sending it to a quick break. Before we do that, we're going to check in with the bracket so you guys can see what happened if you missed it. Obviously, STMN moving their way through. West Coast will be dropping down to that lower bracket, so we'll have to see how the rest of these storylines continue to play out. Still, one more chance, one more hope left alive for West Coast here as they continue on their play. But like I said, it's time for that break. Do not go anywhere. When we come back, we'll be getting into the next match between Tribe and Wash Team. You don't want to miss it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
back to the Snapdragon Pro Series here at DreamHack San Diego. We have already completed our first Brawl Stars match of the day, and we were wondering what would happen. Well, STMN come out on top, not only staying in that upper bracket, but also securing the first spot to Masters in Japan. Phenomenal performance. West Coast dropping down there to the lower bracket, still have an opportunity to play through that. But now we gotta start talking about what else we have in store. Because if that's how we start the day, I cannot wait to get into the next matchup. And I mentioned it before, next matchup, we already have them up on stage. It's between Tribe and Wash Team.
And let's not forget, whoever wins this one is going to be facing STMN, but also at that, both of these teams can still qualify to Masters as well. It's going to have to be an absolutely miracle run for Wash Team, but for Tribe, they're sitting in second. They're a little bit more comfortable. Corey, Eslivy, Tyrant, and Zulan, absolutely phenomenal team at the top of their region.
You say comfortable, and I say, I've spoken to some of the players, and they're anything but, because really anything can happen here in the LAN setting on stage. A miracle run is absolutely possible, but Tribe are the guys for the job. These guys simply on top in NA until they face STMN, but to get there, they still gotta win this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy feat for anybody, even as good as Tribe Gaming are, but nonetheless, they're equipped with more than enough talent. Tyrant, regional leader for most kills. I know this was a pointed discussion among the Tribe players the other day, so for the record, Tyrant, it's all you, dog. You're top right now.
I will say as well, kills is quite a big part of Brawl Stars, so not like it was gems picked up and not dropped or kills and bounty, but overall kills is a massive, massive thing. And as you can see here, Shine up close afterwards. Chino, Eslivy, and Alex26 are two of those Tribe players and are going to be up on this kill leaderboard, and that's probably half the reason why they're such a good team.
It makes sense for me. I say time and time again, Tyrant, he's just the best lane player in this entire region. And when it comes to the world stage, he's up there too.
And now we get their opponents, Washed Team, a very good team as well. Somebody that have been clawing their way to finally make it into a LAN. Batuches, Frixie, Payne, they definitely captured the hearts of many, very personal, and you just know that it means so much to them every time you hit that player's hand.
It really does, you know. They put the heart and soul into these games, and they thoroughly deserve to be here. You know, they probably, a few of them should have been here in the previous season as well, but did have some issues, so I'm glad they actually managed to get here today.
Well, now that they're here, they're very proud to represent Latin America too, coming in with a lot of pride and a lot of power behind the steering wheel, as they have gotten some pretty good shots in on Tribe Gaming in the past.
And yeah, it's going to be Wash Team going against them, obviously losing to Tribe in the regular season, losing to STMN, two of the teams here, so it's going to be a little tough for them, obviously, but more than equipped to make a run here. It's somebody that we talked about the other day we're looking out for.
Well, you guys mentioned the passion and the excitement in being here. Well, we actually got a chance to chat with Wash Team as well and talk to them about it and what it means to them to be here representing Latin America.
Mi nombre es Payne, juego para Wash Team, soy de México.
Soy Betuchis y soy jugador para Wash Team. Creo que las fortalezas de nuestro equipo son la confianza que tenemos como equipo y la comunicación que tenemos.
Creo que nos entendemos muy bien y nos complementamos. Debilidades, ¿cuáles serían?
Creo que las debilidades que tenemos como equipo son que algunos jugadores tienen una paciencia muy corta. Creo que para cualquier jugador competitivo es un sueño ganar un presencial y más que nosotros que estamos representando a Latinoamérica.
No, una total felicidad. En especial yo me quiero sacar esa espina de jugar al más alto nivel en un presencial.
Yo creo que sí somos los que no somos los favoritos y sí nos sentimos así.
Pues sí, lo vemos diariamente. Creo que la crítica es lo mejor para mejorar.
Significa mucho para nosotros, ya que el año pasado por temas de papelería, de visas y todo eso, pues nos quedamos fuera y era un sueño que teníamos desde hace muchos años venir a nuestro primer presencial.
Creo que sin duda es algo a que todos aspiramos. Creo que venimos con todo a poner en alto a Latinoamérica.
Creo que es el sueño que tenemos ahorita, el objetivo, y más representar, digamos, en un mundial como es ir a Japón, representar a Latinoamérica.
Wash Team feeling it.
Whew. Okay, that was really cool to hear from them. You could hear how much they wanted to be here. They weren't able to make it last time, and now they're here. And they know they're underdogs, but that criticism or that doubt is what drives them.
Yeah, I mean, it does for a lot of other teams as well. If you think about it, like this underdog kind of play style. It makes them better. They thrive under it, and a lot of the times they pull off some big wins against some big teams.
It's absolutely true. I mean, this is what we've seen from Payne in the past. He's always said, no one does this in 1 year. The most important thing is to start, and they've gotten off to a running start, especially when we look in the kills department. I mean, look, more deaths on their side. It speaks to their play style.
Yeah, I mean, they're another one of those teams that I think people are going to love watching. They've got specialties on their side, too. Not afraid to play this tank here. Brawlers get aggressive. You see 9 supers coming through them. But Tribe Gaming, they're at the top of the region all the time for a reason, constantly pulling off those supers. They can play a control game, very flexible in what they can do.
All right, well, second match of the day, chat. You know what that means. It means it's time for the second poll of the day as well. If you are in Twitch chat, let us know your thoughts on match number 2 down below. Who you think is going to be taking this one home? Will it be the other 6-1 team coming into today with Tribe, or will it be Washed team? It's going to be another fantastic match. This time it's going to be all on ready, and Kenny picks and bans are underway. Let's get into it.
It's going to be a fun time. Everyone strap in because we're already getting into Bridge Too Far. Picks and bans in, and the double Eve ban. I definitely like it. Bit of a fun map, too, as we've also seen it adjusted. A little bit less unbreakable wall, but still some pretty tight lanes to work with it.
Yeah, Eve is a no-brainer for me to ban here at times. I mean, the extra maneuverability, being able to cross the pond, if you will. No Colt, though, a little surprising. I guess in this day of Brawl Stars, Colt is even ban-worthy on this map. We've got a Brock first pick overall. I think a strong choice. Just a good overall long-range brawler on Bridge Too Far.
Sure, break open some of the walls if you want, but especially make sure to rain down fire upon that enemy safe. You got a lot of damage locked in, especially with Incendiary in your toolkit. Love the nanny selection from Tribe Gaming, as they're able to lock down one of the lanes quite effectively doing this. Have a lot of range to work with. Can land 3K shots just whenever you feel like it, as long as you have the aim to do so, and especially if you're operating in a lane where your enemy's a lot more constricted. This map, it's, sure, symmetrical top and bottom, but not left and right.
Yeah, Nani's a tough one in general. For the common folk players like me, it's not the easiest to maneuver, but if you can make it work, especially on Heist, you can teleport to the other side with your gadget, do the long-range damage, and oftentimes Nani is going to be a perfect play into somebody like Piper, Bell, these single shots brawlers, especially if you elect to go with the other gadget, but in this case, they're going to be looking for that TP to try and get some extra damage.
Definitely like Warp Blast when it can come in and make some big plays, fire off your entire clip in one go just to lock in 9,000 damage. It's no easy feat, though. You still got to sneak to the back lines. Wash team are already preparing to defend those, as well as get some good damage locked in on the enemy team. This is Wash team, a pretty classic pick for them. Lola, also high pick rate on this map just in general. She's a good all-around brawler. And this is where we see Wash team drawing a lot of their strengths, but the Colette pick from them is getting a lot of damage on that safe, and it also provides them a decent amount of immunity versus anything that Tribe could try that's particularly tricky for that last one. I gotta say, though, that's not really the angle that we see Tribe usually approach with.
Yeah, seeing Colette slide through here is a little bit surprising to me, especially at 2/3 rate being banned. I mean, kind of a lucky pickup here for Wash team. Not really a direct counter, I would say, into any of these, but obviously they're looking for that damage. Good final pick there from Tribe, too. Digging the compositions for both sides. I think this is going to be an intense one, of course, and like in the regular seasons, both of these teams have played before. Tribe taking it the first time, but I think we really like Wash team's odds here in general for the day. I think they're a really good team. They're more than driven. You could see the heart that they've been putting into this, and it's going to be hard either way to let one of these teams go to the lower bracket.
A lot of passion and Payne, and yeah, Payne himself on that team too, making do, trying to do whatever they can to come out on top, but it's going to be a rough ride because Tribe do have a pretty good draft coming in here. It's real nasty looking, especially with the selection of Colette to get rid of potential tank selections. Is going to have a real tough time into every single one of these brawlers. Outranged by every one of them. But Bettiches is making do. He's only been hit 2 times by either lane this entire game so far.
Batusha is going to be a huge factor here today going into the Nani. Going to have to, I mean, close that gap just a little bit going against all long range. Left-hand side, trades going down. Zulon looking to get aggressive. Tyrant, pick up right-hand side, and the left side, right side. Going to be walking into their respective lanes.
Tyrant still pushing up the right side. He has that super ready to go, but he's more dedicated to keeping control on this lane. This is simply how Tribe Gaming operates. Already, though, popping that super already. Has that shield down too. Bit of a miss super for Zulon around the right side. Enables Bettiches to continue pushing through. He's got the dodges unlocked, and he has a super ready to go as well. Easy in and out, and the same goes for Brocker on the left side. An advantage so far for Wash team, but a slim margin.
Wash team has the kind of composition where you don't need to hold the line. You can kind of go in and make it count when you get there. An incendiary shot coming in from rock, and that rocket rain can go such a long way. But Tribe are fending them off now. Couple nest eggs going down in the mid. Another trade on that right-hand side, and Brock trying to make do and hold on to this lead.
Doubling up on the left side, but that's a really, really tight catwalk to push your way through. Betich's 2 also marked up, and Zulon double marks him just for good measure as he has mid locked down. 1, 2, 3 nest eggs ready to deny that position to anyone. Bit of a TP forward and a real flashy play for Tyrant, who now gets to connect with this safe as Betich's gets wiped out on the left side, and Tribe Gaming look to take back the lead.
They're going to have a real chance at it, too. Plenty of Brawl left to be played, but 8% being the difference maker here. Payne trying to hold down the fort in the mid as each lane takes on a different brawler. It's what makes one of these maps so special, but Frixie double dipping a little bit, crossing to that mid lane, getting the takedown. Tyrant with the TP, though, and there he goes. There comes the Colette Super as well. 6K damage being applied. A kill going in there as well, and Zulon just left to play defense.
Wash Team still ahead, though, as they have gotten so much damage locked in on the save. 14% ahead. Tribe Gaming so far. Plenty of time to come back, though. Zulon's in position. Stiff opposition awaits him, though. Lola now aggressing up that right side as Livy goes for the Hail Mary play, but it's not quite enough. Tyrant also has the super. It's going to be his last possible move. No TP's in, though. It's got to be locked down from Betich's. It's a photo finish. 7-12. 1 second left. And a 1% victory as it drops to 6%, and Tribe takes it back.
Wow, I mean, you can never count them out. Both of these teams have so much damage that they can output at such a rapid rate. I mean, that was a back and forth the whole way. I really thought Wash Team might be able to hold on there, but Tribe slip through the cracks, get there at the end game of number 1%. Sometimes that's the difference.
Well, in this case, it certainly was, and Tribe Gaming, they could replicate that, but Wash Team still looked so good for the majority of that match. It all came down to the final moments, and this is really Tribe's playstyle. They play the long game. They count down to that final moment to make it work. But so far, I've been counting down a whole lot of seconds, but haven't seen a whole lot of action just yet. Takedown and Frixie is going to be the entry frag for Tribe Gaming. Up the right side, Zulon picks up 1 at mid. It's time to get some damage in on that safe, but we don't see the biggest damage brawlers on that side. Tyrant now doubling up on the right side, and only a Brock to defend. They want this base race, but they're letting their own save take so much damage at the same time.
Yeah, this is going to be a toughie. They're not looking to play defense, but now with this Livy returning, Batucha is forced away. The lead really slipping away from them as Zulon looking to dodge. Can't quite get there. Gadget connects for Payne. Tyrant lurking right-hand side. Rocket Rain going down, connecting to Tyrant, but he manages to stay alive as his Livy continues to dominate, and an assist from Tyrant to pick up that kill.
Frixie has his ego down, up the elo with the ego as he also pops the shield, gets a whole lot of damage in, and Zulon and his Livy are trying to contend him. They do manage to best him in the 2v1. Now it's about taking down Payne and limiting that right one. Vantages also can get taken down, but he's dodging effectively just as he has all game. A bit of slow is going to be effective, but still not enough to take him down as Payne gets a takedown, but still slowed down by that nest egg. 6K damage in from Vantages, and a teleport behind isn't quite enough as Payne shuts him down. Wash Team have the lead.
Yeah, not getting a lot of value out of that Brock super earlier. It's going to be 13%, the difference maker in this moment. But Tuchez hit with the damage amplifier as well. A connecting shot from his Livy for the pickup here. Tyrant charging down the left-hand shot. It's going to be a few shots going down, a few percentage points left. All they need are just a couple more tags, doing his best to slide through, but finally falls.
Zulon and his Livy just need a bit more damage in. A little thumbs up as well from Lola as Tribe Gaming take a 2-0 victory in set number 1. Love the draft from Tribe Gaming. This is how they play. They play the consistent brawlers, the ones that they're familiar with, and it just works.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to overthink it, right? Bridge Too Far, a long-range map. Well, they picked 3 long-range brawlers, and they excelled at every one of them. I think somebody that stood out for me, the non-ETP plays, the B shots coming in from his Livy. I constantly felt like he was fragging out, really challenging his teammate Tyrant for the top of that leaderboard in kills.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. You said that there was a bit of a team discussion, and maybe they're competing for gold stars in this regard. Same deal, though. Wash Team had a pretty good start. It was just a 1% differential in that very first game, and now we start to see it brought back. Tribe Gaming finding their groove, and Wash Team also having some serious challengers. They did manage to make do with the shorter range brawlers versus the longer range one, but you're looking at Bridge Too Far. I didn't see any wall break in action here. No lane switches, no nothing. It is 1v1s, and every single one was way more winnable for Tribe Gaming.
Ooh, and you can see the difference in the kills as well. I mean, obviously the mode inherently is not about getting those kills, but it certainly helps you walk your way over to the heist safe and get some damage in there, nearly doubling them, a little over even in terms of damage. I mean, I think that really reflects that it was in Tribe's favor. You know, that game 1, very close race, Wash team nearly having it, but game 2 really felt like Tribe was in control for most of it.
Definitely seems so. Wash team, though, still managed to get their shots in that very first part, and they're coming back for set number 2 with a whole lot of stuff behind themselves. And, of course, the best tools for the job, Snapdragon, of course, powering some of the best phones on the planet and giving these guys a nice, clean 120 hertz.
Whew, that's some good stuff. Love to see it. Top performers deserve top gaming devices. It's the only way to do it. Corey now standing alongside the teammates too, and I've loved that he still stayed a part of this team, even though he plays a little bit here and there, obviously. But as a coach, I've loved what he does. Anytime I have a question, great resource to have. Big brain guy, does a fantastic job alongside his teammates, and obviously the chemistry for these guys. They've been together for a long time as well, multiple years now. They pick up his Livy last year, and he's just excelled.
We talked about this with Stamina. It's a recipe for greatness to have that 4th player that coaches you and elevates you to the next level, and Corey is absolutely the guy with the tools to make that happen. And also just a great mind for the draft. Of course, it's one of Tribe's greatest challenges at the moment, but it looked good in set number 1. Wonder whether they'll be able to carry that momentum into set number 2 as we now progress into Super Beach, a notoriously difficult map to draft.
Oh man, this map is filled with chaos. Brawl Ball always a blast, but a little Max, a little Barley being banned, and in today's age of Brawl Stars, Barley is somebody we just have to get used to seeing in this ban stage.
Yeah, get used to seeing him in the bans, because if he's picked, then it's going to be a bad day for whoever's on the opposing side. He is such a frustrating brawler to deal with on this map, and about 0 other maps in this entire game, but it's for a very good reason. He gets that control locked down, and Wash team aim to do the same. They got the B selection coming out as the first one, and this is a pretty solid selection as first pick, especially when we talk Super Beach. Not a whole lot of ways to navigate around it. You just gotta deal with it. And Wash team sort of dealt with that in set number 1. Question is, can Tribe do it?
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy that goes into these drafts, especially if you're the first pick overall. Sometimes that can actually be harder because now the team has 2 chances to respond to you. They can counter any brawler that you've selected, so B can deal with a lot of the tankier options here. It does really well just in general. Very solid overall brawler, and to respond to this, they're not going to try and take a long-range brawler of their own. They're picking up the Stew.
Definitely like the Stew. It's also sort of preparing ahead of time to make sure that they're able to deal with any tanks. When you pick up the B first pick, even if you don't have the last selection, you're enabling yourself to play the brawlers you're good at. And it's no secret that Pain on Vatra, there was a bit of redundancy, right? You have RBM, you have Pain, 2 really good tank players. Pain, such a phenomenal player, especially when it comes to something like Ashe. In Tribe are having none of that. This is what they do when they play a team that is good with tanks. They absolutely load up on the tank counters.
Yeah, they're covering all their options here. They've got Stu, which is just a fantastic lane. Usually Tyrant ends up playing this brawler, and he excels on it. I love watching him do it. But Lou, a super fun brawler in general. It wouldn't be NA if we didn't have a little winter wonderland going down on the field. When they zig, Tribe zags, and I'm loving this draft so far.
So far, so good, but how does Wash team respond? They already got 1 tank counter on their field, and now they got to make the call. Do we actually pick a tank? Spike, once again, a definite tank counter. This could be a setup for Tribe to pick up a tank of their own, but it's not really on brand for them. But sometimes, on occasion, we see Zulon pick up the Ashe and make do with it. Definitely get some good shots in there, but it's not their playstyle. Wash team, 1 selection left for them. No Max, no Ruffs, no Barley in play. It leaves some good options available for them.
Yeah, I think Spike's good for multiple reasons here. The life plant, of course, going into Stu. He's got those single shots that don't typically do well, so Spike can regenerate some health. And in addition, too, we see that Barley's off the field very traditionally on this map, especially a great last pick to counter brawlers like this. They're going to be picking up the Gray here, too. Gray, somebody that was at the top of the mountain in terms of brawlers, and ever since that nerf, he's still been played a solid amount, but definitely worth noting that he's not what he used to be.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, he's not as reliable as a damage dealer as he used to be, and especially when you face versus a tank, he can be kind of a tough brawler to execute on because he doesn't get that reliable damage per second out. Squeak selection from Tribe. It's got to be the Squeak Livy. I would love to see that. There's a reason we say Squeak Livy, we say M's Livy, and that's about it. Just 2 iconic brawlers for the guy, and it could be exactly what we expect. That, and it's just a good all-around brawler for this map. Lock down a lane for the entire game. It's as if this brawler is designed to specifically reload a shot at the exact right timing to lock down a lane and not let anyone through, constantly replace that. And of course, you have that residue that slows everyone down and pretty much gives you a free spike super wherever you like.
Yeah, it's a frustrating brawler to go against nonetheless, and especially with that gadget in play. Like you said, you can just cut off a lane at any given moment. They're kicking things off here. It's going to be as Livy taking the left-hand side, playing one of his icon brawlers, as you mentioned, Zulon on the Lou, and there's Tyrant playing one of his iconic brawlers as well, Stu. We love to see that at the LAN events.
You see Frixie also picking up the gray on the left side. It's going to be tough for those. He's kept just out of range by Livy. Payne also trying to chime in on the left side. Bit of wall break is certainly going to be useful on the right side. Tyrant gets a takedown. He's already in position to receive a pass. Zulon looks for the ball to pass up. Bit of a teleport through from Frixie, but Tyrant is able to receive this pass. Maybe a walk in as well as Livy taken down, but not a fumble in the least. Tribe Gaming pick it right back up and score the first goal of the game.
Easy bucket right there for Tribe Gaming. Now a super in Zulon's pocket to kick off the reset here. Payne holding on to that super shot. A dash through from Tyrant back and forth as Frixie's going to take some chip damage here. Here comes Zulon as well. Another ice ring going down on the field. Frixie in trouble. A takedown there as Livy now picking up the ball. A slide through forward, and Tribe Gaming come out in game number 1 swinging.
I didn't expect it to go that fast, but when you have Tyrant at the helm and propelling things forward, constantly dashing and all over the place, breaking down the walls, busting through your defense, it's impossible to shut down. And Wash team are hardly even able to keep up with the pace. They gotta slow this down. And Payne has the tools for the job. He can get that slow out, but he's gotta farm it up first. And as Livy's trying to accelerate the pace around the left side, Vetich is also able to get some good damage at mid. Zulon freezing things up, getting area control, but still pinched in this matchup. Tyrant now circles around to the back lines, trying to deal with 1, 2, 3 lanes at once, and going for the switch versus Frixie, who's simply helpless versus the wall break.
Yeah, I think that looked really poor for Wash team to start almost. They had a really early deficit in terms of losing a player, but they held on, they stayed calm. They're trying to play some disciplined Brawl Stars here. Zulon, no super, going to be a brawler to watch here as Tyrant continuing to be this aggressor, the gadget allowing as Livy now to move forward on the right-hand side. They're looking for offense as they have more than crossed this half-field line.
First brawler to fall really defines whether this is a goal for Tribe Gaming or an L for Wash team or any sort of mix, but Payne's the first one to go down, and Tyrant can get the combo. He has that super at the ready. Bit of a bounce pass around the right side. Nothing Frixie can do. And already a first goal for Tribe Gaming. The Wash team can start to bring back the momentum. 3 supers on their side. Could be a TP through, but Zulon's getting these supers backed up like no tomorrow, consistently cycling these out and already pushing up the field. Tyrant gets the first super though. He'll be able to break through on the left side, and Frixie only really helplessly able to deal with this. Has a TP at the ready. Tyrant still making some plays. Vetich needs to fall as Livy has him all the way backed up. A super in, but a defense. It could be enough.
Tyrant now picking up the ball, just enough to walk it through. 2-0 Tribe Gaming and 2-0 in the set. Impressive stuff, and they're looking unstoppable right now.
They really, really are. I mean, if we just look at that very first game of the set, that was lightning fast. In the second one, more opposition offered by Wash team, but not nearly enough to slow them down and get a win for themselves. Already 2 sets out of the way.
Yeah, I think Tribe Gaming are definitely sitting in the driver's seat right here. Wash team are a caliber of team that can fight against just about anyone, but of a reverse sweep, especially at a LAN setting, the nerves are high. I mean, there's a lot going down here, going against the titans of this region, and obviously stmn defending champions. It's hard for anybody here, but a reverse sweep, it's gonna be a toughie.
It really is. I mean, winning 3 games in a row for anyone is a remarkable feat. And with 2 L's already on the board for Wash team, I can only imagine that the mood is probably not the best, but these guys, they have so much pride to be here representing everyone from their region. And they got a lot of people waiting for them, depending on them to take this W. Hopefully that can reinvigorate them as we move into the 3rd set momentarily, because they're at a huge deficit at the moment.
Yeah, I gotta think Tribe Gaming are awaiting very patiently to see what happens here, and stmn on the other side as well, awaiting the winner of this. They'll be playing them obviously in the upper bracket as well. And there's the stats again. I mean, in terms of damage, it looks really close, but it just didn't feel that way whatsoever. The stats only tell one story. The only thing that matters, how many goals you're putting in.
Precisely, you got to play that objective. You can get less damage, less kills, but as long as you put that ball across the goal line, you take the W in the end. That's precisely where Tribe Gaming found their specialty. We saw almost no response from Wash team, but Tribe Gaming, they gave them no chance. It was a lightning offense from the guys, and we can expect maybe the same in the following games. Wash team have to bring down the momentum, and depending on the game mode, it could be the perfect opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and now we're going to have a fun interview down on the floor. It's going to be F-Dot interviewing the STMN owner.
Thanks a lot, guys. That's right, I'm here on the floor. We just saw Stamina qualify for Tokyo. We always get a chance to talk to the players, but it does take a village. So I'm here with the owners of the organization. Roy, how you doing?
Very good. Very excited to be here.
And I'm also here with Handycat. How's it going, man?
Awesome. Very confident now.
Well, yeah, you're headed to Masters. I want to talk a little bit about like the behind-the-scenes stuff. Talk to me about what it's like to sort of start the org and the journey that you guys have taken.
Hard work. We are doing this 24/7, which is pretty demanding. We are enjoying this a lot. Yeah, we care about our players. We see our players as a family. So this is the funny part.
Yeah, talking to the guys, they always have really, really quality things to say. It's really cool seeing a multicultural team as well, bringing Zara in from Mexico. You've got Canada and the U.S. Was that, I know you guys are based out of Mexico City, was that like a big thought process?
In a way, but it was like in the middle of the pandemic, and we decided to get into the esports scene and getting to know Bobby and OG, and then complementing the team with Sarah and now with Sans. It's been amazing, great experience. We are proud of these guys. They always give their best, so this is amazing. Thank you very much.
Well, it looks great. You guys have fantastic representation for the brand. Bobby and the guys. Bobby's all right, but the rest of the guys have been a lot of fun. And again, straight up and down, congratulations. It's been a lot of fun watching your success in the scene.
I gotta say, same thing for me. Only great things to say about the org, and the players have only great things to say about them too. What a guy, what a group of people, but we gotta bring it back to the people they'll end up facing. Is it Wash Team or is it Tribe? And we're already getting underway with what could be the final set if Tribe continues down this path.
Yeah, a couple notable brawlers, Crow and Penny, of course, showing on your screen. Very common picks on this map, and for good reason. Open zone can be really frustrating. Crow, of course, with those daggers that fan out, that's slowing Toxin as well. And as the response, we're going to get that Lola first pick. A Bell, the long-range sharpshooter, can throw those nest eggs down as well. Can be really helpful utility. And, of course, Amber, she just hits the flamethrower button and really just throws away the opponent.
Exactly, torch up some of those bushes, especially at the right lane, which can be really, really difficult to face versus. And now Wash Team, they're kind of left with not a whole lot to do with the Lola. Lola, one of her main objectives is to, of course, win the lane, but one of the main vehicles for that is get up the right side. We've seen repeatedly Tribe Gaming playing the outrange game, but this is a bit of a different one because you have to play it mid. You can't play reserved towards the back lines. You can't play as meter. This is a very aggressive mode. And Wash Team are bringing a brawler that has a whole lot of health to sit on that point for a whole long time.
Yeah, I think this reflects how good at drafting Tribe Gaming can be at times. They didn't just pick two brawlers that do really well. They took two brawlers that deal well into Lola and are good on this map. That's just the advanced level of thinking that the average player won't have, and it's why having four really good players and a great coach can go a long ways. The Gus response coming in from Wash Team as well. Bonnie's going to have a lot of HP to work with. They're going to have to rely on Bonnie to kind of dive in here, get out of that cannon form outside of Clyde, and just go attack and take on kind of that Leon-esque kind of role and mechanics that she brings to the table. Gus just kind of there to assist the long range, not necessarily a high damage dealer, going to be trying to utilize that shield and all those cookie poppers.
Precisely. Combo up with the Bonnie especially would be useful, but also with Lola's, you try to get in range. Big Mama Pam coming through as well for Tribe Gaming. And this is a favorite too, because now with the indestructible walls, throw that turret behind the wall, and it'll sit there for forever, at least until someone's able to make it to that side. But with how controlled Tribe like to play, it might be a good minute before anyone makes it back there. It's also no secret that this is a favorite brawler for Tribe, so any excuse to pull it out is a good one.
Yeah, I think Pam, ever since the Indestructible Walls especially, has just seen her value increase a ton. It's already a really solid brawler in general. One of those with a scrap sucker can deal great into somebody like Amber as well, but obviously they don't have to worry about that, and I think that might even be part of the reason they tag team this. They're going to have that three-pronged wall right there for the Pam turret to go down. They're going to get some utility from Tyrant. They've got all these nest eggs. There's just so much that Tribe can do here. Now all that's left to do is pick up these kills.
Well, Frixie on the right side already playing aggressive, trying to shut down Tyrant, but he's got the dodges on lock. And note Tyrant, he's already trying to burn up some of these bushes with the super at his side, blocking up a major vehicle for Frixie to make his way onto the enemy side, as Livy also tagging up this area with a whole lot of gadgets. Zulon also with a shutdown around those walls on the right side. Betichiz now tries to chime in with the ego, but as Livy has the shots to bounce back and forth between himself and his ego, almost able to shut him down, but more importantly, Tribe Gaming across the 50% mark.
Yeah, they're way in the lead right now. Zulon picks up another kill as well. The spawn trap has truly begun, and especially on this map, it's really difficult, right? You have to go either down this left or this right-hand side. There's no launch pad to propel you over. You just have to do what you can, and Lola just getting desperate here, using that ego to try and take down the Pam Super. Finally, Payne and Batuchez able to reclaim this for their team, but it might be too little too late.
Very well could be. There's still one nest egg left to get rid of, and do they know the position of it? It's gotta be, but still, that's a whole lot of territory that they can't even touch with a 10-foot pole. Wash team still walking over this right side as Tyrant falls. No bushes, no problem, says Frixie, and a jump over to the left side with a takedown to Zulon, but as Livy stays alive inside of that healing turret. Wash team gradually approaching the mark of Tribe Gaming, still maintaining control, but it's a 1v3 and now a 3v none as Tribe Gaming get the take back.
Yeah, in the same way that the spawn trap worked against Wash team, they took it in their favor, but 70-ish%, that's still a lot for anybody. 92 now and climbing for Tribe Gaming. All they need is a couple more kills, and they keep their pinky toes in this. 4%. Zulon dropping the super, and Big Mama Pam holds the line. Now match point for Tribe Gaming.
Brilliant stuff for Tribe Gaming. Very well played so far in such a dominating performance. Coming in with a 3-0 victory, perhaps. If they continue this level of dominance, Wash team certainly can drag this one out. But like you said, it's extraordinarily difficult. And they now sit at the mercy of a single game if Tribe Gaming is able to finish it out here.
Yeah, starting off, you have to win these lanes and establish control. We saw what spawn traps could do in that previous one as Livy with a connecting shot. Now a second. Frixie being lit up on this right-hand side. Does manage to get the pickup on the Tyrant, though. Two brawlers now standing for Tribe. Payne with another one of his own. Zulon being rushed away. Control early for Wash team.
Will they be able to maintain it, though, is a big question of the day. While Tyrant still can go for some more. Bush breaker on the right side. Here it comes. Jump in from Frixie, but for whom? Well, for his Livy as he rotates over to the left side. And unfortunately going down around the right side to Tyrant. Now moving forward with the use of the gadget. A bit of extra speed and a free super as well at the side. Payne goes down to that burning fire. And Tribe Gaming are having work for some control around the left side. A 2v2 now with Payne reapproaching. Tribe Gaming still in the lead.
Yeah, and Payne still able to hold on here. A couple nest eggs, though. It's definitely going to make things tricky. As Livy, low HP, has to be very careful about this. But a good job from Wash team, staying aggressive enough to touch the point, but not quite losing players. Bonnie now with a dive in as well. Frixie, a player to watch here. And the Gust Bubble barely keeping Payne alive.
Frixie has to look for this cannon once again, coming around that right side, still just looking for anywhere to hide. Payne now going down to the Kooky Popper, but it's a trade as Livy also falls in the same go. And Tribe Gaming are beginning to catch up, 48-57, and as Livy's going to be the one for the job, moving in, has this super, but Payne dodges it out expertly. Still, though, we got to see Wash team tiptoe onto this point as Tribe Gaming tiptoe ahead of their work so far.
Yeah, Payne looking to get aggressive here, trying to take down as Livy hasn't quite managed to hit the shot yet. A takeover for Tribe and nearly at 75% now. A desperation bubble going out. They need this super. A good tag team there as Batuchez picks up a kill. Frixie gets one as well, and a team wipe coming through. Wash team trying to keep their hopes alive.
Tribe's lifeline here. They only got one push left in them. Otherwise, it's a Wash team victory within this game. Zulon and his Livy trying to work together to take down one target at a time. Tyrant also trying to chime in with the super, but he can't even light it on fire. Great use of the super from Payne. It's Zulon versus Frixie with the healing turret up. Zulon taken down, and the final bit of percentage still not captured. Wash team just need one push in to take it all, and there it is. One step on is enough to take us to yet another match point.
They had me a little nervous there for a second. I mean, that 1% would have been devastating. But overall, they won their lanes a lot more. And again, sometimes it's just about getting control early. If you can establish an early lead like in game number 1, what Tribe had, you can do just about anything. Wash team still remaining in the upper bracket for now. One game away still, though, and Tribe could take it.
Very much a possibility for Wash team to bring it back as well if they're able to deny this right side as they did in the last game. is a very real possibility. Frixie now, this time not facing the opposition of Tyrant. Tribe Gaming, they're gonna try something new. Not burning up the right side, at least not just yet. Frixie facing versus Zulon. It is an exact same range matchup, but Frixie is taking a real beating. Zulon, though, manages also to gradually move up the right side. Great tag from his Livy. Betiches remains alive, but probably not for long as Tyrant and his Livy look to pursue finishing blow from Zulon, and Tribe Gaming have a dominating lead.
Yeah, they're very well established at that point. 3 nest eggs, a Pam super down behind the 3-pronged wall, and Tyrant still with utility to work with. Frixie with the desperation dive in, does manage to get this pickup. That's a big factor here, but 60% in climbing. Lola Ego going down. Team up there onto Zulon, that's going to be a pickup, and I think Payne might even be looking to just trigger as many of these as possible. All that remains is a lone Batuches, but Zulon quick to return.
Certainly is, has another super in his back pocket in case his other one gets taken down. Betiches knows, and he's not even going to try and get to the back lines to deal with it, but Payne might have the opportunity as long as he takes down Tyrant, avoiding all of that oil on the ground. Trixie also facing a double opposition, but double trouble isn't enough to shut this guy down with the super up to the sky and a crash landing to almost take down his Livy as well. Tyrant now looking for the kill onto Payne. Just a few more shots is all it's going to take, but he's out of ammo, unable to pursue as well, but not even needed. They just got to close out the last few percent to take the W.
3 Tribe members still standing, but 3 Watch Team members trying to fight back 99, and they get the job done. Tribe Gaming sweeping Watch Team to kick off our day.
Phenomenal performance from Tribe, a 3-0 victory, and only a couple of hiccups along the way, but you expect as much when you're facing a team such as Washed Team. Stiff opposition across the way for Tribe Gaming, but that's not enough to shut down the guys in red, the #1 in charge as they advance up the winner's bracket.
They're staying alive, and they're always atop this region for a reason. Great drafts, great gameplay. I think all 3 of these guys, it's safe to say, even have an argument for being #1 in this region. They can do it all. So much versatility, and across the board just looked really strong here today. I can't wait to see this winner bracket. I mean, stmn are going to have a tough opponent on their hands.
We used to call this El Clasico, with Tribe and stmn facing each other repeatedly, and now it's happening again. It's happening at LAN, but this time in the winner's bracket, not in the very last match. Can stmn make it happen again? That's a question that'll be answered later as Tribe Gaming advanced into that position. Exciting stuff, I gotta say. Wash Team, I expected to see some greatness from them today, but Tribe Gaming didn't even give them a chance to speak.
It looked like it was going to be hard for anybody to beat Tribe Gaming the way they were playing that last one. And don't forget, too, Wash Team's still alive in this as well. I think Wash Team versus West Coast also going to be a very exciting matchup in the regular season. Definitely one of my favorites to watch.
Certainly so. Tribe Gaming, stellar performance here, only dropping a couple of games along the way. And look at their faces. Of course, excited to take the victory, but it's just another day in the office, sitting up at the podiums for these guys.
Yeah, they're phenomenal to watch. 21-27 in kills. It was actually in Wash Team's favor. Damage pretty even, but again, it goes back to that disciplined Brawl Stars. They know how to play the mode. And Tribe Gaming, simply the best at it. Now going over for a little winner's interview with our man F-Dot.
What's up, friends? It's F-Dot one more time, and this time I'm here with Livy. You are one step closer to Masters. You watch Stamina plant their flag. How are you feeling as far as your chances to make it?
We're feeling good. I think if we just keep doing what we're doing, kind of sticking with our bands and stuff like that, I think we'll have a good shot at winning.
You're here a long way from home, man. It's beautiful out here in San Diego. DreamHack is a spectacle. We've done a couple of Brawl lands together. DreamHack, though, this event, a lot of different games, a lot of different gamers and people. What's it like? What's the atmosphere like here right now?
It's always crazy being at a LAN event. You know, the supporters in the stands is always fun to watch, and it's fun to have actual people watching you in person with the support.
Yeah, man, it feels a little real, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Very much so.
That's what we're looking for. Like we said, Japan one step away. Don't spill all the beans, but what's the secret? How are you guys winning to make it there?
I think without kind of spoiling anything or giving anything away, we're just going to play our best, safest game by focusing on the drafts.
I like that. Sometimes you got to do the textbook work to make it happen on the field. So fantastic stuff. Love to hear from you, man. Before we let you go, shout outs and the like.
Shout outs to my family who's probably watching on TV at home, and just shout out to all my fans and supporters.
Awesome. Well, shout out to you. Like I said, one step closer. And again, shout out to the desk.
Thank you very much, F-Dot. I mean, very cool to hear from Livy because he mentioned that it's live now. We're in front of people. Like, this makes a difference compared to being online. It's a very cool experience.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a difference for some people in a good way and for certain people in a not so good way. And it kind of seemed like Wash Team didn't really thrive under the pressure there too much. And I mean, Tribe, they've got the experience to be able to thrive under it as well.
Okay, well, we're talking about Tribe. They got a win under the belt. You were watching it all go down. Let's jump into the analysis of everything that we saw happen.
Oh, I mean, I will say, we're going to start off with, I think, what was probably the most exciting moment of it all. This 1% win by Tribe in, I believe it was the first game here. And although this was incredible, like, there wasn't really much to follow up after it. You see Tyrant coming forward, and I'm surprised Bachushis isn't managing to get the work done. I'm not sure he missed that Colette Super down the bottom to start with, but somehow Tyrant just gets this shot off just before he goes down, and Payne doesn't tank it there either. Not sure how that happened. But after that, it was kind of just a little bit stale. Tribe pretty much all the way, just doing what they do best and just being confident all the way throughout.
Precisely. I think really momentum is one of the biggest things. And also, as you noted, Wash Team, this is their first LAN. The only exception being Payne with the World Finals being his very first appearance in an in-person setting. You can definitely tell it affects their performance. There's no doubt about that. But still, they brought a lot of fire to this performance. But Tribe Gaming, simply the best. They shut them down.
Yeah, I think it just really prefaces how intense this winner's upper bracket is going to be. I mean, Tribe Gaming, STMN, El Clasico, as you referred it. I mean, Tribe clearly on top of their game right here. You can even see it in the KD, nearly 2 over what the opponents do, and 5-ish supers above. Goodness gracious, I mean, that is an excellent performance.
I mean, we've seen 2 stellar performances now out of the teams that came in 6-1. So now, like you said, we're going to have a banger of a match in just a little bit. We'll take a look back at the bracket if you're wondering what I'm talking about, because it's the second match on the day. Tribe Gaming moving their way through in that upper bracket. So later on, we will see STMN versus Tribe. But before that, we'll see Wash Team and West Coast. And that's going to be happening on the other side of the break. Trust me, you do not want to miss this. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack San Diego. We have made our way through 2 of our matches on the day here with all of our Brawl Stars action. STMN and Tribe Gaming making their way through on that upper bracket. Now focusing on the lower bracket with Wash Team versus West Coast. That's what we've got coming up next around the corner. There's still prize money to be determined here, all right? There's still an open spot for Japan. Things are happening. It's getting a little bit spicy.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams in the bottom bracket, they still want it. They still can get it. They've just got to win it all. But we're in the first knockout game. They're in the lower bracket. They're not looking good so far, but one of them's got to go.
It's super, super exciting. And of course, this is the perfect time to thank our SPS presenting partners, Samsung. They got the best devices, lightning fast response times, and a brand new platform. Simply the best Snapdragon processors around, and the perfect tools to make yourself up to the big stage for any mobile game, but especially Brawl Stars. It's the ones that got up on stage.
I mean, that's why we've got all the cool gear up there with our pros. So obviously, huge shout out and thank you to our partners. But let's start talking about the pros that we have up on stage for our next match, okay? Because we have Wash Team, like I said, versus West Coast. And this is the last opportunity. If they lose, now they're out.
Yeah, Wash Team have definitely had a little bit of a rough patch here to start off the day, right? Tribe Gaming beating them 3-0 earlier, but I feel like they've got so much more potential than that. Tribe looked really good, but Batuchas, Frixie, Payne, 3 phenomenal players. I think they have the hearts of many. Love watching these guys every time they take the field.
I do think they kind of need to get into their own a bit. You know, they seemed a little bit off, not the usual selves. We've seen them all the way throughout that challenge season, playing so well, taking down opponents who you wouldn't expect them to be taking down, and they did it time and time again. But as I said just before the break, they're not looking like themselves, and they really need to get into gear.
Important distinction, that's online. Now it's in person, it's LAN, it's zero ping, but it's also in person, and there's also a crowd, and the nerves start to kick in. LAN experience can be everything in these situations, but they already got 1 set under their belt. Now it's time for number 2.
All right, well, we're looking at him up on the screen right now, the man himself. We actually had a chance to catch up with Batuchas earlier and see how he was feeling about Brawl Stars in general, his dedication to the game, and what it's like to be a pro.
Empecé a jugar desde el primer día de beta, desde que se lanzó el juego. Y bueno, empecé a competir. La motivación que tuve fue que jugaba mejor que en otros juegos a los que jugaba en ese tiempo. Ha sido un poquito complicado porque es difícil a veces tener un balance entre todas las cosas y bueno, Brawl Stars me consume mucho tiempo, pero creo que sí lo he podido llevar a cabo, lo de tener una estabilidad de tiempo.
No way, they've done it.
Creo que me motiva las competiciones, aunque ahorita no hay muchas, por eso le tenemos tanto aprecio a esta competición que se hace cada año. Creo que eso, competir y poder competir en presenciales para demostrar de lo que somos capaces.
Jugar con Batuchas ha sido lo máximo, yo creo. Llevo jugando con él 3 años y para mí ha sido de mis mejores amigos. Lo considero un buen jugador y uno de mis mejores amigos.
Pues la verdad que todos son risas dentro del equipo y no es la excepción. Y creo que es el capitán. Creo pues también tiene un gran poder de palabra.
Quiero agradecer a mis compañeros sobre todo, a mi novia y a mis amigos que me han apoyado desde el inicio que comencé en esto. Creo que sería cumplir un sueño que tengo hace muchos años, desde que empecé en beta a jugar. Sería mi mayor sueño, yo creo, ganar un presencial.
Very cool to be able to hear from Batuchas there. And not even that, but the teammates just kind of illustrating what a strong leader he is for the trio.
Yeah, and I mean, it means a lot, especially with the captain when he can speak and pick you up. And that's exactly what they need right now. They've just been beaten 3-0. They need those speeches that they've just said he's so good at giving.
It's something we've noticed from team after team is the ones that come out on top are the ones that have that strong camaraderie. And of course, across the way is much of the same. West Coast bringing similar fire. It's Alec, it's Jack, Chepo, and Shine. The Land Demons back after getting shut down by STMN. This is their lifeline.
Yeah, they've got a real opportunity to stick around. Obviously, West Coast Wash Team, if they win it all, they're going to Japan. This means everything both of these sides going to be fighting for it all, and West Coast have clutched up before. They've done well at lands. We've seen what they're capable of, and they might just do it again today.
Yeah, but no more lifelines. This is the last chance to get. If they lose here, they're out, and the same for Wash Team as well. It's got to be perfect gameplay from them. And to be honest, they looked a little bit better against stmn than Wash Team did against Tribe. And stmn being the team they are at the moment, I kind of have to side with West Coast a little bit more here.
It's a LAN experience discussion, really, and looking at the stat comparison between the two, Wash Team do seem on paper to have some of the better stats. More kills, but only marginally so. West Coast, of course, shining through with the super pop-offs. A lot of the play style being similar here, in fact. I think this is going to be a real close match, probably the closest of the entire day.
We told you it wasn't about to get boring, okay? Just because it's the lower bracket doesn't mean it's any less exciting. The match is about to get underway. Chat, that means we want to hear from you. If you're hanging out with us in Twitch chat, let us know your thoughts. Who is going to continue moving through the lower bracket? Will it be Wash Team or will it be West Coast? You know how it works in that poll down below in Twitch chat. I'm excited to see what happens. Ready? I think it's time that you get a little bit of a break, so we're going to leave it to Trav and Kenny this time around. Picks and bans are underway. Let's jump into it.
A hard-earned break of that as well for Ready Set. He's been really giving it some today, and that's what we like to see. Getting into the bans and picks then, Bell's Rock is going to be what we're starting off on. Knockout Wash Team bring in the bans of Nani, Grom, and Mandy. Bit of long-range band out there as well as that thrower as well, but West Coast there having none of the throwers. Going to be banning out pretty much all three that are viable. Obviously, Barley, we saw it sneak in a little bit earlier on Layer Cake, but a little bit of a different dynamic. Not sure if you can really pull it off here. But starting off with the Piper, there's going to be a little bit of wall break. Indestructible walls are obviously going to be playing a bit of a role in this one as well.
Yeah, they see that 3 throwers are banned instantly. They lock in the brawler that excels when there's no brawlers in the field. Piper, a main staple of Brawl Stars and its history. Love the sharpshooter aspect. It's a brawler that you have to be good with, though. It's not as easy as that. And that wall break, like you mentioned, too, could add a nice little utility and dynamic for these guys. Gene, a great counter pick, though. Gene, historically known as one of the better brawlers to go against Piper, because even as much damage as Piper does, Gene has enough HP to take multiple shots from Piper without going down.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Gene, and I said it in Layer Cake as well. I think it's a really solid pick. It didn't manage to pull out a win when we saw it previously played, but I think it is just a little bit better on this one, as you can see here by the stats on the right as well. It backs it up. It's 78% of the time it's banned on this map, which is, it's a very high ban rate, I will say that. They're going to pair that with a Bonnie as well. Bit of range, and also got that explosive close range damage as well once that super's gathered. And as you can see, they've just had a little bit of a dodge there. Match terminated on the screens. We'll get it back up and running very shortly, if you guys don't worry. Should be pretty swiftly back into it, as we've already had half of that draft done.
Yeah, no worries at all, fellas. We'll get right back into it. Not sure what exactly went down there, but a little technical mishap happens from time to time. Either way, though, I like the mentality that both of these teams were taking. I think approaching this with no throwers allowed makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, they are very frustrating in today's day and age of Brawl Stars, just because when those indestructible walls got inserted into the meta, you know, that's where throwers start to shine. They really just hunker down, lob some shots over, and a lot of them are pretty good brawlers in general. I think now is really their opportunity to shine, so it makes sense to me that they eliminate them in that ban stage.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, there's still Barley remaining. Pretty much the only viable one. Dynamite, I believe, on the table as well. But, you know, I think Barley still can be viable on a map like this. If they do choose to just go with the Bonnie, the Piper, add something extra long range for their third pick as well, then I definitely think the Barley can be good. You just got to prevent the super feed and make sure your teammates do the same as well, and you can still excel, especially with that unbreakable wall. It really is strong, and maybe pairing it with, you know, a Brock or something like that, so then the opponents can't get it and break up those walls as fast as they'd like to with that rocket fuel.
Yeah, when doing scouting reports and things like too, I mean, like you mentioned, depending on the ban stage as well, you see the Dynamite, you see the Barley really start to get played here, which is something for a long time was not a popular option whatsoever, but that's just the world we live in for Brawl Stars now. A lot of things can happen. Both these teams really good at what they do, and I'm sure they're going to be trying to figure out ways to avoid what is really frustrating to play against, and I think that's why you saw West Coast earlier just wipe every single one of those throwers.
Yeah, should be getting quite swiftly back into the picks and bans now, considering obviously we had half the draft done. They should just speed through it and do the same. And if you see different bans, it probably is plainly because of the fact that they're just trying to go through it fast. I think, yeah, the bottom bans are a little bit different. Actually, Piper's banned out. Maybe we had a different map. Maybe there was a little UI bug there, but the Gene's going to be the first pick coming in from West Coast.
Yeah, still going to see the Gene here. Nonetheless, we'll work with what we got, of course. And Gene is going to be a phenomenal brawler here. You saw it in the stat line earlier. Oftentimes banned here, which makes a lot of sense to me, considering that Gene can be really pesky, has a game-changing super as well, can throw out the pull, dish them out, and if they're on the money with that, they're going to be on top of their game.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it looks good so far. You know, Gene is really solid. I'm just a little bit questioning what actually is going on with the Piper Kid. We saw the Mandy ban in the previous one as well, right? So it is, obviously, we're getting Mandy picked now, so I'm not sure what's really happening. We'll get a little bit of a word on that in just a second. But now that Mandy's been picked up on Bell's Rock, we're talking about a little bit of a different draft here. Gene is very, very solid. You mentioned it a little bit, but Mandy got that massive, massive range, but is going to struggle against that Barley a little bit if it does manage to sneak in with that low HP pull.
Yeah, still looking out for the Barley and Dynamite just in case, but the thing that stands out a lot for me with Mandy is that super. It is absolutely lethal, can stretch across the entire map, is insanely powerful, and one-shots a lot of different brawlers. They're going to pair this with a Gray, who's somebody that I think can also add into countering those throwers. You know, he can teleport. He's one of the only brawlers that can get under the wall and actually mess with the brawlers up close. So a lot of times you're going to see pro players kind of go for this approach despite the nerf to Gray.
Yeah, got a little squeak nanny in there. I do like that bit of range. And, you know, as you said, Gray did have a nerf. We're probably not going to be seeing any tanks with it, which would probably have worked out quite well. Just run it down against the opponent. Squeak, Gene can't really do much against those tanks. But now with that nerf, it's definitely going to make it a little bit of a different game. And we've seen Gray played here in BSC and Snapdragon Pro Series alike. And they're actually going to go with the Barley as the last bit, but I'll finish my Gray point here. It's, you know, you just got to time it right, and especially with the 1,000 heals going in against, you know, these kind of not squishy brawlers, but not massive health pool brawlers. It can still work out very well. But Barley, I mean, we said it from the start, it can be really, really good here if paired up against the wrong people.
Yeah, certainly not my first thrower of choice, but when you see 3 of them banned, you kind of got to pick. And if you just value the thrower position as a whole, it makes a lot of sense to me they end up selecting Barley. We saw Squeak on the field on the other side too. So I think overall, pretty solid drafts from both these sides. I think we're going to have to see somebody like Gene do really well and thrive here in order to pop off. I think Barley is just going to try and hunker down here, lob some shots over these walls, really do some damage. Barley, especially as a thrower, shines in area control, but this is all about kills. It's the name of the game here in Knockout.
Yeah, exactly that. Tusha's got that range advantage though, and Chepo's feeling it. Little drag in there from the walking cane of Fricks. He gets the pull towards, and a few of those walls broken up. Honestly, I don't think it's really going to benefit him. Nani obviously is going to be quite good at that long range, but it's just a question of whether or not Payne's going to be able to get in the position that he wants, and so far the Residue's kind of stopping that.
Yeah, and all of this, of course, brought to us by Snapdragon Pro Series, Elite Gaming, and where winning matters, of course. And winning's all that matters to both these teams right now. Healing Tonic going down, Payne trying to keep his teammates alive. They're being backed away. Mandy's super not quite connecting. Would have absolutely been lethal into Chepo. And now all of a sudden, it's Wash Team moving up the map.
Yeah, Alex low as well. Has to back off, heal up a little bit more, and Frixie gets his positioning on the map. But with Shine kind of healing back up and getting back in the mix, he's not going to be able to do just as much. Chepo with a pull now as well, needs to try and make some moves towards Batushas, and all the Batushas have been hitting shots all game. It's not working out for him now. The healing tonic's there, but a pull and a couple shots. But the TP in from Frixie, somehow Batushas gets it with that damage gear activating. Alex going to fall on the right as well, and now we see a 3v1 against Shine. He can't really do a lot regardless of Batushas being low. He does go down to that gas, and the first round goes to Wash Team.
Yeah, out of all brawlers I want in a 1v3, very difficult situation for Squeak. Batuches going for the super early, though. Nani head inbound, too, connects to Payne. The Squeak shot with the finish there. Shine with a pickup early, leaving them in a 3v2 situation.
Yeah, West Coast answering to what we saw from Wash Team in the previous one. Chepo just trying to get this pull and needs to get the finish along with it. He does manage to get it this time as well. A little bit of a pinch coming in, but he could be the one being pinched, but no. Shine hits a couple of Squeak shots. One of them activates thanks to the next one connecting as well. And it's just Frixie left. He doesn't want to be feeding these supers, but he wants one of his own as well. Gas not spawning in just yet. So they're trying to get Alec his super, and get it, he does.
Yeah, and as a result, the entire roster of West Coast walking into this next one with supers, while only Gray has one for Wash Team. That's a major advantage for West Coast utility. Supers, a huge part of Knockout. Here comes the shot as well from Nani. The Nani peep connecting, Payne falling very weak. A connection from the Squeak super as well. Payne in a lot of trouble. The pull going through. Chepo connects. A pickup as well. A trade on the right-hand side. 2v1. Batuches needs to make a hero's play.
Yeah, Batushas gets the shot through the wall, but the return to sender on the super. Great stuff from him to be able to connect the gadget, but nothing afterwards. And Chepo gonna find the killing blow, take the first game along with it. And this is a game that promised to be good.
That was great game awareness to pop the return to sender as Mandy pops the most heavy-hitting shot that she possibly can. Great heads-up play there from West Coast, and they end up squeaking by with a win. Really tough one, and a lot of back and forth. So much action going down in that first game.
Yeah, really nice stuff from both of these teams here. Seeming to be pretty evenly matched in the draft. Pretty much the same as well, seeming pretty evenly matched. But Batushas over this left-hand side now, just trying to find some connecting shots onto Batushas, but that Revengeful Spirit's going to connect, and he's going to be kept low. Still obviously got some healing tonics in the hands of Payne, though, so if Batushas needs them, he will be assisting his teammate in that way. Residue was down the mid, now just kind of dries up a little bit, and Payne needs to try and make his mark now.
And Batucha is trying to line it up this left-hand side. Holding their own here as Frixie goes for the gadget, gets the pull and the kill as well. Alec going to fall as a result. Beautiful stuff coming in from Frixie.
Yeah, really nice as well. Guaranteed himself this super also. Some connecting shots with the gadget through the wall there. Batucha's, he's got his super. He might just play it for the second game in this one as well. Frixie clearly wanting to save his also, but Payne still needs to guarantee himself that one that's going to be so influential in getting that control of the greater map when he does manage it. But a 3v2 is something they should not be losing, and it's something that they definitely need to win with the scoreline so far.
Both teams really valuing the supers as they should, but right now it's Chepo who needs to use one if he wants any chance of winning this, being pushed back into the gas. There's a pickup there, and Gene just going to throw in the towel for this one, save it for the next, on to round number 2.
Yeah, Payne not able to get his just yet, but should only be 1 or 2 clicks of one of those barley shots off. Frixie with this TP is going to be very, very dangerous, but got to be cautious of the return to sender and the big damage that Alec can put out with this nanny. In comes the super from Shine, and he does actually connect onto Payne here, having to pop this herbal tonic and get these heals off, but Chepo's got the pull, and he does find it at max range, but the TP comes in. Frixie with the assistance, and they do get to answer from Batuchas as he gets the super again, though, but no connection on that. Alex should be able to find the kill, but the gadget through the wall doesn't guarantee anything, and West Coast answer back.
Whew, lot going down right there. West Coast, though, continuing to fight the gene pulls. So essential to this composition in order for it to work. Evil Spirits going down left-hand side. Shine holding that super, flashing it, looking for a prime opportunity. Nani peep inbound, though. They need to be careful. Low HP. Batuchas, one little gene shot away. Does manage to slide out of it. Herbal Tonic to try and protect the teammate as well. Barley super letting it rain. And they're going to be taking cover for now.
Yeah, that Barley super was definitely a saving grace there. He was very, very low, but just throwing it down, kept him out of the way. In comes the walking cane and the TP to follow it up as well. Chepo's got his pull, needs to guarantee a kill, does get it, but Payne now but he gets the TP in as well. Turn around from Alec as he gets the kill. Follow-up shots from Batuchas, though, bringing him low, but it's just not enough, and the gadget connects. He finds it. It's a 1v1 for the game.
Oh my gosh, coming down to the wire. Batucha has no connection there. One-on-one scenario. The pull through, though. Chepo refusing to miss. The Gene plays pop off once again in our first set, rolling over to West Coast.
Yeah, I mean, West Coast are looking very, very good, but Batuchas almost managed to clutch up there. If the gadget hit, and he managed to reset a bit of that healing, get some damage along with it as well, it could have gone the other way, but just not his game in the end. The shot from Chepo connects around that wall, and he manages to get his pull. Perfect timing on that as well, and you've got to commend him for that performance.
Yeah, nearly a clutch up from Mandy there as well. Again, there's just so much action that can really be unpacked through all of this. We've got supers that you need to worry about from both sides, Mandy, Gene, and of course we saw Frixie pop off with that Gray from time to time, just solo tag teaming these enemies, going across the enemy lines and picking himself a kill up. Batucha has left in a couple tough situations though. These supers though, and that response from Alec was so good. The return to Cinder when it matters most. Keep in mind for viewers at home, I mean, when Nani pops that, it returns the damage to them, almost all of it. You take very minimal damage, so if you're getting hit with a heavy shot and you can stay alive, perfect opportunity to damage the opponent.
Yeah, it really was as well. And Batuchas, you know, it is hard to connect those Mandy supers, so to be able to connect them end of is something in itself as well. And he did really make some great plays with Mandy. And, you know, a lot of people consider it not to be such a strong brawler. And I kind of one of those people myself. But they managed to make some plays with it. It just wasn't enough to be able to take down West Coast in this circumstance. And Chepo played this really, really nicely. Managed to avoid the gadget here as well, which is kind of sad for Batuchas in itself. But the pull was collected along with that shot that he did make. And very, very similar damage, I will say, in terms of these statistics, and similar healing as well. One super separates them, and it goes in the favor of West Coast.
I think that was a much stronger showing for Wash team than what we saw earlier. I don't know if it's getting the nerves out, they're finding their groove, whatever it is. They looked a lot better there, but West Coast nonetheless squeezed by. They get this victory. Like you said, similar damage, similar supers. I think we've got an even match in our hands.
Yeah, you know, we said at the start, this promises to be an absolute banger. Don't go anywhere because it's the lower bracket. It doesn't mean anything that it's the lower bracket. That means they're playing for their lives in this competition, playing for their lives going towards Masters as well, and so much is on the line. Not only $50,000 here today, but if one of these teams manages to pull out this massive streak down the bottom bracket all the way to the finals and wins it, they'll be joining STMN in Tokyo.
Canal Grande Gonna be our next map, Rom and Tick. Once again, no throwers allowed for the most part. Still a few opportunities here. Definitely a Sprout option in my mind still available. I think it's a brawler on this map that you gotta play it right, of course. There are some really tanky brawlers that can do well into them, but one of my favorite parts about watching Sprout on this map is the amount of opportunities you have to cut off opponents, to use that gadget to cycle off walls, craft it how you want, but instead, they're going another route. They're going for the brother Barley over here, another thrower.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing Barley play quite a lot here, to be fair, and especially in EU as well. We've seen it sprinkling now and again in NA, but overall, I think it's a very, very solid pick. Once you can get control of these walls, and obviously only a couple of them are unbreakable in that mid now, so some can be taken out of the way, and the grass along with it as well, but there's always going to be at least a couple surviving on either side, and you can just spawn trap so well. If you manage to get the slows up, the slowing gadget as well, you're decent against tanks, and you can do an all right job against that as well, and also you're good against Penny. And I will say they bring Penny in regardless for the side of Wash team. They're not going to have the easiest job of getting these supers down and managing to maintain them, I should say. And the same with the Salty Barrels. There's just no tanking of Barley as a Penny.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch. And for Barley, he can kind of just throw those shots over walls to take down turrets if needed. Kind of looking for brawlers like Eve here that might provide some utility as well to kind of get across the map, move across the canal, because it's one of those brawlers that has the unique feature where she can travel over water. You saw Carl in the ban stage as well. One of the reasons he's banned is because of that flying hook and obviously that easy access to move across the map. As this one plays out a little bit differently than our other maps. It's more east-west, not that north-south traditional Brawl Stars. Pairing that with a Max, though. I mean, a classic brawler, an exciting one to watch, but whew, an Ashe on the other side looking a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, not only that as well, but it's the right thing to take away from Wash team for their final pick. If you don't take a tank, or at least account for a tank, I mean, looking at the Max, it's going to be an Ashe along with that. But they go with the Gene on the side of West Coast once again. It worked for Chepo in the previous one, so why not bring it back yet again? And obviously, it's another thing that pairs so well with that Max.
Yeah, I think that's one good one to take away from them, because the Gene Max combo, a tried and true Brawl Stars combination, it's a very scary one at that. A lot of options here, though. I mean, you have the Barley on the table. They might be looking to counter that. They could get really spicy and try and, you know, kind of use an El Primo here to deal with Ashe and a Barley at the same time. That's kind of my spicy out there pick that, as a fan, I'd love to see. Daryl going to kind of serve the same purpose, though. They're going for that tankier brawler that Gene doesn't necessarily excel against, that Barley with low HP is going to struggle with. They're going to have to face off against the double deuce of Daryl here to do their best.
Yeah, I mean, Daryl, it's a dangerous brawler, let's be honest. It really is, especially against that Ashe. If you can get in range, not have the robotic rats in the way as well, it's something you've got to be a little bit scared of. And at the end of the day, you know, some people would bring in a Primo, but they've chosen to go with the Daryl. We saw Primo in the previous one, and it did not really pay off too well for West Coast, and maybe that's why they kind of don't really want to play it, whether that is kind of like they're watching from the sidelines and just realize that it just doesn't work that well. But at the end of the day, we'll see which tank comes out on top.
Yeah, a little spice as well, and obviously Daryl has that access across the map too with his super. He's gonna grab that blue star very early. Needs to be careful though, little slow down here coming in from the Chepo gadget. Grixie a little ring around the rosies. Can't quite get the kill though. The powerful Alec smashes two different brawlers. 4-1, early lead for West Coast.
And a super from Chepo to top it off as well. That's gonna be keeping Batushas low. Alex, he's pursuing, and he's gonna get it as well. A Salty Barrel goes down along with it, and Frixie doesn't have the control. He can't see in the bush to see where the Ashe is. Not gonna find a successful roll, so holds off just a little bit longer. Pain with the super as well, but with them sat behind this wall, what are they going to do? They're going to push towards an Ashe and get some damage? I don't think so. And Alex continuing his tear.
Yeah, Batusha is going to have to be very careful here. Losing the wide open here is going to be a difficult one as Gene can throw the chip shots. Alec with so much HP can sprint forward. You can see the amount of stars on his head. Getting a pickup on Alec essentially puts them in the lead here as a tie with that blue star. Frixie now notices this, sees this, bounce forward, a kick away. 1 HP, tries to manage to get out of it, can't quite do so. The biggest part of that, though, is a pick up onto Alec. It's now 6-8, much more manageable difference.
Yeah, and Batusha's claiming this side as well. Nice shots from Chepo, but he needs to think about himself. Never mind the other side. In comes Frixie, but not going to find it just yet. The slow did come down from Chepo with that sticky syrup. Frixie's in pursuit. Can he get the kill? He does. The pull's there for Shine, though. Frixie needs to avoid it, but goes off the wall and gets taken down. Almost perfection. If it was a split second different, that'd have gone a different way.
Yeah, Pain trying to pop the phase shift, can't quite manage to pick up that kill. Now Batucha has low HP, walking down enemy lines. Alec running down to Frixie. Not a lot to be done there with low HP. Alec gets the pickup, and now they've re-expanded this lead, hitting 20, a very high score for Bounty.
Yeah, nice stuff as well. Pulls there, and the takedown should be on Frixie. He's going to roll all the way to spawn, and that should be a quick cleanup for Chepo. Can't let them live, or it's going to be pinched in, and Alec is still getting kills. Nice bit of help coming in from Shine, secure it there as well. And even though he goes down, it doesn't matter. 9 and the blue star is the decisive number, and it's going the way of West Coast yet again.
Yeah, I think the start of this next game is really going to determine what Wash Team can do here. They went down really early and just put themselves, sure, grabbing that blue star. A very important part of Bounty in terms of dictating pace, but it almost doesn't matter if you lose 2 players immediately and go down 3 stars. Want to see these guys take it maybe a little bit slower, safer. Try to grab that blue star if you can, but don't lose your players in the process.
Yeah, definitely so. Frixie's going to grab that blue star, and Payne's very, very low. Almost goes down over the left-hand side here to the Barley. Getting backed up pretty swiftly, and although they got the blue star, you know, they've rushed it again. They've backed off once more thanks to them being low, and that's not going to be helpful.
Yeah, now Frixie with the roll-in, trying to assist Batuchez. Does manage to get the pickup, and here's that slower Brawl Stars. Not nearly aggressing as much as they did in game number 1. I think it's paying off for them. This is going to be difficult, though. A great team to try and spawn trap the enemy. A big, bulky Ashe you have to get through, obviously. The fire raining down from Barley, an area-controlled brawler at its finest, putting in work. And Batuchez just trying to keep his distance, hit those chip shots. And Frixie, you can see that super. He's going to flash it here in a moment and look for the best time to go against these enemies.
Yeah, but Shine's there along with the pull as well, and we know how much damage that can do. All of them rotating over to the left-hand side, which is going to be perfect for Chepo to just zone them out and make sure they're able to bring this back. It's only 3 stars. They've only had 1 kill in the blue, so nothing is really stopping West Coast from bringing this back. Shots coming in. Frixie's very, very low. Has to roll out to be able to ensure they're going to keep this lead. And now, Wash Team, as you said, playing this slow, definitely playing it a lot better. Chepo's going to pick up the right-hand side, and Shine got the pull in hand still. This could be a big, big turnaround if he hits it, and he misses it.
Tough miss right there. Payne electrifying his teammates, throwing it down the super, trying to give him a boost. 5-4 now. They could be in trouble with 30 seconds to go, but Tuchez forced forward. They have to treat lightly against these enemies, and now another pickup. West Coast all of a sudden looking alive with a lead.
Yeah, Frixie's getting hit by this Barley super as well. Gene keeping him low. They might be looking for this finish, but it's still only 1 star in it. They don't need to take that kill down, and if it stays like this for 15 seconds, the second set will be going the way of West Coast as well. Payne going to use that super, and a lot of this pressure has been lifted. Frixie with the super over the right-hand side needs to perfect it. Robotic Rats, but the pull's there. Frixie can't get out thanks to the lamp blowout, and he gets taken down. Alec with 5 stars, and 2 sets along with it as well.
West Coast popping off once again. Wash Team, I think, played a better second game, right? They started off a little slower, made sure that they didn't over-aggress and lose brawlers early, but nonetheless, West Coast just kept knocking at their door. They were in their spawn a lot of that game, and obviously Daryl can roll out of that, but one lone brawler can only do so much, especially into somebody like Ashe. Alec, of course, popping off with that brawler in that set.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really nice from West Coast. They took an early loss in the second game there. They were losing the stars very, very quickly. There was 4 stars pretty much instantly over Daryl's head. But they kept calm, they kept composed. You know, as you said, sometimes you've got to play that slow Brawl Stars, and it does pay off. You don't need to be aggressive just because you've got an Ashe. You can play it slow, keep control, wait for your moment, and this was their moment. They got that super, zoned out Batuchez, and he just couldn't go anywhere. He's not going backwards, he's not going forwards, indecisive, and they find the kill.
Yeah, I think the same goes for West Coast, of course. I mean, they didn't rush it. Pacing and bounty is something that I feel like goes slept on. You know, you don't just want to be going kill, kill, kill. You know, as much as fun as it is and as aggressive of a team as West Coast is, of course, in the pregame stats, we see how many of those supers they get. More than anything, it's about doing it at the right time. If you can be the last one to strike and walk away with the lead, what's the other team supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stars, it's pretty self-explanatory, really. 37 in the hands of West Coast, and both of the blue stars went the way of Wash Team. Thanks to West Coast only taking 19 home, and they picked up 21, so shows that. But 87,000 damage in comparison to 69,000, and to be honest, you know, it looked that way. It did look pretty much all West Coast, regardless of them having a lead for the majority of that second game. They were looking good. They were looking fine. They kept control. They kept composed.
And there's that 120 FPS powering up these players. Only the best for our fellows on the top of the stage. All thanks, of course, to people like Snapdragon Pro Series for giving us a boost here. Nicely done to the fellows there. West Coast 2-0 right now, looking to continue on to our second day this weekend on Sunday. They want a rematch against STMN, possibly. They want to be able to keep themselves alive, because after all, again, if either of these teams come out with a grand finals win here today, they're going to Japan.
Yeah, I mean, West Coast, they're looking menacing. They might have that rematch against STMN in the lower bracket if they manage to win this one. They might be facing Tribe also if they manage to win it. But Double Swoosh is up next, and they've got to win this to be able to earn that rematch or the game against Tribe. Bans looking like an Amber, a Penny, and a Crow from Wash Team. West Coast going to go with the Crow, the Squeak, and the Janet on the other side of things. First pick is going to be the B. And honestly, you can't go wrong with a B anywhere.
I agree. I think B is such a good brawler to choose in general, and of course, getting some helpful, useful information from our team backstage here that Janet's somebody that shows up in the ban rate 70% of the time. We see Gene in the ban stage 50% of the time. A lot of brawlers kind of sliding through here that normally are in that ban stage. I think Gene is somebody you got to look out here, and well, there it is. I think it makes a lot of sense to me, right? It's another tried and true brawler for the gym grab mode. It's got such a dynamic super when you hit those pools. Like we saw with the West Coast earlier, it can go so well for you. Easy person to grab those gyms as well as it's a decently bulky brawler. Gene overall, big fan.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, as you said, you can't go wrong with B anywhere. It's pretty much good in every mode, but I do prefer the Gene as the first pick. I think it's really, really solid. You get a bit of vision gear on a map like this as well, and you can see pretty much in all of the bushes because that flurry of shot that comes out afterwards. They're going to go with a spike along with that. Obviously got the life plant to be able to tank a couple of these B shots, but if they've got that damage gear activated, you're going to get one shot if you have that 3K coming towards your face. So it is dangerous regardless, but the life plant should keep him in the mix just that little bit longer. And obviously, a bit of curveball in those bushes never goes amiss either to scout out.
Yeah, I think Spike's a good general one as well, and I think a good one not to give to West Coast. That life plant, it can apply to the single shot brawler like B, but it also applies very well into dodging out those Gene pulls. Somebody like Penny, who you see in the band stage, of course, that Salty Barrel, gonna allow for them to go this Gene a little more comfortably. A quick response here, it's gonna be the Bo and the Lola. The laning for this will be a little interesting to me to see what West Coast does.
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of like this West Coast comp. You know, they're going to have the Lola to be able to tank the Gene pulls, the Bow Totem as well. I imagine they'll probably bring that one in, other than the fact it's going to get them pretty quick supers and break up quite a lot of this map, which kind of gets rid of the reason why you'd bring in Gene for that kind of scouting. Obviously got the Gene pull as well, which can turn a game around with a click of a button, but still, I do like where West Coast have gone with this. Obviously, Wash Team have still got their last pick, and they're going to win Mr. P. Ooh. Mr. P, I mean, against the B, it's very good. We know this from the past, but it's not really good enough.
Yeah, he's a tough brawler here. I mean, they're kind of calling their shot, right? This is literally the lifeline. I mean, if they lose this set, it's the end of the road for Wash Team. And to rely on a brawler like Mr. P, that is a toughie to say the least. Sure, like you said, the spawners do really well into somebody like a B. Somebody like Gene even normally is somebody that we'll see Mr. P try and go against, but definitely not an easy one at that. The Mr. P is going to have to do a really good job here. And I think West Coast, once again, setting themselves up in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. I mean, Wash Team weren't looking in a bad spot until they went for that last pick. But as you say, nothing's really working for them. So why not try something a little bit more out of the ordinary? They're going to with the bow through mid-air, and they're going to be playing the B down lane. Almost forgot the name of it then. But Alex very low of this left-hand side, looking to be pinched down by Payne, and he does get taken down. But an instant trade from Chepo as he evens things out.
Yeah, Batucha's owning this left-hand side right now. Super going down, covering the mid. It's going to be a toughie. That's a good spot to have, as it's going to allow for Payne to move up this map very carefully. A little rotation going down now, and Batucha is going to be in trouble. Can't quite dodge the shot. Chepo holding on to the right-hand lane. The long-range sharpshooter, honestly going to be better on these side alleys. As you can see here, there was a honey molasses pot, a few chip shots as well, and an easy pickup for Chepo. And now it's going to be Payne rushed away as well. The mine's already set up, and a 5-2 lead. Great stuff coming out from West Coast.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty much perfect control take from West Coast, and I don't think we've seen Batucha's on the map for more than 5 seconds at this point, to be honest. He's been taken down time and time again by Alec over this left-hand side. And once more, he's not healthy. He has to retreat straight into spawn as soon as he comes out of it. Shine's just keeping control, and Batucha's looking like he might fall once more thanks to this ego freeze frame over the left-hand side, getting pinched in, and Alec's just going to walk all the way through that spike super with no repercussions.
Yeah, really awkward footing for them too. Frixie going down to those pesky bow mines, but it is allowing for them to walk up this right-hand side. Countdown, of course, has begun. Red team trying to walk away with him. Shine is going to be the point of interest. They need to pick up a kill here. There's a few chip shots, but a takedown on the Batuchas. A trade now. Payne has to move his way all the way up the map, but Bo safe and sound, top left-hand corner. West Coast forcing a match point.
Yeah, a few more seconds. I believe that pull would have connected onto the bow, but the game ended and West Coast go towards that match point. One game in between them and this next phase of the lower bracket, and Wash Team, they've traveled all this way to DreamHack San Diego to go home after 2 games if this one doesn't go their way.
Definitely gonna hurt the feelings there, but Nonetheless, tough opponent in front of them. They're have to clutch up now. Payne once again taking the mid. Batuches gonna have to do a good job like last time, trying to claim this lane early. Frixie keeping his distance now. Payne being forced away immediately. As Shine's looking to get aggressive. Here comes Alec down the left-hand side. There's one pickup, but a trade. Payne now shot connecting to Shine. A safe walk away though, and already cycling out that super, getting the mines down early and allowing them to have more visibility and pressure on this map.
Yeah, Chepo got a quick super off that turret there as well. Does go down, but drops that gem in the mid. Might be a possible 2 for Shine to pick up, and Payne's going to walk straight over those mines. Did manage to avoid them nicely, but the third one, more of the same as well, and they do pick up the kill onto Shine. 4 gems dropped, and this is the Wash team lifeline.
This is a great play coming in from Batuches, and great game awareness as well to not get overly aggressive, but Batuches now has to stay alive. The light plant keeping him afloat for now. Alec low HP, looking to get aggressive, but maybe a little too much at that, as Batuches is able to pick up that kill. Bo trying to do the same, and a little tag team effort here from Wash team, leading to 8-0 right now.
Yeah, well, Shine just trying to stay alive now. Needs to reclaim some of these gems that he did drop. Alec going aggressive, and Batuches might be the man to grab them off. 3 of them left on the floor, and Alec trying to clean up that Mr. P turret. Getting, I won't say making short work of it, because it did take him quite a while, and he's going to go down, drop a gem on the left. But Shine did recover quite a few. Payne stunned on the backside, but no one there to take him down. Frixie going to go for the pull and miss it completely. Chepo cleans him up, and another gem goes away at West Coast.
Scary moment there for Payne too, as he nearly died to that bow mine. A reclaim of the mid now for West Coast, as Chepo wide open. It's going to allow him to shine, especially as B can hit those long-range shots. Payne forcing his way up the mid as Shine grabs a 7th as well. 8-8 overall, down to the wire as Batuches strikes.
Yeah, that was beautiful from Batuches to be able to catch him off guard there, but this Mr. P Porter is taking quite a while to take down. 10 gems in hand. Got to keep control of the mid now, though. It's a little bit of a difficult situation. Payne's got to get this one of us. They're going to be able to weaken it out from mid, and they're backed off. Alec 26 is there to take control of the left-hand side. Next one's on their side as well, but he's too low. Got to grab it, and he gets the reset, but he's surely got to fall. They survive a little bit longer, and Chepo once more soaks up another hit.
Insane clutch dodges there, but finally Chepo goes down. 10 gems in Payne's hand, of course, going to be the point of interest for them. Alec does manage to pick up a gem of his own. It's going to be a close call here. It's not over till it's over, but now Payne getting connected to. B hits the shot. The gems fall to the ground, and they're going to be rushing to pick these up.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it can still be equaled out. 13 picked up now, so maybe not. 11 in the hands, and the pull's not there, but if Alec goes down, the mid one's there to spawn, and he's just thrown the game, needed to back off. Frixie now evens things out. Payne grabs the 13th, and now the countdown's starting for them.
Oh man, back and forth, every single gem making it count here. This next one gonna be crucial, of course. The whole way, that one is gonna spawn on Payne's side. They need to grab this and start that countdown. There's a triggering of the final mine. Frixie getting aggressive here, and Payne just needs to run away.
Shine coming in now, gets pulled in, and Frixie finishes him off, but I think they have it in the bag to even things out in this gem grab set. Alec trying to find some connections, but just nothing so far. 15 in hands and no even out from mid, as that is going to tie the game, and they have a lifeline.
Whew, close call, but they're still alive nonetheless. The dream continues as Wash team is going to force this to a double match point. Nonetheless, though, that was, I guess, West Coast's worst game, and they were still 1 gem off from winning it. These guys have been popping off today. Still a tough task ahead of them as Wash team looking to drag this on to a 4th set.
Yeah, well, West Coast are definitely going to be wanting to cut them short on that. Payne going to get pinched in here as well, and Shine just trying to find some connections. No turret drop just yet, as he might want to save it for these gene pulls coming in. Chepo finding the 3K early on. Can he make the connection with it? Not looking likely so far, but Frixie just in a bit of a flurry here as he's not finding anything. Pinch comes in, and Chepo finds the shot, but not the slow. Another 3K available, and so far the gems are in Wash team's hands.
Yeah, Wash team in a lot of trouble here. A little tag team on the right-hand side. Thankfully, Batuches for Wash team gets a kill on the left. Now able to branch out just a little bit here. 3 gems to his name. 300 HP as well. Needs to be careful, but does manage to get away.
Yeah, 6 gems now is what Wash team have to their name. Looking to try and bring this one back to a set in their hands, but Batuches throws out a super. Not really getting value off it, but the curveball does hit Alec. Chepo waiting for his chance to strike, but does miss the shot. No pull can be used by Frixie, obviously, because he has this honey molasses, but Chepo doesn't want to waste it just yet, and he gets the kill. Payne now with 4 in hands. Got to be cautious as Shine trying to find the kill and blow.
This is exactly what you want to see if you're a Wash Team fan. They're staying aggressive. They're owning both of these lanes, but Alec retaliating to say the least. Going to step onto that super, though, and go down instantly. Chepo, once again, trying to play into the bushes here. Makes the connection. Frixie low HP, and that nice Honey Molasses pot keeps him up, but nonetheless, countdown for Wash Team.
Yeah, Shine trying to find some shots around here, and there's definitely a chance of a comeback. Very, very low, though, and Frixie baiting out the shot for the pull, takes it down and then follows up. The lamp blowouts there as well, and I don't think there's a reset here. 2 seconds on the clock, and they don't have it. Wash Team are going to bring it back to 2-1 and keep their life alive.
First set of the day for these fellows, and it's good to see them back in action. This is a team that's way too good to not at least get a few sets on their name. Now look, reverse sweep, difficult thing to do, but never count them out. You can see a little bit of a smile start to show. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on these guys. It's Japan, it's the money, it's the in-person event. It's why we love the esports in general. And I think overall that was a much better showing. And honestly, I have a lot of respect for that because they brought out the Mr. P when their absolute lifeline was there. They could have lost. They could have looked goofy with the Mr. P pick. What did they do instead? They respond with a win.
I mean, nothing else was working for them, so why not try something a bit unusual? And it definitely, as you say, paid off for them. The Mr. P just wasn't making really too many mistakes. Always pretty safe. Porter's making so much work going in. You know, right side, left side, through the mid, it just soaking up shots, especially on Alec here. And he started things so strong on the left-hand side throughout the first game. We barely even saw Batushas alive. But when he started to get a little bit more composure, a little bit more calm, let the Mr. P Porters do a lot of the tanking, it started to work for them.
Yeah, definitely have to take a deep breath if you're Wash Team here. Just one set at a time. The mental game so difficult. At home, it's already challenging enough because these are the best of the best. The 4 teams that come out of a regular season, a gauntlet of matches. Other teams that aren't even here to this day, and nonetheless, Wash Team are sticking around a little longer. So much good Brawl Stars on the day. We got another set in our hands.
Yes, we do, and West Coast are going to be the ones who want to claim it. Wash Team still got a long road. 2 games more have got, 2 sets more, should I say, have got to be won for Wash Team to be able to bring this one back and take the win. Reverse sweep West Coast, which we know they're so famous for doing, especially to stmn. West Coast, they're the ones you reverse sweep and usually not the ones being reverse swept.
Yeah, a little tag teaming right there and a little dabbing up of each other, a little celebration. Look, it wasn't a lot, but it just is nice. It's that leadership aspect that we bring into this, right? We saw it before, but Batuchas trying to keep the team calm and alive, and that's a big deal, especially when there's a challenging opponent on the other side. 54 to 48 gyms as well. A lot of damage and just a slight edge over there to Wash Team, which makes sense to me as, of course, they won.
Yeah, definitely so. With stats wrapped up, we're going to be going down to F. with an interview with one of the friends of the show.
Thanks a lot, friends. Again, yes, we are here on the floor, and now I'm joined by, well said, a friend of the show. It's Liz from the Score Esports. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How y'all doing?
Doing real good. Glad to have you here. Real talk, Brawl's been doing a lot of stuff, and it's cool to kind of see it get noticed on a larger scale. So you're pretty new to the scene jumping in here. What kind of put everything on the radar for you?
I think what's really interesting is that the scene is growing, and it's a very steady growth, and it's an awesome community that you can kind of feel the electricity coming from the community right away, and that is such an awesome thing to just want to be a part of. And so learning about the community, learning about mobile esports in general has just been honestly an honor to learn about and talk about.
I mean, every caster has the cringe line, I'm a storyteller, in their bio or whatnot, right? But that's what you guys do at the Score. And just yesterday, you released a video talking a little bit about OG, Bobby, and the Stamina Squad. Can you tell us a little bit about what you guys did?
Yeah, so basically you put together a story telling about OG and Bobby's story, about their friendship and how they, not friendship and everything about like that. And I think it's just a really obvious opportunity because I don't think a lot of our audience is as familiar with mobile esports as they are with other titles. And so to be able to tell OG and Bobby's and Stamina's story to them and help that be their first step into the world of Brawl Stars is it's honestly, again, storyteller, such an honor.
I mean, that's the thing. I always say we root for the people, not the pixels.
Yes.
And doing that, you know, you guys are really doing a service. And, you know, it's just really cool to see Brawl, Stamina on that side of, on that type of scale.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing is like you never want to count out any titles. You specifically never want to cut out Brawl Stars. Brawl Stars is growing. It is amazing. It is so much fun. And I'm sure everyone here is having a great time watching such amazing games here. It's been such a fantastic time here.
Yeah, I think Brawl is kind of a big part of a lot of the games that are leading the mobile charge. At the Score, you do a lot of big esports, and mobile is fitting right in there, yeah?
Absolutely, and I think, you know, it's worldwide. No, all games are worldwide, but truly like seeing how many people compete in mobile esports and how big it truly is such an awesome community to see how passionate they are and how talented they are as well. Because, yeah, it may be mobile, but it takes a lot of skill, a lot of perseverance to be a mobile esports player.
I mean, just right here, we have Wash Team. It's 2 out of 3 of the guys' first time to land out of Mexico. Always cool to see the international representation. So, Liz, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, back to you on the desk.
Well, I mean, it's great to hear, an exterior point of view, looking in on Brawl Stars, making content on it as well. And I watched that OG and Bobby video, and it really was phenomenal.
Yeah, good to see 2 very talented and long-time grinders of Brawl Stars get a good shining moment. Great couple players to be familiar with, and they're still sticking around this weekend, too. They're here in person looking to compete and defend their title. But back to business here. 2-1 overall Wash Team picking up a set, and now they have a lifeline once again. And a little hope is sometimes all you need. Momentum, a huge thing in any competition. Sports, esports, does not matter. Sometimes when you just see yourself do it one time, you believe in yourself once again.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, I think we've kind of got to knuckle down on the fact that Wash Team, they're a team who are 100% capable of bringing this back, taking West Coast down. And although it might seem a little bit unlikely at certain points, when we've seen how dominant West Coast were over the first 2 sets, when we take a look at what just happened when their life was on the line, and they managed to bring it back, claw it back little by little with some very peculiar picks. The Mr. P was just plainly odd. We don't really see it a lot. It's not the best of the brawlers in the meta, but when it lines up right and they need something big to make that push towards the reverse sweep, it worked for them.
Yeah, honestly, I think that might even add to the confidence booster, right? They called their shot. They picked Mr. P, an off-meta brawler. One of the ones that I personally think is really not that strong. He might even be bottom 10 these days. And, there have been times in Brawl history where Mr. P has dominated the world, but he's simply not that anymore. So to get that win, to make your call and get it right, and it be your first of the match, that's incredible stuff. Batuchez and his teammates, they got to believe in their practice and what they do. And as they go into a pick ban stage, I'm wondering, will they pull something else out of the hat here?
Yeah, intriguing to see. Well, Safe Zone is going to be the map on Heist, so a little bit more of a passive game mode, that passive long range, especially with his unbreakable walls. It kind of amplified how passive this map was and made it that little bit more. Bans coming in. We kind of expect to see the Grom ban nowadays thanks to that unbreakable wall. The Bell and the Ruffs along with that for Wash Team bans, and West Coast can get rid of the 8-bit. Really, really solid down that mid, and if just gets one breakaway, it's dangerous. Penny and Bonnie on top of that as well for West Coast. So I like the bans all round.
Yeah, of course, the indestructible walls really threw this map in a loop, and I think adds to the value that Eve brings to the table, of course, when those walls stay up. Well, it allows for brawlers like Eve, like a Daryl, the ones that have that unique ability to get across any obstacle like water, really helps. And of course, Eve has that long range as well, into other sharpshooters as well. Somebody like Piper, same concept as Mr. P and brawlers like Gene, right? When you're a sharpshooter, when you have only one shot and you got 3 little minions running around, little aliens coming at you, what are you going to do? I mean, it's really difficult to multitask.
Yeah, it's tough against sharpshooters, and obviously, as you said as well, it gets that glide over the water. Brock, on the other hand, we don't really see rocket fuel too much here anymore. We kind of see that rocket laces so that he can jump over the wall, jump over the water, and make those aggressive pushes, get out in certain circumstances as well. When he makes it that far, has to jump back across the water. So I like that pick. Not sure if it's like first pick worthy for me anymore. Obviously, it does a lot of damage, and the incendiary damage on the Safe is very, very good now. And I suppose with these bans, you kind of need something a little bit long range that does the damage with 8-bit out of the way, Bonnie out of the way, Bell as well. And they're going to double down. They're going to take the B also.
Yeah, and of course, B going to be one of those brawlers that might struggle a little bit in the E, but with the proper matchups, they can certainly get around this. I think the incendiary from Brock and just the amount of sheer damage and pressure he can apply onto that high safe is really good. They just have to get there. I think this is now more than ever a very control-based map. You only have so many avenues to leave, so of course that's why Eve gets a little more value as she can get across the water. That right-hand side being blocked off is a complete change to this map in general. I know it's something that pros have definitely had to navigate. It's something that we've all kind of had to take into account, and an even bigger reason why we see brawlers like Grom, throwers, being banned.
Yeah, well, obviously this Nanny pick, the TP, the big damage, the big range that comes in. They had to kind of bring that big long-range damage in. Probably without taking Pipe, because it's just not good enough on that defense, and you can't really use it on the offense either. It's kind of just that brawly kind of pair along with someone who deals damage. But there's not really much damage there at the moment. So the Nanny probably is the smarter pick to take out of those two. Should be able to deal with the B quite nicely in the Brock as well if that matchup does come to fruition. But Colt, I'm not really sure why because of those unbreakable walls being on the right-hand side, it kind of makes it a little bit pointless, as that was the only reason we saw Colt anyway. But maybe they just needed that little bit of damage that Colt brings to the table.
That's what I was thinking too. I think the DPS is really what they're looking for in Colt here. I mean, they've got Nani, they've got Eve, and of course Nani can get across that map as well. Incredible mobility with the teleportation gadget, Eve with the pond, and Carl, a great response here. You know, they have two brawlers that don't necessarily hard counter Eve per se. If anything, Eve is really good into B. Instead, they respond with Carl, who has that pickaxe, who has that additional mobility as well. I think that was a really solid kind of response there from Wash Team. I think the Colt is somebody that we're gonna have to keep our eyes on, right? Very high skill cap brawler, not the easiest, and he has to pop off if they want a chance to take an early lead.
Yeah, I mean, even if it does pop off, it's gonna be difficult. Let's put it that way as well. They need just a breakaway and it'll be there, but getting the breakaway with Carl is the difficult thing. You can't really connect too many shots, and as you say, it's a high skill cap brawler, and even the highest skill cap players struggle to play this brawler under the circumstances that these players are being put under now.
Set number 4, here we go. Wash Team looking to stay alive. West Coast one away from going to the lower bracket finals. Frixie taking this right-hand side, immediately open up this mid wall as well. Cutting off the left-hand side as well. They want as much range to work with for these sharpshooters.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense. Alec trying to bait this push down the right-hand side, but is backed off by Frixie now, and Shine going down is definitely not going to be helping their cause. Shepard down the mid, making some connections onto Pain, has the super as well, going to be tanking a lot of the damage that it'll bring out with that shield, but TP looks like a possibility, does go into Frixie, gets the kill, and Alex there unsafe, misses the first clip, but Shepo's got big damage as well. The singular shots to Pain aren't connecting, we've lost connection, but we will be seeing what happens, and that is going to be big damage.
Yeah, I think an excellent shot right there as well. I mean, kind of paving the way for Colt to move forward, right? You said it best. Colt is a difficult brawler to play, so what do? They let Nani do the dirty work. They send in the teleportation, a little early scouting report, early damage, and that allowed for Colt to pop off and get some good heist safe work in there.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Nani TP damage gear activated. B couldn't hit the shots. It's really lining up to be a lot of damage, and a lot of damage it was. 36% left, and that's pretty much probably just off that one singular push, where 6% dealt by West Coast. And looks like Batushas is going in now and might not even find that kill there, but some of those parasites are going to be connected, and actually all of them are connecting and get some nice stuff. The TP in from Nani and a clip. Beautiful from Alec, and he's adding damage to the safe gadget as well, and finds some shots onto Pain also. Chepo just surviving out the tiniest bit, but a pinch is going to be there, but the damage was as well.
It's going to have to be a perfect game here from Wash Team if they want a chance. They have to hold positioning the whole way through, because 14% for somebody like Colt, that goes by very quickly. But Tuchas, though, struggling into this, and Alex Super, not even close to the safe, of course, but looking up more for that kill than anything. Pain, Frixie holding on into the mid, and Shine, Chepo just looking to play some defense.
Yeah, well, it seems like we might have some connection issues here as people seem to be standing still, but Chepo trying to go for the TP. Brock Super coming in at the right-hand side, 33 HP left. Shine moving down the left here, finds some shots onto Batushas, but can they find the finish? They don't even need to finish it off, they need to defend it out. Batushas 9 HP, having to retreat, and Pain coming in as well. Can't find anything, and West Coast are going to be going on to match point.
Once again, an opportunity here for West Coast as they, well, nearly do enough, 382, but job's done nonetheless, right? West Coast are here once again. An opportunity in Wash Team. It's going to be left to them to win 2 straight. Do you think they can drag it to a 5th?
I mean, not only 2 straight, but a set after that as well. It's a very, very difficult road for them to be staring down, and difficult stuff now coming in as they've just been dominated so severely. And pretty much it was just off one play by Alec and Chepo, and if they can repeat just one of those again, I probably imagine they'll close it out.
Yeah, Batuchas once again, a little different start. They're not going to open up this left-hand side quite yet, but Eve keeping her distance. I think that's a good call, as Batuchas is going to do really well into those spawners if they ever touch the ground. 2-1, of course, West Coast. 1 away. Here comes the aggressive flying hook in. Carl looking for smoke, gets the kill there. Alec low HP, the connecting shot as well. All offense for Wash Team right now, but don't look now. Nani Peep taking off and actually going for a kill. No teleport needed.
Yeah, kill there instead of the TP. Probably a smart decision. Alec, incendiary damage, takes him down. Pinch coming in though as Shine takes him off the map. But now needs to make some aggressive plays as 29% deficit is there, and the damage also was from the side of Wash Team, who now have control of the map. That's pushing them back little by little back into spawn.
Nice piercing shots coming in from Batuches, and here come all the helpful spawners as well. They're going to go down pretty easily for Batuches, and even taking one, totally fine. He's got a lot of HP to work with. Keeping his distance, though, needs to be careful as low HP Alec managed to stay alive just long enough. It's going to pave the way for West Coast now to walk it down. They have a lot to come back from, though.
Yeah, a bit of damage came down, though, and Nani just trying to hold out control whilst Colt comes back down this middle with the super, and it's a dangerous thing to be looking at. You can't really be letting the Colt get anywhere near, but the TP coming up shortly. Shine's just going to leave it as well. Chepo went for the damage and found it as well. Payne going to tank some shots out with that Honey Molasses, but up top, more damage being added to it as Batuches went on the aggressive. Payne with a slow down, hits Shine there as well, expects the shot to be coming towards him, and actually baits out a gadget along the way.
Wash team fighting adversity right now. They have to hold on for dear life. Frixie picking up a kill onto Alec, but Chepo stands in their path for more damage. With approaching 30 seconds to go, they have 50% to work with, plenty of opportunity, and they may even be able to finish off this high safe.
Yeah, Chepo's got the super here as well, though, but Alec trying to find some shots, and he's the one who needs to. Hit's going to connect, but it's not really going to do a lot for them here. Payne's just sitting behind this wall, doesn't even have to use this 3K, but trying to find some damage. Alec's going to tank it out. In comes Batuches. He needs to go down. They need to do everything and get up and get some damage in 15 seconds. But West Coast are not going to be successful in this one as Frixie adds some more down with the Rocket Rain. Brings it to 16, and then he's just going to try and stay alive. Damage gear activated as well, and they can't go anywhere. Wash team, one game away from evening things out. West Coast, one game away from closing it out.
Wash team and West Coast are going to have to hold their breath a little longer. When they need it most, they show up. Wash team now facing, once again, a double match point. This is another opportunity for West Coast to close things out, or for Wash team to maybe make a hero's arc here and drag it to a 5th set.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to take this one down, or else they'll be going home. West Coast just one game away from the lower bracket finals. Alec needs to do more than he did in the prior one, but same goes for Chepo as they were the difference makers in the first. So far, not so good for Alec as he gets beamed down by both Payne and Frixie.
One of the best parts of this West Coast combination has been Nani and Eve really doing their part to allow Alec to get that damage. I think that was what made game number 1 so special for them. So this Nani peep could be really huge for them. Looking to actually go teleport onto Batuches. I think a smarter play because the connection wouldn't have been nearly enough for a kill. A few trades going down as well. A little bit of decision making here for Frixie. Does he go on offense? Does he play defense? And with 2 teammates returning, all things considered, only giving up 11% was probably an ideal situation for them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw over the right-hand side there, Shine and they just couldn't kill each other. They just weren't moving, and a little bit of a stalemate, but not a lot of damage on either side. Now Batuches getting the super off, though. Tailspin and protective pirouette. Not really necessary as he didn't really get hit, I'll be honest with you, but Parasite's coming in now, and the kill comes in from Shine before that happens anyway. Got to make some connections onto Payne, and he's just focusing Alec because he knows he can't bring these down. Super available, 3K, not going to make the connection either. And there's the kill from Chepo, the opening for Alec, and the damage to follow it as well.
There's a little bit of assist work going down there as Chepo picking up that kill allowed for Alec to shine. The DPS they needed comes from Colt, so getting him to that high safe is very important. 76% for everybody right now, though, and getting map control could really dictate what goes down as this Nani peep is looking to make a touchdown onto the other side.
Yeah, Payne's got that 3K, and I think he just ran into the wall instead of TP, and not the best play. But Batuches thought he was going to go, so he went in and got taken out instead. Alec now going to be able to survive and tank a couple of shots and move up this side. Super comes in and he misses it. Payne's going to get pinched down now as well, but Chepo takes a heavy hit, and so does Alec. Trading blows, 76-76, and we're a tie game.
Once again, they're going to rely on Batuches to be the damage dealer here. Alec dangerously close and does go down. Here comes the tailspin as well. Batuches putting in work right now, expanding the lead with 30 seconds to go. They need all the help they can get as there's a good cleanup coming down now. Payne trying to play defense. There's one pickup but a trade. Shine now walking it forward, and Chepo with an opportunity.
I mean, there's just no opening. Batuches is tanking. We've got the super there as well, but he's surely just going to be able to go in and get the kill. He finds a shot. He needs to get the TP, but there's nobody there to assist him. In comes Alec. In comes Shine. The tanks are there, and too much damage is required. Shine trying to get it done, but can't do anything. Wash team take it to a 5th set.
When it matters most, Wash team showing up and dragging this down to a 5th set. Hold your breath, folks. It's just getting good, and one more set is going to determine who the first team going home is this weekend.
I mean, West Coast, they can't be feeling good right now. 2-2. They were 2-0 up. And even at that, they've had a couple of match points as well. Put it that way, they're not going to be feeling good about this one. Turned around in that one, turned around in Gem Grab as well. they've got to be feeling defeated. And it's hard to persevere through even a couple of match points when you're losing them, but like 4 they've had now is definitely not going to feel good.
Momentum's a big deal, right? The mental game, being in person, there's so much going on when you start to lose your rhythm. I mean, West Coast, of course, we saw them play well against stmn, but Wash team, they didn't win a single set against Tribe. This is a big deal for them. They're finally finding their footing, and they've done so in a unique way. We saw the Mr. P pick earlier, you know, and then it was when it came down to West Coast kind of calling their shot as well. Look, Colt shows up here from time to time, but obviously the indestructible walls make him a very different role, very different. They kind of call their shot and it doesn't work. I'm sure the confidence is certainly wavering a little bit for West Coast, but now is not the time to doubt yourself. Now is when it matters most.
Yeah, I mean, they need to kind of knuckle down, and they just couldn't get that Colt damage in the second and third games. Nani wasn't making the same openings, and it was just Eve being dominated by Carl. I'm surprised they didn't try and do any lane swaps or anything like that, but then again, it is the Colt who's going to be getting the damage. Stat-wise, very similar. 36 to 35 in favor of Wash team. Damage goes the way of West Coast regardless of losing, and heals that way as well. Surprising to see on a map like Safe Zone that heals don't mean that little bit more, but it was only a 2,000 difference anyway.
I mean, once again, similar stat lines, close match. We saw it go down in the regular season as well. It was 3-2 to Wash team. And somehow, some way, even with West Coast up 2-0, we might have a replicated match here. This time, though, it means a lot more as Japan is on the line, money's on the line, the land setting all in everybody's heads. You can see it on Alex's face. Got to focus up here and just really dial it back.
Can't be good. And look at Wash team, they're thrilled, they're smiling, and the difference between these two teams at the moment is just so comparable. They're devastated, West Coast. They're not smiling, they're complaining, they're not looking in the zone. And Wash team, on the other hand, some of the best game comes out of these players when they're happy. And Wash team usually are, but being 2-0 down, they probably weren't. And this turnaround's definitely got them going.
Yeah, certainly a mood change for Wash team, of course. I mean, 0-2, they finally took their first set. A little bit of fist bumps here and there, but now it's all smiles back to old form. It's going to come down to dueling beetles. Hot zone as a 5th set is haunting for some of these teams. It is tough. Spawn traps, a big factor here. You can't give up positioning, and you don't want to let any other team have control either. Again, this is the Brawl Stars world we live in. Barley, Sprout on dueling beetles, getting banned.
I mean, throw a heavy map, unbreakable wall on one of the sides as well is definitely lining up for the throwers, but with those two banned, we're going to be seeing the B coming in as the first pick. I like it. Usually down one of these sides, playing that range game, can come in and help that mid every now and again with the super, throwing it down, getting the slows. But on the other side of things, obviously, we're going to be seeing that Meg ban so influential on a map like Dueling Beetles, where you can just play it down the line, you get your super, you walk in, and you pretty much get all control for your team. But with that out of the way, with Crow out of the way, with Penny out of the way on the other side as well, I like the B pick. I think it's very, very solid. It's going to stop a few tanks coming in as well, and also can play at the range game.
Yeah, I think when you see Squeak, Barley, and Sprout, B is certainly one of the contenders for that first overall pick. We mentioned it earlier, but it's not only a safe pick. Now you've eliminated 3 brawlers that are really pesky into B. It's going to be difficult, of course, but Belle shines in Dueling Beetles when you can get those nest eggs down. We saw what she could do earlier in Hot Zone. Belle certainly a fierce one at that. And going to play that range game. I think not as much in the mid where you're used to seeing a Belle per se, but a lot of the times going to be playing that left or right hand lane.
Yeah, I must say, I do like the Belle in return. I do prefer the B that a little bit more, but that's kind of what you'll get with the first pick. Stu going to come in after that from Wash team as well. Taking it away from Shine, it's also very good for them, but also taking it away from Shine kind of just amplifies it that little bit more, considering how good he is on that brawler. Not sure if it's usually because he's got incredible ping, but today, obviously, everybody's going to be on the same ping down here in San Diego, so we'll be back to West Coast for the next couple of picks as well. See what they want to bring to the table, when they want to double down on this range or equal a bit of this mobility that Stu's brought to the table.
Yeah, I think Stu can be a pretty good response in the B, but our main man, Poco, leading the marching band here. This is a solid pick for Hot Zone in general, especially in the middle when it's really congested, a real mid-ranged fight, and they pick up the loot too. That is 3 very powerful brawlers on the Dueling Beetles West Coast side. I like this a lot for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's smart. I kind of bashed on the Lou a little bit earlier, but that was in Brawl Ball. Dueling Beetles is definitely a different story for me. Really, really strong, and I like the Poco to go along with it as well. They've got the range game, they've got some heals, and a bit of HP with Poco as well, and then Lou to top things off to get control. I really do like what they've done here. It's just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to make the connecting shots with B, with Lou, against this Stu who's going to be so mobile. And Jesse. Talk about Wash team making some out there picks. Jesse is definitely another one of them.
Once again, calling their shot. They picked the Mr. P earlier, and it worked out. Why doubt yourself now? 2 straight sets in, a Jesse pick, and if there's no wall break, that turret can pop off. Let's see if Wash Team have the legs to pull this off.
We'll see if they can go all the way, bring it all the way back and reverse sweep, move to those lower bracket finals and see what's going on a little bit later down the line. They want revenge against Tribe, and West Coast want revenge against STMN. One of these teams is going to be able to try and get it. We'll see who comes out on top on Dueling Beetles in just a second. But at this point, I'm all Wash Team with this momentum.
It's hard to doubt them now, and a speed zone going down as well. Jesse taking the mid, but Batucha is close by. So much versatility with this West Coast comp. You got the long range, you got the assist from Chepo, the high HP, and Lou, he can cover an entire ice rink on that hot zone, but Batucha goes skating, kicks things off early, and a near team white beer, and now with Poco going down, Wash Team coming out swinging.
Great control as well. Nest egg being placed down, and we got the Penny turret, the Jesse turret already. So used to seeing Penny and so unused to seeing Jesse. Clearly, I'm getting my words mixed up. Batucha's going to pick up that right-hand side as well. Shine goes down. Alex low. Chepo doesn't have his heal yet and should be very, very close, but the slow along with it is not going to help him out.
This is getting difficult, climbing to 50%, another takedown as well, as Batuchez is gonna manage to get out of the Winter Wonderland, but a tag from Shine going to finish him off there. Super not connecting yet. And the biggest thing here, even though they dropped the ice rink, they're not able to touch down that hot zone until right now.
Yeah, just getting now, and by that time, Batuchez is already up. A speed zone's along with it as well, and the nest egg is gonna be the nail in the coffin for Chepo. Gets taken down, and Batuchez aggressing now as well. Not gonna have this breakthrough, obviously, because the speed zone's at the back, and another turret is placed. The bounces off it as well, and the aggression onto Poco. Alex slowed 78%, and this has got to be Wash Team.
The unorthodox pick popping off right now with no wall break available. The little rubber ducky gonna be pew-pewing all the way down, and Alec gonna be weak here as well. But Tucha staying up, climbing their way to 100%. All of a sudden, it's Wash Team with their first match point.
Yeah, that can't feel good for West Coast. Dominated in both the last 2 sets and now completely destroyed in the first game of the final one. Wash Team looking like they might be the ones taking this down, but West Coast aren't going to give up just yet. 2 in a row for West Coast, or Wash Team take it home here.
An underdog story certainly going to be unfolding here for either of these teams, but Wash Team now with the advantage. West Coast can't get team wiped early. We saw it last time, the speed zone assisting once again. Frixie needs to connect shots, but Tuches, though, overly aggressive, and it pays off. Alec now going to have to fall back as a result. Shine manages to stay up with 600 HP. 1 nest egg on the ground, but Batuches, gosh, what a spectacle to watch.
Yeah, Payne trying to find the killing blow, but couldn't quite yet. Gets taken down as well. Batuches on the other side, and with this early super from Lou, this could be a different story here. Chepo finding as well, and a super going to be wasted out there, but over-aggression from Chepo not going to pay off for him like it did for Batuches. He's going to get taken down as well. Great trade coming in from Alec there onto the Stu. It's pretty much an even game, but more members on the board from West Coast.
Yeah, Frixie doing a great job of just tiptoeing his way through that situation. The longer you can be in that hot zone, the better, even if it's an in and out kind of situation. And once again, Batucha taking advantage of the matchup. Right-hand side, Chepo going to fall. Alec, low HP, drops the ice rink. Can't quite move up here, though. And as a result, Wash Team can just kind of hold back for now. 4% being the difference maker at this moment. The long-range battle on this left-hand side really being drawn out. Will certainly be a factor here as the game progresses.
Yeah, I mean, we see a Lou shot, a B shot on that, and it barely even takes a hit. No heals onto that turret from Payne. Maybe a little bit of a cost there, but still, they have this control. They have the lead now as well. Batucci's going aggressive, maybe making the wrong decision this time, but he escapes with his life. Gasser heal keeps him in the mix, and Alec 26, very low. Frixie making the connections, and Payne's there with him too. Batucci's just trying to heal up now, keeping the aggression, and this might be the reverse sweep.
70% in climbing now. Payne getting tagged up, though. Poco doing his best work right now, but Batuches continuing to climb up the map. Chepo with the super stays up, and Alec fights back. A possible retake here for West Coast.
Yeah, Chepo's going to stay alive here as well. Alec throws the super down the left-hand side. We might be seeing a final set, final game to decide if you have the control. Can't be far off a reset on the super as well for Alec. Batuches can't make these aggressive plays. Still 15% needed, but Frixie can't find the shots. Payne trying to come through the mid, but super should be dropped again by Alec. 5% needed, the heal's there, and so is the game for West Coast. Set 5, game 3 will decide it all.
Do or die for both these teams now. It's going to be a match point for both. And it's so difficult, right? Momentum riding with Wash Team. This is the first game that they have dropped in this set. Now it's all going to come down to the wire. Only one can move forward. Only one can have a chance of taking it all here this weekend.
See who gets the better start this time. Speed zone going to be placed by Batucius. Maybe wanting to go as aggressive as he has in the previous games off the start, but in the second, definitely didn't pay off for him as well as it did in the first. Jesse Shot's going to be making moves in that mid. Already got a penny turret as well, and this is Wash Team all over it.
That's a big, big advantage. Getting that Jesse turret down, especially on that indestructible wall side for added measure. What is Shine to do? Payne's just standing here recharging as Shine is forced to just stay away. And meanwhile, Batucius, he continues to pop off. He's owning this right-hand side. 40% to 0. Wash Team up big.
Yeah, Batucius is owning the right, and Payne's turret is owning the left. Shine can't do anything. Aggression once again, but he gets the super this time. Gasa Heal can't keep him in the mix, doesn't use his super, but 58% is what is on Wash Team's side, and 4 on the side of West Coast. Such a big lead. Mark as well, the bounces are there, and 2 kills. Wash Team are walking away with it.
The little double there, 3 nest eggs on the ground, and I'll say it again, a Batucius kill. No surprise here as he's popping off for his teammates when it matters most. Closer and closer to that 100% marker.
This is so close now, and yet again, it's Batucius. Shine's going to be marked up, though. They are both low, but Chepo can't find a heal. He can't assist his teammate. He's going to go down. The Screeching Solo connects onto 2, but not 3. Super there from Lou as well, but the return from Payne. Turret behind the wall, and all of Wash Team sliding onto the zone. 2% needed, and the reverse sweep is there for Wash Team. They take it home and move on to the lower bracket finals.
Welcome to day number 2, Wash Team. The first LAN for them showing up, and they made it count. Playing spoiler here today. High fives, handshakes all around, and Wash Team clutch up our reverse sweep of the weekend.
I mean, we promised it was going to be a good game. After the first 2, I wasn't so sure. But after all 5, I'm pretty sure it's fair to say that that was incredible. West Coast just got short. First team going home, sitting in 4th place. Not even as good as the Season 1 finals in Seattle, where they managed to guarantee themselves 3rd. They will not be going to Tokyo. They're written off. But Wash Team, their dream is still alive.
I mean, you gotta respect it a lot, right? They made some insane, unorthodox pick. That's a huge takeaway from me. And it should be for these guys too. Going into the next matches, you know, whoever they end up playing, the loser of course, Tribe Gaming and stmn, I want them to stay confident. Those crazy picks, it won them 2 sets. It climbed their way back into this. They should have all the confidence in the world right now.
I mean, that was an incredible showing from Wash Team there. They need to try and get the revenge against Tribe Gaming, who just destroyed them, or try and get some revenge for West Coast against stmn if they're the ones who drop down to the lower bracket. We'll see in our next game. But I won't say so far so good for Wash Team because it was sketchy as hell, but they are the ones moving on.
Yeah, a tough one nonetheless. That last game, though, really putting an exclamation mark on that match. 80,000 damage, towering over the 47K of West Coast.
Incredible stuff from Wash Team. We are going to have a winner's interview over on the stage with FDOT.
Great cast for a fantastic match. And I'm now standing here next to Payne, and Jose is going to help us with some translation as we chat. Payne, congratulations. You've been to LAN before, but you brought 2 LAN rookies with you. What was that like?
Bueno, ya has estado en algunas LANs pasadas, pero ahora vienes a esta tu primera LAN aquí en San Diego. ¿Cómo se siente?
Pues estaba muy emocionado. Me quería sacar esa espina de no haber dado lo mejor en París, y creo que estamos mejorando con el tiempo que hemos estado aquí.
Yeah, so at first I wanted that win. I wanted to show that we have the skills coming up into this LAN. So I'm really happy that we could take the win.
Winning in a reverse sweep is tough. West Coast came out really strong, and you guys had to push through towards the end. What was the team comms like?
Bueno, y venir de un 2-0 para abajo a una victoria, ¿cómo crees que fue la comunicación con el equipo durante esa época para motivarse y tener la victoria?
Creo que los 3 primeros sets fueron iguales, nunca nos bajoneamos, pero después de nuestro primer set ganado fue, vamos, se puede, se están bajoneando ellos y hay que aprovechar eso, y así sucedió.
So the first 3 games, we were really calm, even though we were losing. But once we got the first win, we have ourselves up. We were really happy. We were trying to push and encourage each other to take the win.
I felt the energy. I came up here, I saw you guys jumping, I saw you guys getting emotional. Real talk, you guys are closer to Japan, sure, but you won on this stage. What does this mean to you?
Bueno, y también se puede hablar de Japón, pueden acercarse un poco hacia los puntos, pero ahorita están aquí, están ahora, ¿cómo se sienten al respecto?
Nos sentimos un poco nerviosos, pero sabemos que podemos lograrlo.
I mean, we're really nervous right now, but we know we can make it. We know we can prove ourselves here.
Well, you've already proved yourself in one match for sure, and now you've earned the right. Any shout-outs you want to give to the friends and family at home?
Bueno, y ahora para finalizar un poco de saludos a la gente o a tu familia que te está viendo.
Sí, a todos los que nos apoyan, a mi familia que siempre me ve y a todos los que están aquí en la DreamHack.
Yeah, so a lot of good vibes to my family and everyone that's watching and supporting us on stream.
Awesome. I think you've earned a lot more fans. Congratulations, man. Guys, back to y'all.
You know, I think what we heard in some of those interviews previously was completely true in Wash Team's case. The doubters were there. They were down 2 sets, and then they come through with the reverse sweep.
I think as one of the doubters, I'm quite happy they did win. I think they thoroughly deserve it. Some of the nicest guys in the community as well, and they really are deserving of that win.
I think a spotlight on Payne as well. I mean, such an inspiration, even to me personally, because he's the one who says the most important thing is to start, and then you accomplish things like this at this grade.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so heartwarming, right? You can see how much it means to this guy, and part of the reason that I love sports, I love esports, is we get to know these players a little bit. I'm glad we have a little bit of light into these guys and how much it means to them. I mean, they're flying from a very far distance. They had to earn this twice just for this one opportunity. So to get this win, you could see it in the interview. I mean, it meant so much to them.
Okay, I don't know how you could have possibly picked things to talk about from this, Reddy, but this is a big task. It's a big ask. Let's see what you got.
Well, of course, because we saw Wash Team take the win in the end, but it was a West Coast story up until then. It was so close in set number 1. Moving into set number 2, it was much of the same sort of a West Coast story. But set number 3 is when we really started to see things warm up. Of course, West Coast pulling out some pretty good plays. But now, coming into set number 3, this was the turnaround. This is when the reverse sweep started to happen. You saw that big pull onto 12 Jim Carrier. That was the moment. That was the turning point in this entire match.
Yeah, I mean, facing a match point in this situation nonetheless, and then making a big pop-off play, especially with Mr. P, that is wild to me, more than deserving of that set win.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. And, you know, we saw a great start once more from West Coast here in Heist, but after that, it was all Wash Team once more, and they just really proven their worth, and their perseverance was really incredible through this one as well, especially being faced by as many match points as they were to then come out on Hot Zone and perform like this. It really was incredible.
They continue to hammer down, too. I mean, with unorthodox picks like Jesse. We've seen Jesse in the competitive setting before. It didn't really work. The Wash Team managed to put it to work, too, and it really threw West Coast off. We saw moments where Shine is just trying to get that angle perfectly right to get rid of the Jesse turn. What does Payne do? Yeah, just seal it right up, deal with it. You're basically shooting peas at this thing because it is not going down. Very tilting to face into, and Wash Team take it and they run with it.
Yeah, and I mean, this game number 2, it's not like they were far off from clutching this up either. West Coast had a real opportunity, and again, a lot of Wash Team wins in the second half of that match there, but West Coast have been a phenomenal team this entire offseason. I mean, they got here for a reason, 2 challenge seasons in a row. You know, despite this loss, I think they can hold their heads up high and just know that they are a very good team and understand this is the most competitive Brawl Stars has ever been.
Yeah, I mean, it really is incredible to watch, and as I said, thoroughly deserving of this win as well. And being able to bring out the unorthodox picks that they did and make them work and prove a point is another thing as well. And, you know, as I said, I couldn't be more happy that these players are able to, you know, be as nice as they are and make these kind of runs, especially as deserving as they are, because they couldn't make the first season as well. If they'd have made the first season, imagine the position they'd be in to go to Masters. But overall, statistics-wise, we're looking at the 7 kills to the 6.68 of West Coast. Death-wise, West Coast have taken quite a considerable amount more over this Challenge Finals. Supers, they clearly like playing a bit of stew, as we know they do. Shine brings that out quite a lot, and I can't even blame it on the Sam now, because we haven't even really seen this, to be fair.
All right. That was a lot, okay? And that was the lower bracket semis. We still have a lot in store. Let's take a look back at the bracket, see how everything's playing out. Okay, we've got one more match left on the day. When we look at the bottom, it is Wash Team who pushes their way through. Well, who will they have to face in order to make it to the finals? We're going to find out after this next break, because that's when the match that we have been waiting for, our upper bracket finals. Our top 2 teams in the region will go head head-to-head. So trust me, you want to stick around for this if you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true.
San Diego. We have had a day here on our stage so far. Incredible competition across the board. And here's a little bit of a refresher. If you're wondering what's happened so far, we've got stmn and Tribe in our upper bracket, the two squads that have made their way through. And then when we just watched the lower bracket semis, Wash team put on an incredible performance with a reverse sweep, keeping their hopes and dreams alive in that lower bracket. And now we are moving back up top for the match of the day, the one we've been waiting for since challenge season. It's time to start talking about it because it is stmn versus Tribe.
I mean, this is what we've all been looking forward to, isn't it, really? stmn versus Tribe, the El Clasico of the North American region. And it really is a spectacle. Every time we watch it, it's a really, really incredible game. Bobby Q-Sans, OG, and Zar is who the stmn roster are. We've seen them today, and they've succeeded pretty well so far.
Is happening. El Clasico and NA, stmn versus Tribe. This is a storied matchup. There is history here. We haven't gotten to see it for a while because now it's West versus East. Stamina got some serious opposition, but of course, they've showed some pretty good prowess of their own already, shutting down West Coast at the beginning of the day and doing so single-handedly, it seemed.
Yeah, we just saw stmn beat West Coast, and then the team that Tribe 3-0 just reverse swept West Coast. I don't know what to think. I'm excited. I miss this matchup happening as frequently as it does. And of course, the biggest stage, oh my gosh, this is gonna be incredible.
I mean, that was, as you say, you know, it's a great game, and I miss it as much, happening as much as it did. But in terms of gems grab, stmn are sitting at the top, so they're going to be hoping for some gem grab throughout this one. Definitely got a good chance of it as well, because I imagine we'll probably be going quite far through all of these sets. So definitely a statistic that they want to keep on their side, keep those gems in hands. And obviously Zar was the one who is holding all the gems as well, and he was the highest gem carrier, and also stmn are the highest gem carrying team as well, so it kind of makes sense.
He is insanely mechanically skilled, especially when you put him on the max. Put him on the max mid and let him do his thing. Hey, Tribe, that's our next team up on the board. Serious opposition awaiting stmn across the stage. Corey is Livy, Tyrant, and Zulon are the core of this squad, but Corey, he's more of Coach Korai, if you want to put it that way. Still, what a storied squad, dominating NA East at the moment, and now looking to expand that reach to the entire region.
Yeah, they had a really successful day so far. Of course, they have not lost a set yet. And when looking back in history, though, it hasn't quite gone their way against stmn, right? stmn sweeping Tribe in that Season 1 finals last time. This is definitely a revenge match, to say the least.
I think so too, and I mean, I don't doubt that they'll be able to get it. They performed so well against Wash team, who have therefore just gone and beaten the team that kept stmn in a very, very close game, whereas Tribe kind of destroyed their opposition in that first round. So definitely, I'm kind of siding with Tribe in this one, surprisingly as well. stmn have been the ones kind of running away with it at the moment, but I just got a bit good feeling about Tribe.
Well, we've been checking in with our teams all day, and Tribe was another squad that we got to talk to, and we talked about stmn, who they thought their biggest rival was. Well, we asked the same question to Tribe, so let's see what they had to say.
I think our greatest strength is probably range brawlers like Bell and Piper and Nanny. If we hop on those, we'll win.
I think our biggest weakness as a team is probably changing up our play style that's more control-based and focusing more on aggressive play style.
Sometimes we get tilted too easily, and that can spiral downhill for us pretty quickly.
Our biggest competition is probably stmn. There's a long rivalry between the two teams.
In our own sub-region, we are doing better than Stamina, but anything can happen in a LAN environment, and so we're just gonna scrim really hard to make sure we come out on top.
I have a history of not being able to beat them. They're kind of like my kryptonite in a way, so if I could take them down, it would mean the world to me.
Last time they lifted the trophy in front of us, and hopefully we can lift the trophy in front of them this time.
There's definitely an argument that we're not currently the best team in North America, but I would say that we are. We've had some rough patches recently, but I think we are still on top.
Sometimes, yeah, we do stumble, especially on LAN events. We just have to clean it up a little bit, and I think we'll be back on top.
To be the Snapdragon Challenge champions would be a great deal to my team because it would be our very first LAN win and our very first trophy.
Yeah, we're gonna try our best not to get tilted this time around if we go down a couple sets, and just stay focused and play every set one by one.
We heard it said a few different ways in that package. You mentioned a revenge match. That's definitely what it feels like after hearing them talk.
Oh, I mean, and you heard how they talked about each other, too. STMN's greatest enemy is West Coast. Tribe's greatest enemy is STMN. But, of course, you have to respect your enemy, too, because really where STMN profits is where Tribe is placing most of their chips at the moment. They are fully investing in the draft. That is where they're focusing on that pain point.
Yeah, now looking at the side-by-side as well. Dominant stuff from both teams. Great kill-to-death ratios and a lot of supers being popped for Tribe Gaming. I think this is a team we often talk about being, you know, kind of that control base, right? But they can certainly crank it up when they need to, get aggressive, and really go at their enemies.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it seems that way. I mean, in terms of KD, STMN are obviously the ones on top, but we know how influential a couple more supers can make, even if they are Stu supers, put it that way. So definitely, Tribe have 100% got a lifeline in this one. Even if the stats don't back them up, I'm kind of feeling like I'm a little bit on their side.
I think, if anything, it paints the picture that, look, they are a more control-based team. This is how they play the game. And lately, it's worked against them because they don't really play the tanks that are so good in the current meta. But we've already seen just how effectively they can make it work when they ban out some of those tanks, or they just pick the tank counters to allow themselves to play the control meta. It's Hard Rock Mine, El Clasico match, the most classic map in Brawl Stars. You see it in every Brawl talk, and you see it in the most important matches in Brawl Stars.
Yeah, definitely so as well. You know, we already saw the statistic that STMN are pretty much the best team on Gem Grab to start with, and Hard Rock Mine being the Gem Grab map, pretty much the one that pops to mind. Definitely feeling quite good about them in this first one here. Bans-wise, we got the Ruffs, 8-Bit and Surge. I like that. And as you said, Tribe getting these tanks out of the way. Don't really want to be seeing them being played. They want to play this control game along with that Carl and Squeak. Ash banned out for them. Penny going to be the first pick.
You've already pointed out, I want to expand on it. You see that Ash ban. Ash, he's so troublesome when he gets in the back lines, but he's not the only one who can make it work. Clearly, Carl is banned out here too, but with that last pick, really anything can happen, and Stamina fully intend on making it work because they have banned out that Surge. They're gonna do it one way or another. Another thing is we've seen STMN, they've drafted some kind of wacky brawlers today, and this is, as has Livy put it, Tribe's kryptonite. They need that consistency. They are very by the book. They have the analysts, they look at the stats, and STMN know this is precisely where to focus down and hammer all of their efforts.
Yeah, well, Janet going to be the first pick of STMN. I do like it. I think it's probably one of the most versatile brawlers in the game. Definitely something I know it's not really picked in NA as much as it is quite a lot of the other regions, not valued as much, but still very, very solid, I will say. Pretty much good against anything. Nothing really 100% counters it, so he's got a bit of a foot in the door. Mac's going to go up next from STMN, and I like that. Bit of speed can always throw Tribe off the scent.
And for me, I think that this is going to be their mid selection. You don't usually select your mid as that last pick, so it's got to be Zara on the max mid. And we've talked about it so much, and now we finally get to see it come to fruition. But Tribe now got to be thinking about how precisely they navigate this. Sometimes the way to deal with this is the B. That's absolutely in the cards for them, but they also have to locate. How exactly do they deny a tank in the back lines for that last pick? Janet, she's effectively able to penetrate things, and you can still transport a tank to the back lines. But here's the Gene selection, and this is sort of enabled by the 8-Bit ban across the way on STMN's side. They can accent this with something quite well, but that's absolutely going to be the mid for them.
Yeah, I mean, I do love the Gene. I always feel like the Gene's that versatile brawler that just does so well. Can turn a game with a snap of your fingers, and obviously with the Penny on their side as well. Not going to have the turrets to be able to tank it, not going to have the salty barrels to be able to tank the pull either, and I think all around it's a very, very smart pick. And not letting them have it along with the Max as well, because, you know, technically, although Max probably would be the mid here, you can kind of play it in that mid-range and just play pretty much all three members down that mid and play it like that. So smart not to let them have it as well. You're going to see the Rico as a last pick, so therefore they're kind of compensating for a tank if STMN do bring it in. However, it doesn't kind of rule it out. I feel like you can have Rico and they can just send it down the Penny lane.
Precisely. Something that we sometimes see is the approach to playing against Rico is don't play against Rico, because he needs those walls to succeed. And if you just don't play around the walls, and good luck, there's the Sam. He doesn't even need the speed, because he gets the speed for free with the use of his super. Transporting himself effectively to the back lines, being pretty troublesome for Rico and for Penny, but still, there's counterplay available to both of them. Penny and Rico are known tank counters. This is simply the way that Tribe have approached the problem of, look, we're not the greatest at tanks, and we're not that great against tanks. Let's pick the counters. They have the counters now. Is it enough to shut down the Sam?
Yeah, I mean, you know, if they get spawn trapped, if they get control of this back grass, it's really, really difficult regardless. You know, when you have this Rico, always going to be very strong against the tank when you're playing against it on the lane, but as soon as you get spawn trapped, you step out of line once, and you're not going to be in a good position after that, and it's the exact same with Penny as well. You need to be putting these turrets in good positions and making use out of them. Opposite side, we see Tribe Gaming, stmn close to home down here on the blue side, and Bobby instantly going to clean up Tyrant.
Man, already going straight for the jugular. 1-2 kills on the back lines, and that is where he plans to live. Takedown with a pinch between OG and Zar on the left side, but here's the lane switch. Zar knows that he can get some free supercharge off the Tyrant and needs to pinch in with Bobby as well, who's likely to go down on the back lines, and stmn Esports need to respond accordingly. Already flexing with the aggression from Tribe Gaming, but see, Tribe, they play control. Are they going to get in the back lines? If anyone, it's got to be Tyrant. Bit of a mispull and wishful thinking here for Zulon as he does not manage to grab Zar, and that's going to cost him.
Yeah, not a good pull at all. We have that turret being placed down, and Sam's going to fall, but it's in the back lines. It's not even connecting onto Zar in the position that he's in the mid now. Never mind when he starts to back up a little bit. But a bit of control back in the hands of Tribe as they manage to get Bobby out, but instantly he's back in the same position. Tyrant's just kind of playing along with Zulan here, but now he's leaving him. He's just left him, but the knockback's there. Tyrant maybe going to be able to pick up the kill, does have to throw a turret down to guarantee it, but Zar should be able to clean him up now. Not yet an OG, quite low as well on the back lines.
Tribe Gaming now back in position, but with someone in the back, they gotta focus it down. Zulon with a no-look shot upwards does manage to get the takedown. Now 5 gems total on their side. Bobby goes for the gadget, not able to get the elimination, and Zulon and Tyrant stay alive. Zar, though, still has 7 gems on his side. A good look for stmn Esports. Tribe Gaming still are gradually equalizing things. Bobby, though, constantly responding, constantly throwing those supers to the back lines. It is so difficult for them to deal with, and he's going right for the lifeline of this team, but he's not able to follow through on the kill, and down goes Zar. This could be Tribe's chance to bring it back, but OG arrives just in the nick of time.
I think they've still got a gem in spawn as well up top, but they might have picked it up. They do. 9 is the count now, and only 1 more needed from mid. It is going to be 10-8 if they do get the one on their side now, though, but a great super from Eslivy down the right-hand side, keeping Bobby fairly low. Gets a few heals off this super, though, obviously throwing the Knuckle Dusters back again. Some shots following up. Countdown has started, but it will be equaled out from the mid if they manage to keep control. The pull's there, and Zar just avoids it with the phase shifter getting out the way. But now that gem spawns 10-10, and now Tribe don't have the control they desire.
Not only that, not only has a countdown paused, but Tribe Gaming has been forced back so far. Zar gets taken down with the long-range bounce shot from his Livy. OG's able to pick up the pieces, but it's only 11 gems. Tribe Gaming just need to wait for this next one to spawn. If they stay in position, they absolutely can get that countdown in their favor, but Bobby's determined to keep that from happening. Rushing towards the back, Zulon almost falls. OG is able to swoop in and get gem number 12, putting them in the lead, but a long-range beam from his Livy could be enough to set him out of commission for just a moment. stmn Esports continue to tie up with Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, definitely a valuable super there from Eslivy. You might think he's wasting it at that kind of range, but at the end of the day, they need to keep OG low and keep him off that gem spawner. Bobby looking for the kill now, coming down the right-hand side, and obviously we need this Rico to stay alive for the sake of Tribe anyway. Super comes around the right side, but he does actually get the kill. Throws out another one as well, but can't clean up the top. 14-14, and OG looking for the one on Tribe's side. Pull's going to be missed yet again, and he can't connect it. In comes the spawn now, and that should be a pickup from Zulan, but he doesn't go for it. He hasn't even got the equalizer, and he falls anyway, but in comes the super from Eslivy. It's just not enough, and that is a slight throw. I think the gem had to be picked up, because if he didn't get it and he died anyway, it wasn't going to work out.
It's one of those things where did he have it, did he not have it? Because we saw suppressing fire on that gem from the left lane consistently. It might just not have been in the books, but it could have interrupted the countdown. It's the micro plays that make the macro victory. But for now, stmn Esports, they got the micro. They got 1 game posted up on the board, but it was so close, and Tribe Gaming have looked actually quite good even into the SAM. It's been causing them so many issues. Beginning of the game, we already see Eslivy on the right side determined to get the tank counter, and while he does have to fall back, he's still able to get some good shots in Bobby with no takedown, but Zar has 1, 2, 3 gems, and OG the 4th. Already Tyrant in the backlines, though, is determined to stir things up and get a super for himself to add that turret. Effectively a 4th brawler on the field. Still, though, takedown on the backlines. stmn Esports gradually have to fall back, but Zar keeps up the aggression with the speed.
Yeah, aggressive from Tyrant. Bobby constantly just coming in over and over, and the lamp blowouts, they're getting used up quick. Super available from Tyrant now as well. Throws it in that back portion of the map, not behind the wall. OG's going to be able to snipe that one down with a quick 3 shots, but the trade's there. Turret for a kill is not bad.
There's Livy continuing to be a pest in the back right side. Now he can pretty much lock himself in here if he so desires, but Bobby has other plans. He's not even focused on defending. It's all out aggression on the opposing side, just 400 health left, but it's not enough. Here it comes. OG now on the right side pulled. Takedown for Bobby, and it's a heist. I know it's gem grab, but this dude just stole 4 gems, and he's headed right back to the respawn.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for a super down the right-hand side now. Can't quite find it. Going to have to use that bouncy castle to heal himself back up. OG quite low. Still chance of a turnaround here, but Eslami going to need an absolute beam of a super down here. Don't think it's going to reach in time now anyway. Super comes down, but Zar survives, and stmn take the first set.
First a photo finish, then an all-out domination from stmn. It's what Tribe said. This is their kryptonite. They run the tank counters. They try to play the counterplay, but Bobby pulls out the Sam, and he gets it done. It just doesn't seem like anything can really stop stmn from picking what brawlers they want to pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult for stmn, you know, like they had these counters, they had the Rico, and it just doesn't work out for Tribe. It's really difficult for them down in this position now, and there was definitely some lifelines. The first game, they could have won it. I feel like maybe a little bit of a missed gem pickup by Zulan was the issue, but as you say, you know, he probably would have gone down, but he had to gamble for it anyway, otherwise it's going to be a loss. You can at least have that reset on the backside, but stmn, they just didn't slow down in the second game either. Kept on aggressing, and Bobby knows if he uses all of these lamp blowouts in the early game, he's going to have a pretty chill half of the rest of it.
Absolutely, and OG pulled there as well. Zulon, look, no lamp blowouts, and Bobby just picks up the pieces. Easy peasy stuff for him. It's exactly what you're saying. stmn Esports, they've seen right through Tribe Gaming smokescreen. You're not invincible versus the tanks, dude. Stop picking those brawlers like you can. But still, we saw just how good of a fight they put up in game number 1. And I think the stats honestly show pretty good stuff, too. Look at all that damage from Tribe Gaming. That looks to me like a composition of tank counters versus a tank on stmn.
Yeah, but also 28 gems picked up and 28 gems dropped, so not the best statistic there. Not able to hold on to a singular gem in that one, whereas stmn kind of lived up to their expectations of being good on gem grab. 41 picked up and only 18 dropped, so keeping at least half of those, and obviously enough to be able to secure 2 countdowns at the end of the day, so really nice stuff from stmn. They take the first set, and they put Tribe on the back foot early on.
Well, and also, of course, keep in mind, momentum is a very real thing. 2 games in a row. And mind what Tribe said, they're kind of sensitive to momentum. If things start going really, really well on the opposing side, sometimes things start to devolve. Hopefully they figure that out before this match, because this is really the final one of the day. Heading into open zone, they already have some pretty good bans up on the board. stmn getting rid of the Meg, getting rid of the Crow, and the Stu. Definitely some favorite brawlers just on this map, but also favorite brawlers of Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Tribe Game bans as well. Get rid of Poco, Squeak, and Bonnie. Don't really want the aggression to come along with that Poco, so kind of get rid of that smart idea. But at the end of the day, you know, I much prefer the stmn bans. Get rid of the Meg, get rid of the Stu, the Crow, everything that they kind of want to play for this control. It's not going to be the easiest thing, but Bell going to be the first pick of Tribe Gaming, and I don't know if I like it or not. I do like Bell, especially you send down one of these lanes here, a bit of range. If you can get that grass broken up, you're going to be fine. But I also don't know if it's first pick worthy.
Look, Tribe, they're sort of gearing up and stocking up on some of these tank counters. They're determined to keep things back. Keep in mind also some of the brawlers that profit a lot here. Anything with the turret is going to be a supreme nuisance, especially something like Pam. Yeah, constantly bounce that shot between Pam and her turret with just Bell's innate kit, her passive abilities. But here's the Amber selection from stmn. And I think that Tribe Gaming might have been leaning towards picking this brawler in the beginning. Used to be first pick worthy, not quite anymore, but still very strong brawler that I'm sure Tribe Gaming are a bit disappointed that they don't have available now.
Yeah, I mean, especially because it's going to be that grass break that makes Bell excel that little bit more when it's a bit more open. But Gus, on the other hand, you know, providing shields, getting some of these more aggressive brawlers in the mix and allowing them to kind of carry on that aggression. Like Amber, if you get in the right position, you can burn down pretty much everybody whilst tanking so much damage along with the Gus shield. So I do like that kind of pick from stmn. Kooky Popper's really strong as well, and the heals that can come along with it. If you don't actually use that kind of gadget, then it's a very solid pick regardless.
Well, now it's up to Tribe Gaming to respond. How exactly are they going to do this? If they decide to go with something that gets up close and personal, they absolutely could upset Amber and Gus in close range. They're not really strong at that range. They do decide to go with the Lola, though. Once again, pretty consistent brawler selection, but is going to suffer as a result of the bush break and have a bit of a tougher time competing with some longer range brawlers, Amber and Gus absolutely being a couple of those.
Yeah, I mean, with Bell on their side, obviously it's going to be even better as well with the Lola pick. Not going to be able to bounce off, and I mean, Penny's still on the table and could be an option for STMN to take against this Lola. Probably would be a smart thing to do on this lane. Going to take the Janet as the last pick for Tribe, and pretty well-rounded comp today. They've got quite a lot of range, good amount of damage along with the Lola as well, so can do a good amount of work, but still fear for them just a little bit with this Penny pick maybe being the last.
This is one of those where I really think Bell's picked to enable some of the Lola play, and Lola's picked here to sit on the point and basically survive. She has that ego that she can throw down, tank some more damage, put up the shield, yada, 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 all the fun stuff. Amber's still able to pierce both of those. Here's a Penny as well, absolutely capable of exactly the same. And another thing, no wall break on Tribe Gaming's side, no way of dealing with turrets. I think a fairly good last pick of Penny here could be a Tribe Gaming oversight. Very prudently picked by STMN. It's going to be tough to get out of the enemy backlines.
Yeah, no, I really do like STMN's comp here. That last pick of Penny definitely does round it out quite well. Does well against, as you say, the freeze frame is going to be very, very good for Lola sitting on the zone. Splash straight through that and get the damage on no matter what. Definitely a good pick from them. Need to be cautious about placing that in the line of Penny. And on top of that as well, the burn through from Amber's never going to be good for the Lola either. So definitely kind of siding with STMN here.
I think so too. It's a rare occasion where, well, STMN Esports, they get that comp diff, but now they do. Even without a coach, they're still able to make it work. But Tribe Gaming, they're used to this, dude. They get comp diffed every single time, but they play the brawlers that they're good at. And that could be enough. The mechanics alone could propel them to victory. But already, Zulon on the right side, trying to stay inside some of these missions, or at least stay close so he has a way of escaping and assaulting enemies from that position. Take down into OG with a great pinch between his Livy and Zulon Zar. Also forced back inside of these bushes with Tyrant residing on that side already. Nest Eggs also littering that middle area. If Bobby decides he wants to tiptoe onto that spot, he's going to have a lot of opposition waiting him.
Yeah, I mean, little base, drop the base, place on this left-hand side, keep Zar low, force him to retreat as well. Definitely going to be a good thing to keep this percentage going on the zone. OG, he needs to find this right-hand side break and go for it now. Just get the burn down and the burn down on Zulan as well, but Tyrant going to clean up the left, and Zulan cleans up the right. Bobby the only one remaining, and he's going to get taken down as well. Going to be some more percentage on zone for Tribe, and all-out control still remains.
Beautiful control for Tribe Gaming. Once again, this is their specialty, and this is what the mode's all about. Get control of mid and stay there. That's exactly what they do. You simply aren't going to beat Tribe Gaming in the long-range control race, which is what STMN Esports are trying to do. But they're getting trapped back in spawn. Here's the turret, though, and it's the first one of the game. Tribe Gaming are going to have a bit of difficulty dealing with this. They might have to send somebody to the backlines to deal with it. Bobby, though, is trading out some shots with the turret. Down goes as Livy, but it's still a 2v2, and Tribe Gaming firmly in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be Tribe all the way. You'd have thought Tyrant would be able to pick up Zar here and Bobby along with it as well, but Bell coming back, they should be securing it. Keeps Bobby low. Zar's got some nice healing done, though, and could be the start of the most beautiful turnaround to ever exist, but Tribe say no to that. And STMN going to be dropping this first game of Hot Zone, Open Zone, not what they want to be playing clearly at this point, as Tribe do dominate that, and I kind of like the STMN comp as well.
I do like the STMN comp, but to reiterate, Tribe, they're used to this. They get out-comped all the time because this simply is not their meta, but this is their mode, and they got the mechanics to make it work on every single lane. It looked like the mechanical diff and some interesting brawler interactions too, especially jammed on that left side, but now OG is going to be taking up that lane. Still, though, Tyrant's determined to take this, but OG gets his super for free with the use of his gadget, so he'll be able to take down that turret quite quickly by just throwing it over the wall. For Tribe Gaming on the right side, though, Zulon's getting backed up quite a bit by Zar, but Zar's taken some major hits in the process. STMN Esports, they start off with 14% of their own, but gradually they have to fall back.
Yeah, it's just dwindling quite quickly, this control they had. Burn up down on Tyrant over the left-hand side, though. Drop the base placed again, but he's actually going to go down to the burning damage of OG. Splash through that freeze frame and ego by Zar, but not going to find any connections on anybody, just getting it down for the sake of it. Kooky Popper through the mid onto Eslivy, and a little bit of control has been brought back by STMN now, but quickly going as Zar's very, very low, and Zulan's going to clean this up once again.
It almost looks like it was Zar's time to shine with the use of the super from Bobby on him, but he simply was not able to stay alive with the opposition of his Livy and Zulon awaiting him, doubling up on that right lane. And now they're falling into more similar lane formations, but Tyrant goes down around the left side. This could be an entry point for STMN Esports soon, though. He will be falling back in formation. OG trying to get some supercharge out here. Here it is, but Tyrant supers in. Now going right for the back lines, trying to disrupt things. Bobby has someone waiting right behind him. Nothing personal, kid, but he could get pinched. Zulon on the right side, still trying to keep them back, but STMN Esports are about to eclipse Tribe Gaming. No, Tyrant shuts them down, and Tribe Gaming remain in the lead.
Yeah, Zar finds a super, though. That's going to be pretty influential for this late game. Taking a 15% lead now, but the mark straight onto OG is not going to be good for his matchup against Zulan here, who's just going to keep on spraying down the lane. Super thrown out by the Ego and freeze frame along with it as well, but shield for Bobby's going to go quite a long way. OG just staying out of range and taking the fire off of Bobby, making sure that Zulan's shooting his way instead of into that mid. And as Livy can't really find too many connections onto Bobby, starts to now, but the lead has been extinguished.
Tyrant, once again, super all the way to the back lines. OG able to flame him down from long range. And Zar's got the dodges on lock as Livy and Zulan have to react. Almost a takedown. Oh, and he gets shut down by his own barrel. Unfortunate circumstance. And this could be enough for Tribe Gaming to spin into a victory. OG still trying to offer up whatever resistance he can, but it's just too little, too late. Tribe Gaming respond to the sweep in set 1 with their own sweep in set 2.
Yeah, I must say, Tribe just looked so strong in that one. Never really felt like they were not in control of the game, regardless of STMN, you know, getting some decent percentage in that second one. The first one was all Tribe. The second one, once they started to real knuckle down on that point and they could just get kills left, right, and center really whenever they wanted to, definitely didn't look the best for STMN. And Zulan winning a lane against a Penny is definitely a commendable feat as well as a Lola.
Look, dude, this is just Tribe's game right here. This is their mode. This is the way that they play. They play the control. They play it at long range. And STMN, they're playing on Tribe Gaming's terms, at least within this last set. It absolutely showed. We saw good ideas. We even preferred the draft, but Tribe Gaming, they're used to playing into this, and that they did to perfection with not dropping a single game along the way.
Yeah, it was really nice stuff from Tribe there, and yeah, the stats do back it up as expected, I will say. 20 kills to 7 for Tribe Gaming, and near enough double the amount of damage as well, 89,000 to 47. Not as many heals, but not as many required. I will say they took a hefty amount less damage and still healing over, well, just under, just over half, I should say. Trying to find my words here, but Tribe Gaming definitely looking good coming out the back of this one. It's 1-1 now. They've just got to keep on playing their game instead of playing into STMN's hands.
Well, it doesn't even really look like they have a choice, though, because we are switching up modes with the third set incoming, and it could be to STMN's advantage. It could be to Tribe's advantage, too. We'll just have to wait and see, but really, there are a lot of factors in your control, and Tribe can still focus on that draft. It's what they've talked about pre-match. This is their main focus. This is their primary pain point. And it's where STMN has upset them basically every time. A perfect example in Season 1. In the finals, STMN said, what if we just banned every thrower? And Tribe just didn't know what to do. They play so by the books. This is not something that they've really seen. It was kind of a troll strategy, but it absolutely worked.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely did. Out in the open is going to be up next. And another pretty long-range map. Might play into Tribe's hands once more. Have this long range, just don't really want to be letting STMN get anything too aggressive towards them, or it can go wrong quite quickly. In terms of brawls that kind of expect here, we've been seeing a fair amount of Eve, I will say, levitating over that water, sometimes a bit of Carl. We see a lot of those long-range brawlers, Mandy, Piper, well, not Mandy now, and neither Eve. All the ones I named just get banned out instantly, but along with it, the Max is going to be banned with the Mandy and Eve up top. Tribe getting rid of the Jean, the Eve, and the Nanny as well. Can't really blame him for getting rid of that Nanny. It's a very, very strong brawler, and maybe STMN have that first pick.
And my eyes personally are on Mandy over here from STMN because we've seen just how good OG can play with this brawler. Them banning it out has got to be some sort of way of dealing with the pick order that they've been dealt with here. Of course, we're going to find out the decision of that coin flip. And a Piper first pick from STMN. This is uncommon because she's so simple to counter. But I think STMN are banking on Tribe either not being willing to go for something out of the box to deal with the Piper, or just not knowing what to do.
Well, I mean, with Nanny banned, it kind of does reduce it just that little bit more. Same with Mandy as well, not going to be outranged by the majority of stuff. Same with Jean as well, can't really get them down at that long-range damage. But Bonnie's going to be the first pick from Tribe Gaming, and that seems like something that maybe STMN should have taken, that aggression, control aggression that they do so well. Tick going to be next up from Tribe as well, and although there's not really that many walls, it's still not bad.
I don't think so either. I mean, consider also that Tick in particular is a Tribe specialty, also able to deal with Piper quite effectively. Last thing to note is that Tribe have that last pick, so they could do something to deal with the Piper, and I think maybe it's STMN's plan to go ahead and pick up one of those counters to deal with it. Here's the Gray, and that exactly rings true. Something that would be very difficult for Piper to deal with as long as he has that teleport ready to go. Keep in mind, he's also able to use that gadget to pull someone in, and sometimes even pull them through walls. Tick, perfect example.
Yeah, and it breaks the walls along with them as well, so it's not just kind of pulling them through. Get rid of those walls and puts you in a good position to get the kills in future rounds if you manage to get it down early on. So Smart pick of the Gray. Also, same kind of controlled aggression. If you get that super, you go towards a tick, it's going to have a tough time, and maybe even going to double down. They go for the thrower as well, so now they kind of need to avoid giving Bonnie this super, or as the same thing can happen to them. And obviously the walls go quite a long way in managing who has the control of the map.
I spy with my little eye 2 brawlers that are not very good in close range combat from stmn. It's Piper and Sprout. We'll try to be willing to think outside of the box and do precisely this. Is kind of what I was getting at. They're either, they being stmn, are either banking on Tribe not being willing to go something out of the box for the last pick, or simply not being able to execute on whatever they pick. Here's the Fang, and here's that pick. That's the shutdown for both Piper and Sprout, but can they do it? He competes at similar range to Sprout and Piper. He, of course, can't shoot over walls, but that's what Tick's there for. I'm liking this. Whatever it is, whoever wins, it's gonna be an entertaining outcome.
Yeah, I mean, also the Gray can't even TP in towards that Fang either. It's just going to get super, and that kind of cuts that out as well. Maybe the Fang will just sit around the Tick and kind of stop that, let Tick do all the work until he gets super, and then make that explosive play. Probably what you can expect from the Fang in this one, to be fair. So, gotta, yet again, it's that controlled aggression. Make the right move at the right time, and you're going to be able to pay off. And if you make the wrong move at the wrong time, it's going to do the complete opposite, and you're pretty much going to lose.
Well, now we get our chance to find out as we're getting started. OG already with the wall breaker on the left side. He's not running the gadget that yanks you back and through the wall, so not going to be looking for that matchup versus Tick just yet. But Bobby's lining up some quite good shots. Bobby on the Piper, an absolute classic in this region, and already taking names, but still trying to scat out the enemy bushes. Keep in mind, they're careful not to break up some of those walls that would enable a faster rollout to mid for Tribe Gaming. Still, no major kills yet, no major supers out either, but Tick is sort of stuck in the back lines as Livy's still trying to cycle forward, but unable to do so as Zar now continues to pressure him back.
Yeah, Tyrant's looking for super, and same for Zulan as well. They're not really going to be doing a lot until that happens. One of them gets super, and the breakaway can be there, but until that point, they're definitely going to be stragglers just in the mid, waiting to get their supers. Tyrant put himself in a great position here as well, and I like Tribe's positioning. They got hold of this wall, it's unbreakable, Sprout's over the other side, so got to be a little bit cautious about being pinched in here as Zar starts to get positioning, but in comes the Thickhead as well, so it's going to take 3 shots, and not a single one's been connected so far. OG gets the kill onto it as well. Zulan's got the super, 1, 2, 3. Say goodbye to stmn as Zulan wipes them off the map.
And that's just round 1, baby. We got more of that coming in, but stmn are coming to this round with a lot of opposition, a lot of fire behind their push, as they do have 3 supers now ready to use. Bobby can go for the step back, a little bit of wall break too. OG has that teleport on lock, but it's like you said, Trav, he can't really teleport onto Fang, and he's playing mid. He's a personal bodyguard for either Tyrant or as Livy, but Zar continues to pressure things back, taking a lot of damage along the way. He can't heal as quickly as Livy, so he does kind of have to fall back. There's the use of the spring pad to launch it right towards Zar. Gonna bait out some shots, and this could be an opportunity for Tribe Gaming to push for just a little bit, push that line of scrimmage a bit more towards mid, but Zar continues pushing it back, keeping that hedge alive.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the wall down, they've got the TP away, they've got the Piper jump there as well. If Tyrant and Zulan do choose to go aggressive, they've got these defensive measures for them now, so need to be cautious about when they go in. Definitely want to be waiting to that late game where they can't really make the moves away, but still in comes Zulan, but the TP towards him from OG, great stuff. Tyrant's now got the jump to go in, goes in pretty much 1v3, finds one, going towards Bobby now, TP, not going to get it out, should have made the decision to go for it, but it's just as Livy alive now, and that is not a winning matchup for Tribe Gaming, and stmn even things out.
Brilliant shutdown for stmn, but still we got one more round in this game, and it's only game number 1. 2 supers on the side of stmn Esports. Absolutely a good look. The side of Tribe Gaming looking battered, bruised, really just picking up the pieces after those first couple of sets, but they did manage to take that very first one. Still operating with no gadgets for Tyrant. It's going to be a pretty complicated situation. OG waiting for the slightest weakness, then going for the teleport in. Bobby still keeping things at range 2, and Zar just looking for that first super. Great curve shot from Bobby, but it's not enough to send Tyrant packing just to the back lines, but he continues to press in. We see once again Snappy sniping, giving him all that ammo to work with, but he can't get too aggressive because Zulan's ready with the super.
Yeah, Bobby has the jump away. OG's got the TP again, and Zar's got the wall, so they can do it exactly as they did last time. OG TP's in when he goes towards Zar or Bobby, and it can work an absolute treat. In he goes, gets the one, and he can't TP away just yet. Zulan's still there in a great position, but the super into the wall. He can't find it. OG gets the kill onto that. We need Tick. Where is Tick to get this damage in? He's got to go all the way around the wall. Zar TP's towards them. Gonna surely be taken down by Zulan, and that might feed the rest. Jump in. OG goes down, and Tribe move ahead for the first time in the game.
Brilliant stuff for Tribe Gaming here. I think stmn hedged their bets that they wouldn't be able to execute, and every single time I saw that super pop off from Zulon, it was a sight to behold. 1, 2, 3 connections. Call the dude Terry because he has these clips incoming. But like we said, it's only game number 1. Game number 2 coming across your screen, and Tribe Gaming in the lead by 1.
OG's going to get the wall break early on with that grand piano, bring it down and break those walls. He made some great breaks last time, I will say, but it just didn't really pay off in the long run. Maybe a little grass wall through there as well, and he didn't break perfectly that time. Got the wall and not all the grass, which is going to leave him with a pathway through. Bazaar's got such great control of this right-hand side. Tick really not putting up much of a fight just yet. Now starting to shoot at him, but Tyrant in a terrible position as he gets pinched in.
What we've seen consistently is that Livy has no problems charging up those supers, but once they get in, all they really do is make stmn forfeit a bit of room for a moment, and then they bounce right back. Tribe Gaming continue to press up the battlefield. Not a whole lot of room for them to exist, though. Zulon slowly working on the super, and once he has it, he will be able to secure a lot of area control. 1-2 shots, though, and Bobby's got the killing blow. Now it's a 2v3, and this looks like a death condition for Tribe Gaming. Really now just focusing on getting those supers for the next round because there's no way that they take it back.
Yeah, gadget from Tyrant. Surprising to see even use that. We got the tick head, so he doesn't need to go in and feed anymore. Smart decision from Livy there to just back off and go into the gas. First game, or first round of this game goes to stmn Esports. Still a long way to go to be able to take this set. Tribe Gaming got that first game.
No important supers from either team either. It's still, once again, just about anyone's game. But we could see, once again, as Livy throwing that tick super onto the jump pad on the right side. Bobby's keeping things back, too, with the use of the gadget, trying to get that killing blow. Zulon and Tyrant seek cover. Tyrant now with the super. Can't go in close range with Bobby or OG, but they're going to be able to teleport away or simply jump away. Czar is the target to get, but he's being personally guarded by OG. Tribe Gaming continue to get forced back, and that's the second to last gadget from Bobby. Tick super in, but it's not enough to keep stmn back as Czar continues to recycle this hedge.
Yeah, another wall there as well, but Bonnie got the super and Zulon's got the super. That's a dangerous combo right there for Tribe Gaming. Looking to try to take this round down, or as stmn will be the ones going home with the game. Tyrant gets hit by Bobby, but instantly backed off and has to kind of heal up and wait for Zulon to go aggressive. OG's got this TP though. Zar's going to go instantly down. They can't get the TP away. OG goes in, knocked back from Livy, and Zulon's looking for the finish, but the TP away. He gets the super back into him. It's a 1v1. Zulon's pretty much out in the open now. Needs to find these jukes, and he's so far so good. Jump aways there from Bobby though, but he's retreating. He's holding on to his super, but Zulon gets his as well.
Definitely a good call there from Bobby, but what a play and almost an opportunity for stmn to take it back. It all came down to that first shot that Bobby fired as the poison started to close in. Wait, complete aggression from Zulon. That's incredibly unexpected, but he does pay the price. Takes quite a bit of damage, but stmn pay the price in forfeiting a lot of territory. stmn continue to be pressured back. No kills just yet, but Bobby's hanging on for his life, having to sit all the way back in the right corner to heal up, and he stays there with the help of Tick on the opposing side. Tribe Gaming look to lock down control. They have stmn on the back foot, which is an uncommon occurrence, but they can keep them there. They are Tribe Gaming after all.
Yeah, it's not ground you want to give up for stmn here, because Tribe with this tick are just going to rain fire, and you're not going to be in a good position whatsoever. Gets a tick head, and it's going to be really difficult. Gets it now. Last try going to be popped to tank down that homemade recipe of Bobby. So back to pretty much 50-50 stalemate on the map now, but OG's got this TP, and it's not a position that Livy wants to be in.
Hard-fought territorial control earned so far by stmn Esports, but still, they do have to fear Zulon's super across the way. Poison now closing them in close range. This is exactly where Zulon profits already. Big stuff in, roundhouse kick, 1 elimination, 2 eliminations, and OG for dessert. Tribe Gaming, they close out game 2 and the set.
That is lovely from Zulon. You can just see the cogs working in Tribe's minds there. They know when one thing happens that he has to go aggressive and get the kills. Once a super's been used, he just goes for it. And even when a super's not been used, he finds the stun and gets the kill as well. Lovely stuff from Tribe. And not only just Zulon as well. He's the one getting the kills, right? He's the one making the flashy plays. But as Livy, just constant pressure with the tick. And also Tyrant, just knowing when not to use his supers, provides that control as well.
The show, I mean, look, this is such great lane play from Tribe Gaming, and all enables it props up Zulon to make these big flashy plays. As long as they can keep that control towards the final moments where stmn are forced to engage in close range, yeah, that's the win condition for them, as long as Zulon also has that super in turn. Beautiful gameplay from Tribe Gaming. This is them playing outside of their comfort zone, and you saw the player reactions on cam. I mean, they're pretty happy about this win, and I think quite impressed with themselves too.
I mean, you've got to be happy at this point. They're 2-1 up against stmn, who has been the biggest rivals in this entire game region. Everything's for so long, years and years. They've just been such big rivals, and getting this win now, not only does it put them in the grand finals for tomorrow, but it also means they'd have to have a bracket reset in the best of five as well. So that is a long road for the lower bracket team to come up from. Just the advantage they get, and look how pumped Zulwan is, as always.
Oh, I mean, if I were in that position, I would too. And check out the stats as well. Look at all that damage dealt by stmn. But once again, the win condition is kill all the enemy brawlers on the opposing side. And Tribe Gaming did that time and time again. stmn got some punches in too, though. I mean, keep in mind, both of those game victories were 2-1 on that round score. So Tribe Gaming still have a seriously fiery opponent across the way. It's gonna be a tough ride, as you said.
Yeah, well, Zulwan, the regional leader for most stars gained, is going to be looking forward to this next game mode because we've got Bounty coming up next, and he is leading the pack in stars gained, which basically just means he's dominating kills, and then follow up from that as well. Tyrant and Heslivy in all top 3 spots. The whole of Tribe are clearly just Bounty players.
I mean, well, and I'm almost shocked that Corey isn't up here too. I mean, Coach Corey out there. Wow, what a stat to have under your belt. And another thing to add is that Bounty is one of stmn's greatest modes, so this could be stmn's lifeline to bring it back. But if you go by the books and you look at what the papers say, it's almost really unlikely. Shooting Star is coming in, and it's a long-range map, dude. It used to all come down to some of the longest-range brawlers in the game, but a lot of it comes down to who gets that last pick, who gets to fire off some of these closer range things. Note the max ban from Tribe. They're trying not to go up against anything funny, anything silly, no goofy brawlers, no maxes here. And they're trying to establish some consistency, but it's going to be tough when stmn are clawing for their life in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I will say, I think the maps have been pretty helpful for Tribe, to be honest with you. Open zone, long-range map, out in the open, long-range map, Shooting Star, long-range map. It's pretty much lining up for them to be able to take it down here. Obviously not going to want to take it down to Super Beach, where we can see these more aggressive brawlers that stmn will thrive off. Bans are in, though. Shooting Star is the map. Bounty is the mode. We've already established this, but Tick, Bonnie, and Bell are going to be the bans coming out of stmn, and yeah, something slipped through there, and it's the Grom. It's the Grom first pick from Tribe Gaming. They're going to ban the Max. No speed. They don't want the Grey for the TPs. Get rid of the Sprout and pick the best thrower in the game.
Hey, you say slip through, but I think stmn, if they didn't want to face Grom, then they just would ban him. And that tells me, I mean, look, he's one of the best throwers in the game, probably the single best thrower in the game at the moment. He got so much damage, he has so much range. You can even play him as sort of a sharpshooter if you just want to go for that lane 1v1. And stmn have the last pick. They can counter this out, and they have to if they want to win. He's just that good of a brawler.
Maybe they'll bring a Fang of their own in this last pick, but so far it's all long range from them. They got the Nanny, they got the Piper. And now what do really Tribe have left to combat this long-range gameplay? They might have to be the ones who go this aggressive route and try play stmn's game for them. Because Nanny and Piper alone, well, not alone, together, I should say, is a real powerhouse team. And when you can get the pinch in, obviously there are unbreakable walls in the front now, but the pinch you can get with these two brawlers, the curved shot of Piper when you use that homemade recipe, the normal curved shot of Nanny, it can be dangerous for a thrower in that mid.
Mandy coming in and precisely on the tip of my tongue. I mean, just such a long-range brawler, and you get extra range if you stand still. You can play it a couple of ways. You can rely on team comms to identify where enemies are and shoot literally off your screen, or take the horizontal route and go from one lane to the other and chime in from across the way. Eve selection from Tribe Gaming, I like. There's a little bit of water on this map that you can use to your advantage. That plus, once you get those hatchlings down, it's quite effective to deal with Piper, and quite much so for Nanny as well. But now the last pick from stmn is seriously going to dictate the pace of this game, and I'm expecting something a little bit crazy. I hope not to be let down.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be by Tribe, right? They've now got this Eve that can levitate over the water in that mid portion of the map. The Grom who can play in the mid or aggress up that right-hand side if they get a bit more control. They're going to hit the Carl. I do like it. Good against the Eve, piercing through those hatchlings. Good against the Grom, go aggressive with that flying hook. And this is surely going to be an stmn map.
I mean, look, it's not crazy though. It's not a crazy pick. I'm not let down. Well, maybe I'm a little disappointed. That said, this is their lifeline. They have to stay in this, and Carl just could be their ticket to the big times, or in shorter term, just the next set. Because if Tribe Gaming takes this one, they advance into the winners finals. It's all about that, all coming down to Shooting Star, and I'm seeing a lot more good long-range brawlers on the side of Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is what it comes down to. Tribe Gaming, if they take this one home, then they are going to be taking the grand finals position ahead of stmn. Bobby going to use that homemade recipe, send it on the right-hand side, not find a connection, no kill there, but We see Eslevy with some phenomenal position now, putting himself in this top portion of the map, unbreakable walls there, and Zar's surely going to be looking for the opening.
It's going to take some aggro plays from Zar to pop off and bring things back, but Bobby's determined to do so on the right side. Slow down from Zulon, and it's an easy take back of the lead for Tribe Gaming, as Zar still tries to survive with that blue star, but gets taken advantage of, and Tribe Gaming reside in the lead, now with 4 stars on their side.
Yeah, Bobby down this right side, got that jump as well. These split shots of Eslevy being thrown out, and OG and Zar doing a good job of avoiding them. Does fall low though, and that might be an opening. Places that down. Not really sure what that was meant to do as he converts through it, but the homemade recipe of Bobby picks him up on the backside. Zulan looking for the super, gets the slow and the finish off when he lands. Great stuff from him, but in comes Zar. Can he find it? He gets the super off. He keeps the lead, but 5 stars above his head is going to be a decisive one if they get that kill. They flip it back in their favor, but pretty much any kills at the moment will do that for STMN. Blue star in the hands of Tribe, so it's got to be 2 or Zulan up top.
Bobby staying perfectly out of range of Mandy's shot, and he's just gradually starting to inch in, looking to be the entry fragger for this team, getting those entry chip shots and then enabling Zar to start moving in. He has gadgets on his side, but he's not going to be using them just yet. Zulon kind of residing on the team comms so that he can predict where Bobby's going to be moving. As the clock ticks down, Zar now taking position on the right side. Keep in mind, they only need 1 kill to start bringing things back. They do need that blue star, though. Big Hail Mary super, but it's not quite enough from Zulon, who has to stay alive in the end of the game. Otherwise, it would take a tremendous effort from STMN to stay in the lead. Here it comes, though. Now 10 stars on STMN's side. Could be another kill coming in as Livy tries to stay alive. It's not quite enough. Zar has no way to get out. There's the kill. Tribe Gaming in the lead. No, STMN, they get the kill, and they start to bring it back. OG just barely survives, and STMN take the game.
That's got to be disappointing for Tribe. I mean, they gave up some control so easily towards the end there. Had the trade perfectly on a plate for them, but another one of them fell and then extended that lead to 6. Even the kill on OG wasn't going to be enough there. Just shows how well STMN brought that back, and Zulan just had to be more cautious, I think.
Could be another chance for them, though. They look so good towards the beginning of the game, but we know that they can get a little bit tilted. We saw also just how powerful Zar can be. If they're able to get some of those gadgets out of him, it's going to be a huge advantage. But already, takedown from OG on the left side. Is Livy trying to get him back. A little bit of damage, but they're dodging it out well. Zar tapped up just a little, but still, it's got to be the supers from Tribe Gaming to get the kill shot, especially Zulon, who we saw pop off in that last game. This time, STMN Esports being extra careful around the guy. Now, peep to the back lines, looking to get a one-shot on someone. Could be his Livy, could be Zulon. No, with the shield, he survives. And Tribe Gaming remain alive, but still 3 stars down.
Yeah, down in stars and down in the control by the looks of things, as STMN are the ones in this mid portion of the map. Bobby got the pretty much perfect pinch down on Eslevy right now. Backed off by Tyrant once more, though, and Tyrant taking some heavy fire, gets the jump away, but that's quickly sweeps up that parasite that does spawn when he jumps. Zulan needs to make some good shots onto OG here, but still returns to the centers in hand, and it's a difficult position for Tribe.
Some shots in from Zulon, a bit of damage on OG. Here's the curve shot from Bobby. It's not enough to shut down Eve, though. Use of the gadget keeps him alive, but Tribe Gaming needs some kills in here. Not a whole lot of time left. Plenty of Brawl stars, but the clock continues to tick down. Nanny super to the back lines. Not going to be a one-shot on his Livy. Still batters him a little bit. Zulon has that super. No kill. He's going to have to work real hard to earn that back, and Tribe Gaming still with goose eggs on the scoreboard.
Yeah, but now we have this control from Tribe. It's just unparalleled. Soup comes in. Grombomb is there. Makes connection onto Bobby. He goes down. Zara in a bad position now as well. If they get this, they turn it round. Needs to be a pinch from Tyrant on the backside, but OG's keeping him in a terrible position. Jump over the shot. Zar's there, and he gets the kill. Gets out, and now Eslevy's low as well. A little ambush shot from Bobby there. Picks up the right-hand side as well. We're going to a set number 5. 12 stars to 2, and STMN take this one.
El Clasico in full force. Tribe Gaming, they can try their best, but it's not going to be enough. The clock ticks down, and STMN ticks up on the scoreline. 1 more set under their belt, and only 1 left to add as we are heading into the very last set of this match. Set number 5 coming at ya, and Tribe Gaming offering stiff defense. Not quite enough to deal with the likes of STMN, though. I think we saw a really close, it's objective, a very close victory there for Tribe Gaming. Completely stolen, rug pulled out from underneath them by STMN, and then they continue to compound that momentum.
Yeah, it was here. We saw Tyrant, I believe it was maybe Tyrant Zulan goes down here, and wasn't the best of tanking from Eslevy. They almost could have had that down as well then if he managed to tank that off and make it survive, but second game, they had all control, but it just kind of dwindled so fast. They got the kill on Bobby, but Zar goes aggressive. and Tyrant just couldn't quite pinch him on the way back. OG did a wonderful job, I will say, of keeping him out the way here and not letting him pinch across. So great stuff from STMN. The team play there was really phenomenal, and it's all down to this last set now.
Both teams, I got an MVP. Zulon was always a brawler that I had my eye on, but also Czar continuing to clutch up in those final moments. Serious clutch stuff. And that's just how these teams operate. They're that close. Star-wise, not quite so. STMN obviously taking the lead here, but damage-wise, real neck and neck.
Yeah, I mean, damage definitely neck and neck, and obviously Stars go to STMN because of how wide the gap was towards the end of those ones there. It's very close throughout, but just kind of widened it at the end. Just that little bit more. STMN going to be taking that one home, and I mean, to be honest, it's tough. Who's going to be winning this one? STMN have now got the momentum in their hands, but not massive amounts of momentum, to be fair, because it's been back and forth pretty much all the way through. So STMN win the first try, win the next two, and then STMN top it off there. So I feel like the momentum's kind of even at this point as well. A lot of throwers being banned out, both Barley and Dynamite on both sides. And then we got the B up top and the Squeak down below.
The Dynamite ban almost cracks me up, but then I remember that, yeah, not only is STMN banning it too, but really both teams take each other extremely seriously and know that they'll be able to pop off with the Dyna if that's possible. So Michael, gone from the equation. Now it's time for Max on the side of Tribe Gaming. Early first pick for them, and I think a very wise one at that, because not only is it a fantastic brawler, but it's one that's good to get out of STMN's hands.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Max pick. It's always very solid on Super Beach regardless. And as you say, take it out of STMN's hands, take their aggression away from them before they can even get started with it. Probably the right idea to do, because you see, the moments we saw STMN thrive in in Shooting Star was when they could go aggressive with Zar. When Zar started to make those moves, that was when they started to thrive. I mean, I think that's the draft from the last one, right? We might have had a little bit of a mistake there or a dodge or something like that from the players, and the last one did pop up, but we'll find this information out shortly, see what's happening, and get the draft going back up again.
Yeah, just a bit of a disconnect issue, but we are remaking the lobby and getting this draft done in just the same fashion. Still, though, we get a bit of extra time to speculate about what exactly is going to go on here. It's no secret Super Beach is one of the most inconsistent maps when it comes to draft. The only consistency is that Barley and Dyna are banned there a lot. Just they're not banned anywhere else, not a single other place in the Brawl Stars esports map pool. So a lot of things unexpected could be coming up, but it's only down to speculation. A brawler we've seen here profit a lot is actually B that can shut down some of those tank picks, and I wouldn't put it past Tribe to try and eliminate some of those brawlers.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I imagine we'll probably be seeing that Max come back out first, so B might be the pick for STMN more than anything. Shut down that Max, get the slow off, and start playing it through the mid. Definitely the smart thing to do if STMN do clock onto it. Get the slow down, and maybe even a few brawls along with it as well. Would be pretty solid to go along with it, but we've kind of seen, you know, that Surge playing quite a lot down the side here, along with a lot of those tanks when the tanks do come down. Carl, bit of Nita occasionally as well. Ems actually makes a few breakthrough hairs at some points as well.
Well, it's one of those where the best brawlers on this map, it really just comes down to the drafts because of how much this map has to offer. You have a wide open mid, long, narrow lane to fire down, and then, of course, you have on the sides perfect wall placement, perfect placement of the bushes for some of those mid-range, shorter-range brawlers, even throwers, to make do and shut down some of those opportunities for lane players. Still, though, just speculating as to what exactly is going to be played as we're waiting for the players to get back into the lobby. Once again, though, same brawler bans and selections as we did see before just prior to that disconnect, but the rest, still up to the players to decide.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw pretty much the two throwers that would be picked here banned out, the Dynamite and the Barley. Usually the only two throwers that will be picked on a map like this, so quite surprised, not very surprised to see those banned out. Grom and Sprout, on the other hand, you know, they're not really throwers that you'd kind of expect to come in here. I've seen a Sprout before. It didn't work too well, but then again, I can also say in Europe we've seen like triple thrower being played on this map and it actually pay off. So who knows?
Who does know? I mean, really anything can happen here. We're getting right back in the draft, too, as we wait for the P's and B's. Pretty please, let's get these on the screen. 3 bans per team, and a first pick coming in quite soon. Expect the same exact things as we saw just in that last draft. as we start to move through things. Once again, speculation in play. Some throwers considered, some long-range brawlers considered as well, and we might as well go through all 65 of them because really, and well now 66, because anything is possible on Super Beach, and when it comes down to a set 5 in El Clasico, it's doubly so. Once again, same bands through. Let's talk about that Surge. You mentioned it earlier. Great at shutting down some of the tanks, and stmn, yeah, they want those.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smart decision to make. If you want to ban out, if you want to kind of play throwers indirectly ban, play tanks indirectly ban some of the better stuff against it, then I mean, Surge is probably the smart thing to do. I mean, it's just more than just good against tanks. It's good against pretty much everything here. You stick it on a lane, you get those levels up and get it going. Max, obviously, what we saw beforehand. Good speed, able to just kind of sprint straight down the mid, get speed to provide it to his teammates and get going because of that. But, you know, as we said, we kind of expect maybe a B or something like that to be picked back against it through this mid.
B is one of those where it's just a good interaction into Max, but it's unclear as to who really takes the win. It's one of those mechanical matchups, and stmn, yeah, they're having none of that. It's a draft diff, baby. Here comes the Lu, and here comes the Ash. They love to shut down some of the tanks, but also they love to take it out of the hands of Tribe Gaming. And the Ash pick it early, because why not? Why allow it for Tribe? Because this is really the one tank that they can play effectively, besides, of course, Carl. Carl is Tyrant's specialty, and Ash is all for Zulon. And now it's all for Bobby.
Well, I mean, they've got the spike as kind of the return play towards it. Little tank counter coming in there, and obviously going to be able to slow it down. If you throw that super on top of it, the robotic rat's pretty much taken out. The mythic gear, the slow down even further. Very, very solid against that Ash brawler, but still, Ash makes these breakthroughs against it regardless. It just pushes through when it doesn't have super, eats the damage, gets the rage, and two-shots it. And it's a difficult matchup regardless of how good it is against tanks. Still, occasionally suffers against Ash. M's going to come in after that as well. Did mention that at the start. Pairs great with Max, and also good against tanks.
Absolutely, one of the greatest brawlers that you can use to deal with tanks, but still can be close range weak, right? You are able to use Friend Zoner, bump some enemies back if they get too close, but it's a gadget. You only get it 3 times per game. The green button is free, but it can be expensive to use if you pop it out right in the beginning of the game. M's going to be a consideration here. Once again, no wall breakers in play. There's the Janet selection too. Going to be able to fire around those walls quite effectively, right? Get some good pinches in here, get some good wall peaks, also throw down that turret to get some free positioning. I think it's a prudent pick from stmn. Does it blow me away? Not quite as much as Lu and Ash, but it's a great way to end things off, I think.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. I do like stmn's comp here, I will say. I feel like Tribe have got some good answers to it, but they had some good answers in Gem Grub as well, and it didn't go too well against that Sam tank that they did bring in. They can force these tanks pretty much through anything, so I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to do the same here, but also at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if Tribe kind of switch on to this kind of idea and play it a little bit better, a little bit more strategically against those tanks.
Well, it's time to find out the old-fashioned way stmn Esports and Tribe Gaming get us started, and Bobby's already doing nothing on the left side, just kind of existing, vibing in those bushes because he's waiting for the perfect opening. Got to rely on some kind of lane victory on either mid or the right side. If he gets impatient, he's going to be seriously punished, though, and already so. A free super for M's Livy as he pushes down the left side. Good takedown already, but a lane victory on the right enables stmn Esports to start pushing this up for Zar.
To be fair, both of the people who should be losing the lane on their respective sides and like the way the map plays it out have managed to win it. So great stuff from Zara and Eslivy there. Bobby just slotting straight back in on this left-hand side, and the super came in from Lu. I do think that's smart. Push Eslivy out of that control and not allow him to kind of destroy Bobby here. On the other hand, Bobby's destroying Eslivy now. Doesn't use that slow, but Tyrant aggressing Zara, forcing him into the air. Zulon's throwing that ball in the corner.
Zara is now retreating from this sort of test flight complete, and some good bombs dropped down there too as Bobby tried to get aggressive on that left side, but at least we saw them take out the spike. Tribe Gaming, though, in full defensive mode, as Livy certainly geared up for it, too, around the right side. And now with the max speed in, he can move that caustic charisma down the right lane. Zar providing stiff opposition on the left side. Bobby manages to get the better of Zulon. And now the 3v2 is in full force with OG pushing the super down the right side as Livy forced to react. Tyrant needs this next super to get some kind of territory, but Bobby continues to close down around the right side like a vice grip. Take down onto Zulon. Life plant's not enough to save you with a penetrating shot, and Tribe Gaming now completely cornered, but it's not enough time for stmn to get a goal out of it.
Yeah, I mean, just Zulan responding now. They still might be able to hit super into the mid there. There was an opening there, surely. Bobby was waiting for the ball, and Zara had his super. They couldn't find it. And now Tribe might be able to defend this one out. Tyrant just trying to take Bobby down, but doesn't want to overcommit. Speed there. And this might be a breakaway for Tribe now. He's going for it. He's just left it. Zara coming back to defend, but does he have the ammo? He lands the other side of the wall, and Tribe steal it out of the grip of STMN, who have dominated this game. Tribe answer back.
Ridiculous and definitely a blunder on the side of STMN Esports. It was like a car crash in slow motion, and Tribe Gaming continue to play the defense. They have the lead, and only 20 seconds remain for STMN Esports. Countdown incoming, but that ball is firmly locked in the back left corner. It's going to take a miracle for STMN to remove it surgically. Zar still trying to get in position. Bobby ready for the pass. Could be the pass. Here it comes, but not enough health to slot it in. Surely pass to the left side. Bobby, not enough health, and it's a win for Tribe. They go to match point.
I mean, you can't be doing that on set number 5 against Tribe Gaming. Clear opening to pass the ball, clearly missed the communication on that one. And then on the other side of things, they just left the ball. Tribe just walked past it. And with a max speed, what else are they going to do? They're just going to go for the goal. They know they can score. And Tribe Gaming now on match point.
STMN Esports got to find a way to leverage Bobby's health and all of his damage around this left side. It's going to be tough because either lane that he takes, there's going to be some kind of tank counter awaiting him. We saw, though, as Livy did get upset a couple of occasions by Bobby, but Zulan has to reliably line up these shots. He is able to block off the lane with the use of stick around on the left side. Bit of a pass of the ball up to the right. Zar repositions it now. Still has to keep it out of his way. Doesn't want Tribe pocketing it if they get too defensive. OG now here with a super, blocking off Zulan in that corner. It's a free kill for Bobby, but Zulan's fighting for his life. Bit of a heal. Wastes a little bit of time for Bobby, but he still gets the lane victory. But with the ball firmly locked on the right side and his Livy carefully guarding it, there's just no access to a goal at the moment.
Yeah, Zar making the push. Uses a knockback onto Zar. Not something they usually do, but they can go again here. Tyrant's making the breakaway. The tanks, but the stun. Ezlevin needs to use his slow. Bobby gets the defense. 2v1. Great stuff from him. I thought there might have been a goal there once more, but Tribe Gaming don't manage to score the breakaway this time.
Unfortunate, but they got the max speed out the gates. Tyrant now trying to push up mid. OG looking to line up these shots. And Tyrant's not about to feed them. They got to react to Bobby now pushing around the right side. Good use of the super from Zulan to guard this. Tyrant's got to pocket it somewhere safe. He's almost frozen. Got to go for something. Here it is around the left side. Will they respawn in time to defend it? As Livy now with the pushback, but it's not enough. Not even a gadget in hand. And now STMN leads.
Yeah, gonna need a max speed and explosive play here coming in from Tribe Gaming. Ezlevy's got the super now, and Tyrant clocks on his with the movement. Gets the super through, but Ezlevy puts himself in a great position. Zulan not gonna have this fertilizer, not healing up in his super, but the positioning's good for Tribe Gaming so far.
OG now sort of hunkering down across this goal line. Zar forced to take to the skies as Livy denied access to the back right corner, or not. Maybe here could come the speed. Ooh. No, shut down. Tyrant was ready for the pass, and Zar carefully guards his right side as Tyrant is severely overextended. He's still going to try and leave with a super. Now circling towards back right. Got to get this ball out of the corner, and he gets his speed. It's everything he could have wished for, but now he sentences his team to a 2v3. He's got to rotate up really quickly as we're approaching overtime.
I mean, he's got the speed. Zulan's going to throw out a super. Not going to make any connections onto Zar, but does onto OG. Now he's pinched out of the way. Bobby's pretty much left on his own on defense. OG's not going to be able to get too much done, but Zulan eats a whole clip. And Bobby should be able to pick that one up, but OG's going to get pinched down. Super into the corner. Someone needs to take it for the team. Slide into it. Get the super down. Get the pass out. For Zar, he might have it, but no, he drops the bomb onto Ezlevy, and they can't get the ball in. Double match point once again.
Oh no, STMN with a stellar defense. But isn't it exactly what we saw from Tribe Gaming in that very first game? It's like you said, double match point. But with that kind of performance, that kind of defense from both teams, I wouldn't be shocked if we even get another one with a tie incoming. Could be, but we are going to get into game number 3. Double match point, and STMN Tribe Gaming on level footing.
Yeah, drop the base placed up high there for Zar and just keeps Ezlevy out of this portion of the map where he wants to be. To be fair, kind of just got to go for it and kind of walk into it, accept the chance that you're not really going to be healing up and try win that lane, but he's going to play it slow. Going to play it for the Tyrant super, probably OG's going to throw out a pretty early super. I'm not sure who fed that, must have been Tyrant. But now Bobby's going to use that and try push up, but Zulan's just saying no so far.
Doesn't seem to enable too much mobility for Bobby. Here comes the speed from Tyrant. Could be feeding yet another super to OG. Ball now passed down the right side. Zar trying to stay alive and healthy. Reactive gameplay. Bobby really pulling Zulon on the back left, though. Life plant's not enough to save you once again. That's a piercing shot, man. But Tyrant still, with a phase shifter to the right side, stays alive. But they conceded so much territory around the left side. If OG's able to get a pass over to Bobby, it could be the goal. But Zulon still defending things to his best of his ability with the use of stick around. Now starting to push down the left side, but a takedown into Tyrant enables a big push for STMN.
OG is beaming this game and in the previous one as well. Nice stuff from him, shutting down the defense pretty much single-handedly. Bizarre caught out of place, and well, Bobby going to be in the same circumstance over the left-hand side. Gets taken down himself. Bit of a trade comes in, but Tyrant has this super. He's going aggressive again, finds the shots, finds the kill. Super there, and on Tyrant as well. Maybe should have waited for Zulon and gone for the three-way play, but SME, he's got the knockback. He finds the goal, and Tribe Gaming lead with a minute left.
Just under a minute left, too, as we cross that threshold. Here comes the speed once again as Livy transported up the right side. Reactive gameplay from Zar. That's his final gadget, and he's forced to take to the skies. OG still looking for that last super, but Tribe at the lead. They don't need to score a goal, but Zar might be able to do it. Emergency phase shift to the right side, and Tyrant has one to spare. Zar still taken down on the right side. Stellar defense from Tribe Gaming, but they got a long way to go.
Yeah, STMN getting a taste of their own cornering medicine here. Place the ball firmly in that corner, 30 seconds on the clock. Bobby needs to make a play. OG needs to make use of this super. Does get a good placement on it as well, as Livy might be stunned out here. Going towards this corner, speed onto Zulan, but that's not really going to mean too much with Bobby aggressing him. Stun onto his Livy. Zar picks it up, but super thrown across. Tyrant needs to get the pickup. He can't do it. Zar doesn't get the kill yet. Bobby waiting for the ball, but OG's stunned. As Livy coming back on the spawn. He's got the knockback. The friend zone is there. Can they force it in?
As Livy has that knockback there through the wall, speed down. Tyrant now pushes up the left side. Zar chases it down, but there's no positioning. Tribe Gaming take the win. They're going in the winner's bracket finals tomorrow.
What a game from Tribe Gaming, especially in the last. In set number 5, they got the breakaway, they find the opportunities, and they're gonna seize them.
Beautiful performance and a W for Tyrant Star. Absolutely well earned. And what a breakaway victory for Tribe. But it wasn't without its trials and tribulations. I wouldn't say a rocky game, but what a back and forth match. STMN Esports fought their heart out, but this time it's Tribe Gaming to come out on top at LAN.
I mean, that was absolutely incredible. Here's the breakaway once again. And I mean, I'm not surprised we're seeing a replay of that, how flawless it was. To leave the openings there is just not good from STMN, but to find them is great from Tribe. Tyrant gets the clear out on this one as well, but this is where STMN are able to force it in. He does have the gadget, but just doesn't want to use it. Might want to save it for a different game, or maybe it was on that refresh.
Oh, well, we saw just how crucial those could be exactly this moment here. A little friend zoner action as his Livy slots that ball in. More action here, too. I mean, what a replay of this insane stuff is Livy. Really the striker of this squad in this match, and a supreme defender. A worthy celebration for the squad as they take down their #1 enemies.
Yeah, I mean, considering Tribe weren't even STMN's #1 enemies coming to this, I'm sure they'll be taking that back now, considering they've been beaten by them in the upper bracket, knocked down to face off against washed team in the lower bracket tomorrow. Damage-wise, Tribe Gaming's all there. Healing-wise, STMN's all there. Great, great stuff from Tribe Gaming to take this one down, and rightly so. But F-Dot is over there with Zulan with an interview.
Thanks so much, Trav. I'm hanging out here with my good friend Zulan, and I mean, you guys just punched your ticket. I'm gonna see you in Tokyo next month, man. How's it feeling?
I mean, it feels great. I've always wanted to go to Japan and meet literally the BSC champions, to see them again. And it's just on the big stage, ESL Masters. I'm just very, very excited.
And I mean, you had to do it against STMN. There's obviously a huge rivalry going on here. It goes all 5 games. Real talk, man. Are you exhausted?
Always very tough versus stamina. I mean, they know what we play, we know what they play. It always goes to the last set. So GG's to them, they're an amazing team.
And like you said, you mentioned how, you know, the Asia Pacific region, some of the strongest Brawl Stars players out there. Talk to me a little bit about, you know, what that's going to be like, getting a chance to not just play on the stage, but obviously scrim and just be a part of that scene for a little bit.
Well, as of right now, they're undefeated. Hopefully another region takes the dub, but it's going to be very hard. They're greatest players in the game, to be honest.
Heck yeah, man. And, you know, real talk, it is very, it's very possible that you guys just win the whole thing. If you bring home the big money, what are you buying?
Probably saving it, but maybe a car. You know, like a Honda Civic, maybe, 2003.
Okay, the classic responsible answer. What can I say? The Brawl Stars guys are real responsible. Anyway, you guys nailed it. We'll see you on Sunday, etc. Shout out time.
Shout out to Yeezy. You're the GO, Yeezy Glitch. And shout out to Alebrije. I love you. And shout out to all the Tribe fans, man. Great community. Shout out to Tribe, too, the staff. And shout out to Casey, who's right there in Kaner.
Thanks again, Zulan. Man, it's always a pleasure. It's been awesome getting to know you and your team over the years, and can't wait to see you next time.
Thank you, F. Dot. Thank you.
Everyone who has spoken to F. Dot is so financially responsible.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be the same, I'll tell you that. I'd be spending the money like nobody's business. But at the end of the day, it's probably the smart thing to do.
I mean, I'm here for it, okay? They have set themselves up very well now heading into Sunday. Let's go back and talk about what we saw, though, Kenny, because that was an intense full 5 sets.
We had a full day of Brawl Stars, and what a way to end it off with El Clasico, set number 1. You know, we had a few back and forth sets where it was a little 2-0, each team clearly capitalizing on their drafts, and this gym grab set was the start of what looked really good for STMN. Tribe certainly playing solidly, but a close back and forth as usual, nothing less than a gym grab countdown coming down to the wire. No surprise here. We move over to open zone. Completely different. Instead of a 2-0 for STMN, we did a 2-0 for Tribe. I mean, it really is a reflection of the rivalry, the long-standing history between these two teams. Trav, it's just what it is when STM and Tribe play.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the same, let's be real. When these two teams face, you know you're going to have a good game, regardless of who's going to come out on top. You know it's going to be a good journey to get there, and I mean, what was that? That was the perfect journey we could have asked for. Set 5, and maybe we'll even have a V2 of it tomorrow. How perfect would that be? Get another matchup between these two teams, but I'd honestly like to see Wash team go quite a lot of way as well. Not biased over here, but honestly, throughout this entire thing, Tribe Gaming, STMN just back and forward, STMN showing their worth, and Tribe Gaming the same again. We can sort of, you know, Tribe take the first set, STMN take the first set, Tribe take the next 2, STMN, and then Tribe. It's just all back and forward, and you couldn't have asked for a better game.
Not at all. I mean, coming into this one, so excited. Me, personally, and I think all of you probably sharing that mentality, because this is a clash of titans, and it absolutely was. It went all the way to a double match point in Tribe Gaming. Now, not necessarily a David and Goliath story, but certainly taking back some of that pride, taking some of that glory back. But the story isn't even finished. We're not even in a final chapter, because that's what awaits us tomorrow with these two teams potentially going head-to-head again.
Yeah, I think just overall, this was a big weekend for a statement for Tribe, and they really rose to the occasion. I mean, every one of their 3 players had their moment, as Livy with a huge pop-up right here, an easy goal to walk it on in and help secure that very pivotal set 5. STMN, they won the last go-around, and you know, you could hear it in the interviews too. Tribe Gaming, they've gone through a little bit of ups and downs in this 2023 year, but they're here to prove that they are a staple, and they really want to win a LAN for themselves. The second goal from his Livy, and just perfect gameplay overall. Handshakes to go around. Awesome stuff to see.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. It's always intriguing to watch, I will say, in terms of statistics as well. Look how similar it is. So close. Even the supers are down to about 0.04 between the two of them. Kills-wise, Tribe Gaming. Death-wise, Tribe Gaming in a good way, that is, as well, on the deaths. Tribe Gaming NA just always looking phenomenal. STMN Esports, though, so close behind them. That double match point is really entertaining.
It was a day. It was a very exciting, I'm sure tiring for our pros after how long some of those matches was, day. But I had an absolute blast. Now we're going to take a look back at the bracket. If you guys somehow missed everything, here's a quick recap of what went down, okay? STMN, first, they take out West Coast, knock them down to the lower bracket. Then Tribe do the same to Wash Team, and STMN and Tribe move their way through on that upper bracket. Then we check in with Wash Team and West Coast. Wash is the one that makes their way through, and after the match that we just watched, it will now be STMN who drop down and face Wash for that last spot in our grand finals on Sunday. Now, like you just said, there's the possibility that we get a rematch here between STMN and Tribe, or Wash Team with an insane upset make their way through to finals, and that's just a story in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a huge upset for Wash Team, let's be honest. And I mean, I'm all for it. I genuinely am. I love the way those guys present themselves. So nice when talking in interviews. And generally, they're just here for a bit of fun. Obviously, they're here to win, but they have fun whilst doing it.
Yeah, I mean, stmn Esports Watch Team, they are going to be going head-to-head, but of course, we've seen these two face already. They have history. stmn taking these guys down very confidently. I'm seeing a similar scoreline to what we saw from West Coast, and Watch Team only just barely came out on top of that matchup. If they're an even match for each other, we could expect an stmn win tomorrow, but seeing the vibe, seeing the sort of fire behind their eyes that Watch Team are bringing to this competition, let's expect a barn burner tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Watch Team kicking off the day, not the best, right? 3-0, this is their opener. Big in the weekend, getting it underway. Definitely not the way you want to see it happen, but then they bounce back with a reverse sweep. One of the most exhilarating matches we've seen this weekend, this year for Brawl Stars. Watch Team could really do this. Going against stmn, though, they're going to have to find a way to overcome them.
It's going to be a very exciting way to close out our finals here. The day for today is done. I'm going to get some quick final thoughts from you guys because that was a heavy lift for the casting as well. You had a long day.
Yeah, I hope I've got a voice left for Sunday, to be honest with you, because I'm going to be really, really looking forward to casting some of those games because both of them, and even maybe 3 of them if we get a bit of a bracket reset going on, is going to be really, really incredible.
Well, thankfully, today is Friday, so we get an off day before we head into Sunday, and so do the players, too. So with that amount of prep time, expect some of the closest matches that we've ever seen in North America.
It's going to be an awesome day. I mean, if this is a prelude to anything we get for Championship Sunday, it's going to be incredible. I honestly, selfishly hope we get a long day at Brawl Stars. I'm not that upset. That was awesome to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a fantastic start to our entire DreamHack San Diego experience, but that is now a wrap on day number 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We saw some incredible competition today, and the culmination of all of our Brawl Stars action will be here on Sunday. So make sure that you are tuning back in or sitting down with us live in our audience to see us crown a champion. As always, thanks so much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for making this entire series possible. Enjoy the rest of your time here at DreamHack. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you back here tomorrow.